Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, Sword Sect. Qin Wentian was slightly relieved when he saw the old man leave. This man was too strong and had a strange personality. He tried to provoke him, and it actually worked. As for the subsequent bold words, half of them were deliberately provoking the other party away, and the other half came from his heart. Since practicing, he has never seen a star soul more outstanding than him, and he has never met a stronger combat power than him in the same realm. Qin Wentian dare not say that there is no such thing in the world. After all, the world is too big, so big that he can't see through it even though he has reached the peak of the third level of Xiangang. However, Qin Wentian at least has strong confidence in himself. This is his belief. Putting this matter aside, Qin Wentian held a red demon halberd and continued to practice. Since it was a false alarm, nothing could affect his state of mind and disturb his practice. Now, his cultivation has entered the third level of Xiangang, and the four martial arts wills have entered the second level of transformation. His state of mind is also enough. He has a faint feeling that he is not far from the fourth level of Xiangang. Although cultivation is boring, if you yearn for it, then even when it is boring, you will always maintain the passion for struggle. Although the old man left, he did not leave. In the distance, he sat cross-legged on a snowy mountain. Every move of Qin Wentian fell into his eyes. I had something to do and passed by here. I didn't expect to meet a bastard like you. You are ignorant, arrogant, and irritating me. I want to see how capable you are. The white-haired old man seemed very depressed and talked to himself. The boy behind him kept silent, but he was also depressed in his heart. That guy is really... How many people dream of becoming a disciple of a master, but he refused. The master has a strange personality. Sometimes he is calm, and sometimes he has the naughty nature of a teenager. He does whatever he wants and never cares about other people's opinions. He does things based on his own preferences. But today, he was bumped by a junior. He must be very depressed. When has he ever been rejected by someone? This sitting lasted for a full 30 days. The old man saw many things he had never seen before. This seemed to be an extremely boring thing, but the old man was able to sit there quietly for 30 days. During these 30 days, he saw the mutual support between humans and monster companions. That kind of affection could be seen from their smiles. He saw a kind of protection. The girl seemed to be practicing, but her attention was often on Qin Wentian. This kind of protection surprised him. Who is this boy, who is worthy of such treatment from a beautiful woman? He saw a kind of persistence and perseverance. The persistence contained in every halberd, every sword, and every palm seemed to be never tired, never boring, and always so energetic. The persistence of not being discouraged every time he failed to break through the realm, being cautious in his heart, and starting over again. He didn't know who this young man was or what he had experienced, but this kind of heart and perseverance gradually made the old man's eyes solemn. The old man has seen countless people in his life. He never judges people by their talent. On the contrary, when he told Qin Wentian that strength is the most important thing in this world, he also had a sense of testing. He wanted to see Qin Wentian's reaction. In fact, although Qin Wentian angered him later, he was not angry at all, because Qin Wentian's words were in line with his character. Otherwise, even if Qin Wentian's talent was high, he would never stay here and waste a moment. The reason why he stayed was just because he wanted to see clearly. During the 1 month's stay, although the things that happened there were simple, they moved him quite a lot. A person practicing supernatural powers once, 10 times, or 100 times is nothing. 1,000 times can be said to be diligent, but if he never knows how to rest, 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times, just to perfect a halberd, such a persistent character, coupled with his talent, it is difficult not to become a great man. Although the young man's voice was arrogant, it was not false. He used his own efforts and talent to support his arrogance. This child is a promising material. The old man murmured, and then he closed his eyes and fell into absolute silence. Far away from the Zhuanwang city of the Great Shuang dynasty, there is a domain full of powerful people. In this domain, there is a hegemon named Huangji Shengzhuang. Huangji Shengzhuang has been established for countless years, commanding the 9 major sects, 3 major dynasties, and endless vast areas. The geniuses of these forces will be continuously sent to Huangji Shengzhuang. The various branches compete, stand out, gradually show their edge, and become the leaders and top figures of the various branches of Huangji Shengzhuang. It is hard to imagine how glorious and powerful the Huangji Shengzhuang, which encompasses all branches, is. However, after countless years of development, the various branches of Huangji Shengzhuang are actually closely related to the 9 major sects and the 3 major imperial cities below. The 9 sects and 3 dynasties are all dependent on the various branches of Huangji Shengzhuang. Jiutian sect is the most peculiar of the 9 sects. This sect is the smallest number of people among the 9 sects, and is even less than the Great Shang and Great Zhou dynasties. Therefore, it is said that the sword sect is the most declining sect, but no one dares to look down on the sword sect. Although it has the fewest members, it can produce a brilliant figure every few years. Moreover, the people in the sect are all people with different personalities, unruly, and wielding swords all over the world. We are frivolous and feared by others. At this moment, in the magnificent building complex of the sword sect, although there are not many people, any one of the people in the sect may be a dazzling person. However, at this time, many powerful figures of this lineage all looked solemn and were walking towards the hall. The temperament of this group of people is extraordinary. Any one of them is an extremely outstanding person with deep and bright eyes. They stepped into the hall one after another and stood inside. They all showed respectful expressions and bowed their heads slightly, as if they were in front of a very noble thing. But in fact, there was only a statue there, but this statue was faintly flickering with a ray of light, as if it was a living thing. "Master, please show your thoughts. What can I do for you?" The leader, who had an outstanding temperament like a sharp sword, asked respectfully in front of the statue. The statue in front of him was his master, who had entered the Huangji holy sect a long time ago. Now he was traveling around and it was difficult to see him at ordinary times. Even he hadn't seen his master for many years. When his master showed his thoughts, it was usually for very important things, but this time, he didn't know why he showed his thoughts. A light shone from the statue, and then a video appeared in front of everyone, in which Qin Wentian's figure was in it. This person is practicing in the Xianshan mountains outside Zhuanwang city. I want him to grow up in this Hanjian sect. When the Huangji holy sect recruits disciples in the future, I need to watch him step into the Huangji holy sect. The statue's voice was solemn, making everyone stare at the figure in the image and secretly remember this person. I will obey the master's order. The leader bowed slightly to the statue and agreed to the matter. Remember, this matter is very important and must be taken seriously. The statue spoke again, shocking everyone. They all knew what kind of person the old man was. He was so attentive to a young man, which showed that he valued this person very much. Okay. The leader, who is now the leader of the sword sect, nodded again and said, I will personally supervise this matter and will complete it. In addition, the momentum should be huge, and at the same time, he must not know that this is my order. It is best to let him choose completely according to his own wishes. The statue uttered a voice again, and the leader of the sword sect nodded again. Okay, I'm leaving. After this voice fell, the statue dimmed, making everyone's eyes sharp, especially the leader of the sword sect, whose eyes flashed with a strange color. The master showed his thoughts and did not say a word, just for a young man. A moment later, the leader of the sword sect led people out of the hall, and then ordered to notify the 9 major sects and the Great Shang dynasty that his sword sect wanted to choose a disciple in the Zhuanwang city of the Great Shang dynasty. When this order came out, the sword sect was shocked. This was the first time that their sword sect chose a disciple outside the sword sect. In the past, it was always others who worshipped at the sword sect mountain gate. The reason was that the sword sect was the most free and most unrestrained sect among the 9 major sects. Moreover, the location was set in a royal city of the Great Shang dynasty, Zhuanwang city. When this news spread, it was unknown how much of a storm would be caused. They were also curious about what happened to the sect master, and how he actually issued such an absurd order. However, since this matter was ordered by the sect master himself, they could only strictly supervise and facilitate it. At this time, Qin Wentian had no idea that a violent storm would appear in Zhuanwang city because of him. When the news spread to Zhuanwang city, no one would think that the source of everything was the young man in white who practiced in the Xianshan mountains. At this moment, Qin Wentian was madly absorbing the star energy. The Yuan Fu wheel meridians in his body roared, the Wuming Xiangang was humming, and the overwhelming power burst out from him. which was extremely violent. Obviously, he was on the verge of breaking through. This scene lasted for a full half day, and finally a click sound was heard, and the bones and veins in Qin Wentian's body moved, the Yuanfu was spinning wildly, and the Wuming Xiangang was more brilliant. His realm entered the 4th level of Xiangang. The young man in white opened his eyes, with a satisfied smile on his lips. The stunning woman guarding on the snowy peak also seemed to have a ray of light in her beautiful eyes. In the distance, where Qin Wentian could not see, the old man stood up, his face glowing red, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Asshole, you think you can escape from the palm of my hand? Let's see how big a storm you can make." The old man smiled heartily, but then his expression changed slightly and said, "Oops, it seems that I have delayed too long." After that, his body left in an instant like a gust of wind, and swept away the people behind him, as if he had never appeared here. Chapter 502 The Arrival of the 9 Sects. Qin Wentian certainly didn't know what the old man did. After his cultivation broke through to the 4th level of Xiangang, he obviously felt the changes in his body, which made him stronger. He felt that his body was filled with powerful strength and he wanted to have a big battle. The 6 Xianjiao figures of Zhuanwang City who had surrounded him in the past were at the 5th level of Xiangang. If Qin Wentian faced them again now, he would have absolute confidence in crushing them and even destroying them. Purgatory, I don't know how it's recovering. Qin Wentian's blood roared, and then rolled. Deep in his fingers, a ray of bloodlight suddenly spread out from his body and turned into a huge phantom. This phantom gradually solidified, and it was Purgatory Suzaku. Purgatory almost died in that battle to protect him in the past, and was dying. Qin Wentian happened to sense the changes in his blood, so he swallowed Purgatory into his blood to cultivate. Now, although Purgatory has been able to gather into shape, it still has a sense of weakness and has not fully recovered. When it saw Qin Wentian, it immediately let out several long chirps, with excitement dancing in its eyes. Qin Wentian was safe and sound, and his aura was even stronger. Buzz! The little bastard's body instantly jumped onto Purgatory's body, and then stretched out his little claws, rubbed its head, and said in a baby voice, "Little guy?" Purgatory's flapping wings froze there, his body motionless, as if the hair on his forehead stood up, his eyes kept turning, as if he was stunned by the little bastard's words "little guy." Qin Wentian couldn't help laughing when he heard the little bastard's voice. The little bastard's voice was so babyish, and he even stroked Purgatory's head and called him little guy, which was completely imitating what he did to the little bastard. "Purgatory, take a good rest and ignore the little bastard," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Purgatory let out 2 long calls and nodded slightly. Suddenly, blood flowed back into Qin Wentian's body. The little bastard floated in the void, baring its teeth and claws at Qin Wentian, looking at Qin Wentian with disdain and said, "Don't call me, little bastard. Come and talk to me when you can speak more fluently." Qin Wentian laughed, then walked forward and grabbed the little bastard into his arms. His figure flashed and he walked towards the void. After a moment, he landed in front of Kinger and said, "Kinger, I'm going to Zhuanwang City. You should stay out of the public eye as before." Kinger's beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian smiled again. "Don't worry, I will be careful. Don't forget that I can change my face. Although they tracked me last time, they must have tracked the breath I left behind. Now, the breath has long dissipated, and I have changed my identity. Who knows that I am Qin Wentian? Besides, even if I really encounter danger, I will escape immediately." Kinger looked at Qin Wentian's eyes, and then nodded gently. "And this little bastard, you help me take care of it first." Qin Wentian patted the little guy's head and said, "Turn into a puppy quickly." The little guy looked up at Qin Wentian, showing a wronged look, and then his body changed, really like a puppy, and then jumped into Kinger's arms. Kinger's hand moved slightly, but then she still gently hugged the little guy, and the little guy cooperated and went into her arms, causing Qin Wentian to glare at it. "Lecherous guy, you got it for free," Qin Wentian said with a smile, causing Kinger's eyes to look at him motionlessly. "I'm just saying it casually, Kinger, just pretend you didn't hear it." Qin Wentian smiled awkwardly, then his body trembled, and he flew away. The Xiantian Mountains are vast and mysterious. Qin Wentian walked for 3 days before he walked out of the Xiantian Mountains and came to Zhuanwang City, looking at the Xiantian Mountains in front of him. Now it has been a few months since the Xiantian Treasure Hunting Conference, and the Xiantian Treasure Hunting Conference has naturally ended. Now, There are only scattered people on the peaks of the Xiantian Mountains, which are very rare. Many of them are people who come to practice or want to explore the depths of the Xiantian Mountains. Qin Wentian has changed his face now, but he is still young. He is wearing a black dress, and his whole body exudes a cold temperament, which gives people a sense of inaccessibility. It is completely different from his previous temperament. Now if he meets people from major forces again, the other party will definitely not recognize him. At this time, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he looked in a certain direction. He saw a woman on a mountain peak looking towards the depths of the Xiantian Mountains, as if waiting for something. What surprised Qin Wentian was that he knew this woman. Jizu, whom he had met in the past, was a very nice person. After he seized the celestial fruit, she not only did not repay his kindness with enmity like Ziyu, but also wanted to help him. Unfortunately, she was not strong enough, and if she helped, she would only die. Qin Wentian would not blame Sulan and Jizu for not helping him. He was not a mean person. Under the circumstances at that time, taking action would be a suicidal act and would have no effect at all. If it were him, he would not take action either. After all, although he had saved the other party, he had not yet reached the kind of life and death friendship. Although Sulan looked cold, he was not a bad person. Jizu was more enthusiastic and gentle. Although she was not as beautiful as Shuangyu, Qin Wentian felt more comfortable looking at Jizu than Shuangyu. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and after a moment, he came to Jizu not far away. Jizu looked back at him and asked, "Your Excellency, you came from the depths of the Xiantian Mountains?" "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded slightly. In the past, a great war took place in the Xiantian Mountains. Many powerful forces in Xuanwang City surrounded a young man. "Did you know about this?" Seeing Qin Wentian nod, Jizu couldn't help but continue to ask. "Yes," Qin Wentian replied. "Then you know the outcome of this battle in the depths of the Xiantian Mountains. It is rumored that the strong men from various forces returned in defeat. However, the young man's cultivation is only the 3rd level of Xiangang. How can he compete with him? Is he still alive now?" Jizu stared at Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian's heart move slightly. So Jizu was here, waiting for his news? Qin Wentian turned his head, looked directly at Jizu, and asked, "I happened to witness that battle with my own eyes, so I naturally know the outcome. But, what is the relationship between that man and you, and why are you asking about the outcome of the battle?" "I'm not too interested in the outcome of the battle. I just want to know if the young man in white is still alive." When Jizu heard Qin Wentian say that he knew, her voice suddenly became a little excited. "This man is my good friend and saved my life. So I really want to know his safety. Please let me know. You are here looking at the Xiantian Mountains, just to wait for him to come back." There was a strange light flashing in Qin Wentian's eyes. He didn't expect that Jizu would care so much about his life and death. Jizu shook her head and said, "I only come here once a day to wait for 2 hours to see if I can get any news, so that I can feel at ease. He is still alive." Qin Wentian spoke coldly, causing Jizu's eyes to flash with a gleam of light. Then she bowed slightly to Qin Wentian and said, "Thank you very much, sir. May I know your surname?" "Qin." Qin Wentian's voice made Jizu's eyes fixed there. The surname Qin, how could they be so similar? But the temperaments of the two were completely different. Seeing Jizu's expression, Qin Wentian felt relieved. Even if he said his surname was Qin, Jizu would not dare to think about it, so naturally no one would recognize him. It's a pity. If he was still alive, now, the 9 major sects have come to Xuanwang City at the same time to recruit disciples. This kind of thing is unprecedented in Xuanwang City. If he showed up later, he would be able to catch up with this event. With his talent, he would surely be able to pass the Qinghe Mountain intersect assessment and become a real Qinghe Mountain disciple. Why would he be afraid of the powerful forces of Xuanwang City? Jizu murmured to a low voice, but Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly, and he asked, "The 9 major sects you mentioned, are they the 9 sects under the Huangji Holy Sect including Qinghe Mountain?" "Yes, they have come to Xuanwang City." Jizu looked at Qin Wentian, smiled slightly and said, "If Brother Qin is interested, you can give it a try. Such a grand occasion is the first time in Xuanwang City. So, the geniuses and talents of the major forces in Xuanwang City will go to give it a try." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Of course, it is rumored that this matter was originally initiated by the Zhanjian sect. The Jiutian sect has been passed down for tens of thousands of years and has never recruited disciples outside the sect. Although this sect has relatively few people, there is a saying in the royal saint domain that stepping into the Jiutian sect is equivalent to stepping into the royal saint sect. This time, no one knows why this Jiutian sect came to Zhuanwang City. And I heard that since this order was issued by this Jiutian sect, they sent strong men to the Great Shang dynasty within one day. This speed is simply shocking. In addition, people from various major sects thought that this Jiutian sect had some major actions, and immediately followed. Later, they also wanted to recruit disciples in Zhuanwang City, and they were about to confront this Jiutian sect. In just a few days, Zhuanwang City was full of winds and clouds, and strong men from all over the Great Shang rushed here. I have to say that this matter is strange, Jizhu said in a low voice. She naturally couldn't figure it out, and the secrets between these major forces would probably not be made public. She probably couldn't imagine that the source of this matter was the person in front of her, and he was the one she was paying attention to. Thank you. Qin Wentian would not recognize Jizhu. What he wanted to do was extremely dangerous for himself, so of course he would not implicate others. He flashed and flew away, and soon stepped into Zhuanwang City. After entering Zhuanwang City, the news Qin Wentian heard the most was about the arrival of the 9 major sects. The 9 major sects were forces of the same level as the Great Shang dynasty. It is conceivable how powerful and terrifying they were. For this matter, the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty came to Zhuanwang City in person and are now in the palace. These days, whether Qin Wentian was in a restaurant, in an inn, or on the road, the topic everyone talked about was almost all the 9 major sects. It is conceivable how strong a response this matter caused in Zhuanwang City, and now the 9 major sects are ready to recruit disciples in the central area of Zhuanwang City. As for the 9 major sects, the one Qin Wentian heard the most about was the Sword Sect. This Jiutian sect seems to be extremely legendary. It was founded by an extremely powerful swordsman in the past. This swordsman was a legendary figure like a sword immortal. When he was young, he flew around the world with a sword, doing justice, being unrestrained, and free and easy. After the founding of this Jiutian sect, the sect's philosophy was free, unrestrained, and frivolous. Moreover, it did not accept people with good talents. In fact, many people with excellent talents wanted to join the Jiutian sect but were rejected. Therefore, the Jiutian sect can be said to be the most difficult sect to enter. For this reason, the Jiutian sect has the fewest people among the 9 major sects and the weakest overall strength, and has been criticized by others for this. But the Jiutian sect has always been its own way and never changed its philosophy. The disciples of the sect have the greatest freedom, and no one cares if they want to leave the sect. But surprisingly, the disciples of this Jiutian sect are very united when they are outside, and they have very good relationships. Although the overall strength is the weakest among the 9 sects because they have too few people, if it comes to individual strength, no sect dares to say that it is better than this Jiutian sect. Entering the Jiutian sect is equivalent to entering the Huangji Shengzhuang. In fact, because the people of the Jiutian sect are so individual, many Jiutian sect disciples do not even enter the Huangji Shengzhuang. P.S. At midnight, the God-King breaks through 500 chapters, and the 4th update is delivered first. Thank you all. In addition, several friends of Chuangshi have organized a prize-winning quiz activity in the book review area, with rich rewards. You can go and have a look. A new day, continue to ask for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 503, Purple Thunder Sword Drum Formation. The Bingfu is a force in Zhuanwang City. It is very famous because the people in the Bingfu are good at making magic weapons and passing them down from generation to generation. The old man in the Bingfu can even make a 5th level magic weapon, but now he is old and his cultivation has not been able to break through the shackles of Xianggang and enter the Xiangxiang realm. Therefore, he is a little overwhelmed to make magic weapons. The affairs of the Bingfu are handed over to the younger generation, but many of his younger generations have inherited his mantle. Although they cannot make a 5th level magic weapon, they can still make a 4th level magic weapon. Today, several people came to the Bingfu early in the morning to make magic weapons, but the Bingfu has become accustomed to this. Now that the 9 major sects have descended on Zhuanwang City, many powerful people in Zhuanwang City are eager to try, and they are willing to spend a lot of money to make magic weapons in order to better pass the test of the 9 major sects. Among these people, There is a young man in black, Qin Wentian. He may often hide his identity in the future. He wants to refine other magic weapons so that they can be used to deceive people. What kind of magic weapon do you want to refine? A deacon asked in front of Qin Wentian. A 4th level top grade spear, a 4th level top grade battle axe, and 2 identical ordinary items for me. Can you refine them? Qin Wentian asked. The deacon's eyes flashed with a strange light, looking at Qin Wentian. This guy was so arrogant, he actually wanted to refine a 4th level top grade magic weapon. No. Qin Wentian saw the deacon silent, raised his cold eyebrows, and gave people an invisible pressure. Practicing and fighting depends on your own combat power. The 4th level middle grade magic weapon is enough for you to play. I think you should be for the 9 major sects. The 4th level top grade magic weapon has exceeded the scope of your cultivation. It belongs to the use of external forces. The people of the 9 major sects will also see it. On the stairs behind a deacon, a beautiful woman with excellent skin stood there. The woman was born soft, but dressed smartly and heroically. Thanks for the reminder. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. The woman was a little depressed when she saw that Qin Wentian didn't care about her words, but this person looked extraordinary. His cold temperament gave people a sharp feeling. Even if he just stood there, he gave her a faint sense of oppression. You know, her cultivation is not weak at all. She is also ready to try to pass the assessment of the 9 major sects. What about you? The woman looked at the requests of the people next to Qin Wentian. The magic weapons they wanted to refine were basically 4th level middle grade magic weapons, which were more in line with their strength. In this way, people would not say that they were relying on the power of magic weapons. The woman agreed to them one by one and then left. Yunro of the military mansion is getting more and more beautiful, and she is also talented. Seeing the woman leave, a man in yellow said with a smile. Why, Brother Wang is interested in Yunro. The other man was wearing a simple white robe, with his hair tied up, looking very capable, and his eyes were extremely bright. Everyone loves beauty, so what's so strange about that? The yellow-shirted man smiled casually, not caring at all, but heard the white-robed man sarcastically say, I'm afraid Yunro doesn't like you. Humph. The yellow-shirted young man snorted coldly, then looked at Qin Wentian and asked casually, are you also going to participate in the assessment of the 9 major sects? This is, with the power of the magic weapon, I'm afraid the 9 major sects will like you. Don't bother with it, sir. Qin Wentian said lightly, making the white-robed man beside him smile and say, Brother Wang, others don't appreciate it, you should take care of yourself. He. The yellow-shirted young man laughed coldly. Not long after, Yunro brought the magic weapon with the military mansion steward. The price of the military mansion refining the magic weapon was marked outside the door, so there was no need to say more. Qin Wentian saw what Yunro handed to him, 2 identical axes and 2 identical spears. Of course, the so-called same is only the appearance, but its aura is completely different. Please keep it. Qin Wentian handed over a divine patterned ring. Yunro took it, then her consciousness invaded into it and took a look, then nodded slightly. My name is Yunro. If you are going to participate in the assessment of the 9 major sects, you might as well go together. Qin Wentian glanced at Yunro, then shook his head slightly and said, Qin likes to be alone, goodbye. After that, Qin Wentian turned and walked out of the military mansion. Yunro was stunned for a moment, then a strange look flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she became more and more curious about this cold young man. Her figure flashed, and she actually followed him. The 2 young men next to her were even more depressed. They wanted to make friends, but Yunro didn't like them very much. Instead, the cold guy attracted Yunro's attention. The central area of Zhuanwang City is where the 9 major sects have come. A vast open space has been built into a magnificent martial arts arena that can easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. A stepped stand has been built around the martial arts arena, with many locations. These are all built specifically for the 9 major sects to recruit disciples this time. There are countless people around this place. If you stand on the martial arts arena and look down, you can see a sea of people. 9 flags represent the 9 major sects. There are 9 flags in the 9 directions of the martial arts arena, and there are patterns on each flag. The flag with the green mountain pattern is the symbol of King Hu Mountain. The giant axe pattern symbolizes Jiutian Mansion. The earth pattern symbolizes the Earth Gate. The lightning pattern symbolizes the Purple Thunder Sect. The demon dragon pattern symbolizes the Dragon Castle. The giant scorpion pattern symbolizes the Poison Valley. The magic halberd pattern symbolizes the Blood Demon Palace. The beauty pattern symbolizes the Forgotten Immortal Tower. The sword pattern symbolizes the Sword Sect. The 9 major sects all have strong people coming in person. Not only that, the one in front of the martial arts field does not belong to any of the 9 major sects, but to the royal family of the Great Shang Dynasty. The royal family of the Great Shang Dynasty came in person. The people in the royal family of the Great Shang Dynasty did not know why the people from the 9 major sects would set the location for recruiting disciples in Zhuanwang City instead of the imperial city of the dynasty. Moreover, it is said that the 9 major sects were all initiated by the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect, which has never recruited disciples outside since its establishment, did not know why it came to Zhuanwang City. The people from the Great Shang Dynasty and the 9 sects came one after another, sat on the high platform, looked around, and looked at the powerful figures. The endless crowd below was full of expectations. This opportunity was very rare. The 9 sects were super powerful forces at the same level as the Great Shang Dynasty. How honorable it would be to become a disciple of one of them. This time, the 9 major sects are recruiting disciples. Only real disciples are accepted. The cultivation level must be below the 6th level of Xiangang, including the 6th level of Xiangang. After walking through the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation, you can stand in the martial arts arena to see if there is any sect willing to accept you. If the sects still need to observe, you should perform well in the martial arts arena until a sect is willing to accept you. At this time, a person from the royal family of the Great Shang Dynasty stood up and said, "In addition, the royal family of my Great Shang Dynasty is also willing to accept outstanding people today. You should cherish this opportunity." After saying this, he sat down. The people of the 9 major sects were very quiet. They seemed very casual, but their eyes were fixed on the vast crowd. At this moment, everyone was already boiling. The 9 major sects and the Great Shang Dynasty recruited disciples at the same time. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation. The crowd looked towards the road leading to the crowd at the martial arts arena. There was a slope several dozen meters long and more than 10 meters wide, with huge drums standing upright on it. Next to each huge drum, there was a sharp ancient sword inserted. In the air, there was also a thunder bead suspended there, shining on the huge drums and ancient swords below. The slope seemed to be alive, with waves of drums, whistling swords, and flashing thunder, which made people feel frightened. The 9 major sects did not say how long they would recruit people this time, and they would probably recruit until they were satisfied. After passing the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation, they would be qualified to be selected by the 9 major sects. Next, on the martial arts arena, there would probably be many genius-level figures gathered. In order to attract the attention of the 9 major sects, these geniuses might start a battle. Let me try. At this time, a man walked out. He was wearing a green robe, his eyebrows were like swords, and he had a sharp aura. He walked towards the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation. The moment he stepped onto the slope formation, Wu Mingdian Gang burst out, and the sharp sword stabbed forward. At the same time, the sword curtain protected his body, and he walked forward. The sword formation suddenly boiled up, and the thunder beads in the void flashed with terrifying light. The purple thunder roared and fell on the giant drum. In an instant, the drum sound shook the sky, and the pressure swept everything. At the same time, the sword energy also swept on the drum. A chaotic killing force was erupting crazily. Because the man rushed too fast, he stopped in the middle of the formation, but he was in a dilemma. Get out! With a roar, his Wu Mingdian gang blasted towards the giant drums on both sides. Bang! Bang! The terrifying sound lingered between heaven and earth, directly shaking him to spit out blood. Then his attack fell on the giant drum, but it was met with a more terrible rebound force. Puff! A sword light tore through his body. Soon, the sound of drum shook, and thousands of sword lights burst out at the same time, tearing the man's body into pieces. Such a scene deeply shocked everyone. What a terrible formation! The 9 major sects and the royal family of the Great Shang Dynasty were not so easy to step into. A powerful existence was directly torn into pieces. Qin Wentian, dressed in black, stood in a certain position and watched quietly. He looked at the people of the 9 major sects. The people of each sect were as their names suggested. The people of Qinghe Mountain seemed to have a bit of ethereal temperament. The people of his Hanshan Mansion exuded the sharp spirit of the creation of the world. There were only a few people from the Jiutian sect sitting there, which seemed very empty. They gave people the feeling of being casual, but this casualness seemed to contain a sharp edge. Afterwards, Qin Wentian looked in the direction of the Great Shang dynasty. The arrival of the royal family, the strong men of the palace naturally welcomed them, so the strong men of the palace were also in the stands, including Shang Qi and Shang Yu. In addition, there were representatives of the major forces in Zhuanwang City, and representatives of the Yin family, the Jinan family, the Fenping family and other forces all appeared there. Is Yinting going to try? At this time, a strong man in the palace looked at the young man who was walking towards the purple thunder sword drum formation. It was Yinting, the pride of the Yin family. The strong man of the Yin family smiled when he heard this and said, "I hope some faction will be interested in this kid." He was quite confident that Yinting would pass the purple thunder sword drum formation. This entry level would definitely not stop Yinting. P.S. The 5th update is here. Thanks to Kidian Liuli Ginger and the Hypocrite for becoming the leader of the God-King Alliance. Thank you for your support. Chapter 504, Coming to Kill. Qin Wentian stood in the crowd, not conspicuous. When he saw Yinting appear, a ray of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The 6 great geniuses surrounded him and almost killed the little bastard in purgatory. If it weren't for the 2 partners who swore to protect him, he would have fallen. Now, Purgatory is still seriously injured and has not been repaired. He can only survive in his blood. Since Yinting appeared today, it would be the day of his death. Beside Qin Wentian, Yunro stood there. She chased out of the military mansion and caught up with Qin Wentian. She was very curious about this man in black, but when she came here, she was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. The 9 major sects and the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty came one after another. This scene was so shocking. Now, Yinting, the genius of the Yin family, wanted to seize a chance to become a disciple of the 9 major sects or join the royal family of the Great Shang imperial city. Yinting is very powerful. He is a prodigy of the Yin family. I wonder if he can be valued by the 9 major sects. Yunro was quite shocked when she saw a strong man fall in the purple thunder sword drum formation. She didn't expect that even obtaining the qualification to enter would be dangerous. It turned out that the 9 major sects were not so easy to enter. Yinting had already stepped into the purple thunder sword drum formation. He was bathed in thunder and lightning, and had the power of the earth. Every step he took was as steady as a mountain. But as he walked up, the purple thunder roared, the sword energy roared, and the drum sound cut people's heart veins, causing him to walk and stop, and his steps were extremely slow. When he reached the middle, he spit out a mouthful of blood. But Yinting's expression was full of thunder. The purple thunder protected his body, as if it was intertwined with the thunder in the formation. He still stepped steadily, and the storm suddenly became more violent. On the way, he spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood in succession. Finally, his figure took a fierce step and walked out of the purple thunder sword drum formation and stepped onto the central martial arts field. His breath was slightly fluctuating. However, it was still dazzling, attracting everyone's attention and attracting people to worship. But the 9 major sects and the people of the various dynasties said nothing, as if they had not seen anything. The great power and genius of Zhuanwang City, if placed in the entire Great Shang dynasty, can only be regarded as a genius. There are still many such geniuses in the vast Great Shang. The 9 major sects will naturally not look at him easily, and it depends on his subsequent performance. Although Yinting stepped through the formation, he vomited blood several times and suffered a lot of injuries. Looking at Yinting, everyone thought in their hearts, weighing whether they could step through the purple thunder sword drum formation. Yunro frowned, then shook her head gently, and sighed, "It seems that I have no hope. I can't walk through this formation." The 2 people beside Yunro also followed by the side. Hearing this, they also showed a sense of loss. They were also extraordinary people on weekdays, but facing this formation, they felt powerless to conquer it. After Yinting, people stepped into the purple thunder sword drum formation one after another. Some failed, even fell, and some succeeded. Qin Wentian never moved. He just secretly observed. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Many people had passed through the purple thunder sword drum formation. Among them, there were some talented people who were not from Zhuanwang City. They came from Dashan Imperial City, the other 6 royal cities among the 7 royal cities, or other regions. Now, they all gathered here. Yinting, Jinyan, Jian Jingshan, Feng Yun and Ziyu had already stepped onto the huge martial arts arena. Of the 6 great geniuses, only Shangqi was left, who had not yet gone up. The major forces they belonged to all smiled, with a strong sense of expectation in their hearts. If they were selected by the 9 major sects, they would have the opportunity to rise to prominence. With this as a springboard, they could also step into the Huangji Holy Sect in the future. Although there were already many strong people on the martial arts arena, they did not compete with each other, but were waiting. As for their realm, most of them were at the 5th and 6th levels of Xiangang. There were also people at the 4th level of Xiangang and below, but they were very few. Seeing this situation, they knew that even if they went on the martial arts arena, the ending would probably not be too good. The leader of the sword sect this time is Lin Shui. The master sent a message to find the young man in white in the video with great momentum, but no other extra information was left. Zhuanwang City is so big, and it is unknown whether the young man in white has left the Xianshan Mountains. It is not easy to find a person. I hope to recruit disciples and lure him out. The 9 major sects gathered together, and the momentum should be huge enough. If this person is really the person the master is looking for, he must be extraordinary. How could he miss the opportunity of the 9 major sects coming? Although Lin Shui has not seen the young man in white until now, he is not in a hurry. He has plenty of time and can wait slowly. If the young man in white does not show up, he will wait here for 3 months. Presumably, if the sword sect does not leave, the other 9 major sects will not leave. At this moment, Lin Shui was also quite curious about the young man in white. His master had a strange personality and was an extremely paranoid old man who did things as he pleased. Now he heard that he was traveling around and wanted to visit the sword sect just to tell the young man in white about something. Naturally, he wanted to see what kind of person the young man in white was. If he knew that this was just a prank by his master on the road, I wonder what he would think. It was indeed an accident that the old man met Qin Wentian that day. Qin Wentian and Kinger also had their own personalities, which attracted his attention for a while, so there was this big farce. In the martial arts arena, Su Lan and Jizu appeared there. They were all outer disciples of King Hu Mountain. Naturally, they came only for King Hu Mountain this time. Su Lan walked up to the strong men of King Hu Mountain and said, "Junior Su Lan is an outer disciple of King Hu Mountain. I want to join the King Hu Mountain sect. I beg the seniors to grant me the opportunity to take the test. Since you want to take the test directly, I will also fulfill your wish." A man from King Hu Mountain looked at Su Lan and nodded. This boy was also an extraordinary person. He waved his palm, and suddenly a green mountain floated in front of the King Hu Mountain strong stand. With a loud bang, the mountain fell directly on the martial arts field. This mountain is Qingshan. If you can lift Qingshan 3 feet, I will directly recognize you and accept you into King Hu Mountain sect. The strong man from King Hu Mountain said. Su Lan looked serious and walked forward to the front of the green mountain. He hugged his hands, but he couldn't hold an ancient mountain. He could only grab the mountain wall and lift it up with great force. The green mountain did not move at all and could not be shaken at all. If I can lift Qingshan, can I have the opportunity to join King Hu Mountain sect? Another strong man asked. If we approve, then it's fine. The strong man of King Hu Mountain smiled, and Ziyu's figure flashed over, and 9 arms appeared at the same time, extending continuously, surrounding Qingshan. He exerted force suddenly, and a rumbling sound came out. Qingshan trembled and actually rose from the ground, but it was only a moment. With a loud bang, Ziyu was powerless and Qingshan fell. This mountain is too heavy. Ziyu shook his head and sighed. This Qingshan seemed to have a mysterious power. When he was strong, Qingshan would sink. It's not the mountain that sinks, it's the people. A voice came, making Ziyu frown slightly. He turned his eyes and saw a figure coming, with both palms falling on Qingshan. He closed his eyes and felt quietly. After an incense stick, his hands moved. At this moment, Qingshan rose up and fell 3 feet off the ground. Seeing this scene, countless people focused their eyes on this person. This will be the first person to step into the 9 major sects. Yes, are you interested in becoming a disciple of King Hu Mountain? I'd love to have that opportunity. The man bowed and said, making everyone in King Hu Mountain smile. Since they had come to Zhuanwang City, they naturally had to gain something from this trip. At this time, Yin Ting walked towards the Purple Thunder sect of the 9 sects. He saw a strong man on the Purple Thunder sect stand who looked a bit like Yin Ting. Junior Yinting, I hope to take this opportunity to become a disciple of the Purple Thunder sect. Yinting bowed and said. A strong man from the Purple Thunder sect looked at the man who looked like Yinting and asked, "Is this person your nephew?" "Yes." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, and said to Yinting, "Take advantage of this opportunity." "Yes, uncle." Yinting nodded, and the Purple Thunder sect strongman pressed down. In an instant, a thunder and lightning space appeared in front of him. In this space, there stood an illusory figure, bathed in purple thunder. You have 7 steps to take when you enter this puppet formation. At each step, the puppet will send out a palm. If you can complete 7 steps, you will pass. You are not allowed to resist. Yinting nodded seriously, and then stepped into the thunder space. Sure enough, at the first step, the puppet blasted out a thunder palm print, and Yinting held it with his body. In the second step, the power of thunder was raging and even more violent. In the third step, the thunder roared. In the fourth step, the thunder was like a raging sea. In the fifth step, the thunder was like a ferocious beast. Yinting's body flew out directly and could not pass. Not bad, do well. The Purple Thunder sect strongman said. Even if Yinting's uncle was in the Purple Thunder sect, he would still not be accommodating. Junior Zhu Fei wants to become a disciple of Zhan Xianfu. Junior Fengyan wants to become a disciple of Xinlongbao. Junior. In the martial arts arena, strong men from all sides took the initiative to join the sects they yearned for. For a time, all 9 sects took out their assessment methods, but the probability of passing was extremely low. Shangqi, go and try. On the stands of the great Shang dynasty, a strong man from the palace spoke to Shangqi. Shangqi nodded, then first stepped over the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation, and then he walked to the front of the Sword sect and said, Junior Shangqi wants to see the assessment of the Sword sect. Lin Shui looked at Shangqi. This person did not say that he wanted to become a disciple of the Sword sect, but that he wanted to see it. In this case, let him see it. Lin Shui waved his palm, and suddenly from the sky, there were sword beams suspended in the air, turning into 9 rows, spanning the void. This sword can kill the body and the heart. If you don't have a strong will, you will die if you enter. Lin Shui said calmly. Shangqi looked up and looked at the 9 rows of sword beams in front of him. It seemed that each row of sword beams gathered into a sharp sword. He took a step and stepped in front of the sword. He actually wanted to retreat. If you don't have a strong will, you will die if you enter. When Shangqi stepped onto the martial arts arena, the 6 great geniuses of the day all appeared on the martial arts arena. Qin Wentian walked out and walked towards the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation. Yunro saw Qin Wentian walking over there and shouted, "The Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation is dangerous. Only geniuses can enter. Why take the risk?" "Thank you for the reminder." Qin Wentian still responded calmly. He was wearing black clothes and had a cold temperament. Behind him, he carried 2 ordinary weapons, an axe and a spear. The other 2 divine weapons were in the divine patterned ring. He came here not for the 9 major sects, but to kill people. Chapter 505, A Shot in the Throat. More and more people came to the martial arts arena, and many strong men began to challenge others in the hope of showing their strong fighting power and gaining recognition from the 9 major sects. After all, the difficulty of the test was too great, and very few people passed. It can be imagined how strict the 9 major sects were in recruiting people. Shangqi, after he took a step, felt the pressure of the 9 rows of swords from the sword sect, and finally gave up. Shangqi, a genius from the Wangfu of Zhuanwang City, was actually afraid of the sword sect's test. He came here forcefully to test it, but was scared away by a word from the strong man of the sword sect. This sword not only kills the body, but also the heart. If you don't have a strong will, you will die if you enter. Shangqi, he didn't dare to try the road that would lead to death. The martial arts arena was filled with geniuses. Some people passed and some failed in the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation. Qin Wentian, dressed in black, walked to the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation, then strolled out and stepped directly into the formation. The moment his footsteps landed, there was a drum sound like muffled thunder, followed by purple lightning strikes. Qin Wentian let the purple lightning strike him, still walking slowly, with light steps, as if there was an invisible wave spreading out, sensing everything in the formation. Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation, so that's it. Qin Wentian's state of mind was extremely perceptive, and now he knew every pulse like the back of his hand. He soon figured out the secret of the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation. The stronger your resistance when an attack falls on you, the more this resistance will vibrate a thunder drum, causing the thunder drum to emit sound waves to attack. At the same time, the row of thunder drums sounded together, causing the lightning and sword energy in the formation to rage. This formation is quite clever. Qin Wentian stepped up the slope step by step, as if walking on flat ground. Any attack that entered his body and wandered around him, he just mobilized the power of his will on his body. The will of power and the will of the demon were like double armor. In just a short moment, he walked out of the purple thunder sword drum formation. This scene made the people around the formation flash a strange light. They saw many people stepping into the formation, and there were many successful ones. Many of those successful people stepped into it in an extremely powerful and domineering way, breaking through force with force, being domineering and powerful, with a mighty and majestic aura, but they had never seen anyone who passed the formation as easily as Qin Wentian. This young man in black, with a cold temperament, gave people an elusive feeling, as if he could not be seen through. He walked onto the martial arts field step by step, stood at the edge of the martial arts field, looked around, and was not in a hurry to try to see if he could pass the assessment of the 9 major sects. At this time, Ziyu stood in the crowd, looking around the assessment of the 9 major sects, secretly guessing its difficulty. The difficulty of the assessment is very high for any sect. After Shangqi gave up the assessment of the sword sect, a man went to try, but he fell in the 9 rows of sword power. He was killed after walking through 3 rows of sword power, and his body was completely gone. That man was able to pass the purple thunder sword drum formation, and his strength was obviously not weak, but he was killed before he only broke through the 3rd row of swords, which also made the assessment of the sword sect more deterrent. Ziyu, of course he would not choose the assessment of the sword sect. As for King Hu Mountain, he had already failed. Ziyu, why don't you go to the earth sect to try? You are good at the willpower of the earth martial arts, isn't it just right? At this time, a voice came to Ziyu's ears. It was the elders of the Luohao sect who sent him a message. Although Ziyu was from the Luohao sect, the Luohao sect obviously hoped that he could have a better future. For a true genius, the sect will not restrict your development. When you reach a certain level, you will go out sooner or later. As long as you can remember the sect, it is enough. Ziyu glanced at the direction of Luohao Gate, nodded to a middle-aged man, and then walked out and headed towards the direction of the Earth Gate. At this time, Jin Yan's footsteps also headed towards the direction of the Earth Gate. Although he was best at fire, he also understood the will of the Earth's martial arts. At the beginning, he competed with Yinting and Ziyu for the celestial fruit that contained the will of the Earth's martial arts, but Qin Wentian got there first. Later, they didn't get a single celestial fruit. Yinting's ambition was not to go to the Earth Gate, but to the Purple Thunder sect. After all, he had elders who practiced in the Purple Thunder sect. If he could also step into it, they would definitely take care of him, so he didn't come to the direction of the Earth Gate. The test of the Earth Gate was a 3-meter-tall earth puppet, with a yellowish earth color, standing there like a giant of the earth. The strong man of the Earth Gate said that if you can destroy the earth puppet directly with one blow, you will pass, no matter how good your cultivation is. It is rumored that this puppet is the guardian of the earth. It becomes stronger when it encounters a stronger opponent. It is a puppet used by the Earth sect to temper the fighting power of the disciples and to guard the sect. To destroy it, it is not enough to just use brute force. Jin Yan and Ziyu walked forward and stared at each other. Brother Z, please go first. Jin Yan said politely. Okay. Ziyu nodded, and 9 arms appeared. A wisp of pulsation came out. He stepped forward, and the ground seemed to tremble with every step he took. Break. Ziyu roared, and 9 arms blasted towards the same part. The fist was powerful, and with a loud bang, layers of waves shook in. The earth puppet continued to shake, and part of its body collapsed and turned into yellow oil and fell to the ground, but it was only a moment. The puppet's eyes flashed, and the yellow oil on the ground returned to its body, without any change from before. My punch contains 81 fist powers, all of which hit the puppet's body, but it didn't break completely. Ziyu's expression sank, and then he gave way to Jin Yan. Jin Yan's expression was solemn, and his golden flame blood burst out. His whole body was bathed in flames, and his hands held a golden flame lotus that was compressed to the extreme, which was extremely brilliant. Jin Yan's figure trembled, and the golden lotus was directly imprinted into the body of the earth puppet, penetrating through it, and then a monstrous flame power burst out from the body of the earth puppet. The 3-meter-tall earth puppet was bathed in flames, but under this flame, it stood there, motionless, causing Qin Yan's expression to change continuously. Brother Qin Yan, the assessment of the Earth sect should be related to the will of the Earth martial arts. You naturally cannot succeed with the power of fire. Ziyu's voice was a little proud. After all, he did better than Qin Yan. It seems that you are ready to continue trying. Qin Yan looked back at Ziyu. Ziyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He stared at the earth puppet and said, "Of course. Get out of here." A voice came from behind. Ziyu and Qin Yan turned around suddenly. Then they saw a young man in black standing there, staring at them, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Many people looked over here. Ziyu had done well just now. This young man in black suddenly appeared and told Ziyu and Qin Yan to get out. Ziyu felt a breath of Qin Wentian, the 4th level of Xiangang. He pursed his lips and chuckled, and said coldly, "Take back what you said just now, otherwise, although you have set foot on the martial arts field, you will regret coming here. Get out." Qin Yan looked at Qin Wentian and uttered a cold voice. The confrontation here attracted the attention of many people. Yunro below was even more dazed. This guy, who passed the purple thunder sword drum formation, now went to provoke Ziyu and Qin Yan, the Xianjiao figures of Zhuanwang City. Is he looking for death? Qin Wentian took off the package behind him, untied it, and revealed a spear. He held it in his palm. His eyes swept over the 9 sects on the stands and said loudly, "Just one question, can I kill people on the martial arts stage?" A strong man from the great Shang dynasty smiled and said, "Since we are on the martial arts stage, life and death are determined by fate, and others cannot interfere." The strong men from Luo Hao sect and Jiutian family all had cold eyes and swept towards Qin Wentian. Just one question, can he kill people? Could it be that he wants to kill Ziyu and Qin Yan? Even if he is powerful and talented, can he kill the Xianjiao figure in their sect who is 1 level higher than the black-clothed youth? Looking for death? A strong man from Jiutian family sneered. Ziyu and Qin Yan also showed an interested look and looked at Qin Wentian from a distance. Of course, you can kill people. A murderous intent flashed in Ziyu's eyes. Qin Wentian threw the black cloth wrapped around the spear on the martial arts stage and walked forward. His steps were very light and there was no sound at all. He stared at Ziyu in front of him. He was calm to the point of being abnormal. He only had a very calm aura. Ziyu's 9 arms contained a yellowish-brown light, and a heavy aura burst out, staring at Qin Wentian who was walking towards him. This guy? Yunro's eyes flashed with a strange luster. Although she didn't know Qin Wentian, she was a little nervous at this moment. She didn't know why. The people below the martial arts stage watched Qin Wentian walk towards Ziyu step by step. Their eyes seemed to be attracted inadvertently and followed Qin Wentian's footsteps forward. Finally, Qin Wentian was getting closer and closer to Ziyu. He raised his foot and took a step down. A rumbling sound of thunder was heard. At this moment, Ziyu felt his heart tremble violently, and an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped him. Qin Wentian continued to raise his foot and took another step down. He seemed calm, but Ziyu felt a sense of difficulty breathing, his heart was beating violently, and he had a strong sense of crisis. Attack! Ziyu's body whistled, and his 9 arms rushed out angrily, and a violent airflow swept out in an instant. At this moment, Qin Wentian fired a gun. This shot was silent, without the whistling wind, without the violent airflow, only fast, instantly piercing through the fist light and stabbing Ziyu's throat. Bang! At this moment, Ziyu only felt dizzy, the sky was dark, and he felt like he was in a hell. Thousands of guns burst out, making his face pale. This was the Dream Demon realm, which directly made him fall. Wu Mingdian Gang burst out, and the airflow on his body frantically protected his body. Puff! A light sound interrupted everything, and Ziyu's mind regained clarity. Looking at the young man in black in front of him, his lips moved, as if he wanted to ask, "Who are you?" "You are the first of the 6 great geniuses." A voice was directly transmitted into Ziyu's eardrums. Ziyu opened his eyes wide and stared at the black-clothed figure in front of him. This voice should belong to another young man, the young man in white who fought fiercely with the 6 great geniuses. The spear was drawn, blood splattered, and the martial arts field suddenly became quiet. The eyes on the stands of all parties were focused here. Ziyu, the genius of Luo Hao sect in Zhuanwang City, was shot in the throat. P.S. I updated 15 chapters in the past 2 days. Many brothers asked to continue. Do you want to die young without a trace? In addition, high-intensity coding will lead to confusion of the plot. The outbreak cannot disrupt the rhythm. Next, I must sort out the plot well and continue to work hard on writing. Don't forget the monthly ticket recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Strong Killing. The martial arts arena and the surrounding space suddenly became extremely quiet. When the 9 major sects came, all the strong men came here. In the martial arts arena, although Ziyu was a genius in Zhuangwang City, he was not the most dazzling one, but his death still attracted everyone's attention. Just because of this shot, it was too amazing. They didn't know what Ziyu had experienced and how he was shot in the throat. They couldn't understand how a powerful existence of the 5th level of the Xiangang realm in Zhuangwang City was directly killed by the throat before he could release his strength. It was scary because they couldn't understand. The spear in the black-clothed young man's hand was just an ordinary weapon, and this ordinary weapon was dripping with blood at this time. The blood was from a genius in Zhuangwang City. Yunro's heart was beating in the crowd. When Qin Wentian stabbed, her nervous heart reached its peak. The moment the tip of the spear entered Ziyu's throat, she even felt suffocated. Even at this moment, she still hadn't calmed down and was still beating. This made her a little curious about the black-clothed youth, so powerful. The 2 people next to her were already dumbfounded. They thought Qin Wentian came with a 4th-grade superior divine weapon to participate in the assessment of the 9 major sects, but Qin Wentian only used the ordinary weapon. On the stands, several figures suddenly stood up, their faces were cold, and there was a terrible murderous aura in their pupils. They were the strong men of Luohao sect. Ziyu was the proud figure of their Luohao sect, and was killed by the black-clothed youth. Only then did they understand the meaning of Qin Wentian's words just now. Just ask one question. Can you kill people on the martial arts stage? The eyes of the 9 major sects and the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty also swept towards Qin Wentian. The black-clothed youth held his spear tightly, and the ordinary spear did not shake at all, as if it was still. His hand was too steady and did not move at all. His eyes, however, were looking at Jin Yan. A ray of his eyes, like a sharp blade, pierced directly into Jin Yan's eyes, making him sober up from the shock. It wasn't just Ziyu who stood in front of Qin Wentian. Jin Yan, was also standing in front of him. Thinking of this, Jin Yan's aura suddenly burst out crazily, with raging flames, blood boiling, and the temperature around him soaring sharply. Buzz! The spear in Qin Wentian's hand stabbed straight out, still silently, but fast enough, so fast that the sound didn't have time to reach the ears of the crowd. This time, those strong men stared at Qin Wentian's shot. There didn't seem to be much abnormality in his shot, or rather, they didn't know how to describe this amazing shot, amazing and beyond judgment. They didn't know what Jin Yan was going through at this moment. At the moment when this seemingly ordinary shot was stabbed, he had already felt the call of the god of death. His mind was in chaos, as if he had fallen into a demon barrier. In a dark and bloody world, there was only a long spear coming towards him to kill him, so that he even lost his judgment of the direction, as if he would die wherever he went. Puff! A light sound came out, and Jin Yan finally felt Ziyu's despair. He understood why Ziyu would wait for death under this shot, without any power to resist. When he faced this shot himself, he realized how terrible this devil's shot was. Who did he offend, and why did he want to kill him? Jin Yan, the second one. A voice entered the eardrum, with a familiar feeling. Then, Jin Yan suddenly remembered a figure in his mind, the white-clothed figure who dared to snatch half of the celestial fruit when there were so many strong people. The 6 great Xianjiao besieged him, but he escaped. Later, he mobilized the strong people of the 6 major forces to chase him, but he was still expelled by his purgatory Suzaku. It's him. A thought flashed through Jin Yan's mind, and then his body lay down, cold, and his consciousness gradually dissipated. Jin Yan. A hoarse roar came from the stands of the martial arts arena. In the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty, a strong man from the Jiutian family stood up, looking at the fallen body with a pale face. Jin Yan, like Ziyu, was shot in the throat. 2 geniuses died in the hands of the same person, under the same gun, without any ability to resist. Now Qin Wentian has all 4 martial arts wills in the realm of transformation. He has practiced the halberd for dozens of days. Every time he strikes the halberd, the will of sleep is integrated into it. Now it is the same with the spearmanship. The second realm of the will of sleep is the realm of transformation. The other party knows that it is fake, but the dream demon's thoughts are too strong, corroding their wills and bringing their willpower directly into the fake dream demon realm. In addition to the spearmanship, although Ziyu and Jinyan are one realm higher than Qin Wentian, how can they not die? In the past, Qin Wentian had to use the power of his bloodline to fight the 6 great prodigies, but now that he has broken through to the 4th level of Xiangang, it is easy for him to kill the 6 great prodigies. This is a crushing force in martial arts will. The crowd around was boiling. 2 great prodigies from the Zhuanwang city were killed in succession. Looking at the bodies lying on the martial arts field, their heartbeats could not calm down. This person has such cruel means, and he is so strong and crazy. Are they worthy of participating in the assessment of the 9 major sects? Qin Wentian still held a spear, slowly turned around, stared at the strong men from all parties on the martial arts field, and said, "This Ziyu and Jinyan seem to have the reputation of being prodigies in Zhuanwang city, but they are so useless. Then the prodigies from the Yin family, Feng Peng family, Jingxiao sword sect and other forces must be the same. It is better for them to get out of here, so as not to embarrass themselves here." Qin Wentian's words offended all the prodigies from the various forces in Zhuanwang city. Feng Yun, the prodigy of the Feng Peng family. Yinting, the prodigy of the Yin family. Jian Jingshan, the prodigy of the Jingxiao sword sect. At this moment, they were all on the martial arts stage. The young man in black was simply lawless. "Your Excellency is too arrogant." Yinting took a few steps forward, with a faint thunderous power on his body. He didn't know about the gunshot that Ziyu and Jinyan had experienced, otherwise he probably wouldn't even stand up to answer. However, he now wants to join the Purple Thunder sect. How can he lose face in front of the Purple Thunder sect? Do you really think that you can be invincible just by your gun skills? Feng Yun snorted coldly. He has unparalleled speed and is the strongest among all the prodigies. Ziyu and Jinyan couldn't avoid that gunshot, but he didn't think that he couldn't either. Jian Jingshan didn't speak, but there was a strong sword intent permeating his body. Jian Jingshan of the Jingxiao sword sect, his sword skills are Jingxiao, as fast as lightning, and he asked himself if he would not be slower than Qin Wentian's gun skills. Qin Wentian sneered, holding a spear, he slowly stepped to the middle of the martial arts arena, walked to the middle, then stopped, and said calmly, "You 3, you can come together." As he finished speaking, a breeze blew across the martial arts arena, ruffling his black clothes. There were many geniuses in the huge martial arts arena, geniuses who were more outstanding than the Zhuanwang city geniuses, and some of them had even passed the assessment of the 9 major sects, but at this time, the black-clothed youth holding a spear became the absolute focus, attracting everyone's attention. Feng Yun, Jian Jingshan, and Yinting, 3 Xiangang realm 5th-level geniuses, were so humiliated in such an occasion, they could not find any reason to be afraid of fighting. The black-clothed youth, whose cultivation was only the 4th level of Xiangang realm, if they did not fight, how could they stay in the martial arts arena, and how could they be qualified to become disciples of the 9 major sects? Even if they were talented and passed the assessment of the 9 major sects, I am afraid that the 9 major sects would not accept them. Don't hesitate, 3 of you should come together, otherwise, you won't even have the chance to attack. Qin Wentian's voice was heard again, and Yinting, Feng Yun and Jian Jingshan all moved. Although 3 against 1 was not a glorious thing, Qin Wentian was too powerful in killing Ziyu and Jinyan. If they were asked to fight Qin Wentian alone to save their reputation, they really didn't dare. Wu Mingdian gang burst out, Jian Jingshan tentatively slashed out with a sword, and the violent sword energy turned into a raging wave, rolling towards Qin Wentian. Yinting also made a move. He soared into the air, overlooking Qin Wentian in the air, and shouted loudly. A terrifying thunder palm print appeared in the void, pressing down from the sky and rushing straight towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky and shot directly. At this moment, he was no longer as silent as before. The whole person was like an unparalleled overlord, with a monstrous momentum. The gun came out, the void cracked, and the thunder palm print exploded. Qin Wentian's body rushed up and killed Yinting. Fast, too fast, Qin Wentian shot out, the thunder palm print shattered, and at the same time avoided Jingshan's sword power. Feng Yun's body also arrived. He moved when Jian Jingshan and Yin Ting attacked. Like a great rock, he pressed down on Qin Wentian. His golden palm was indestructible and smashed directly towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian slapped out his left hand, as if a mountain height smashed over him. However, his body did not stop at all and continued to rise into the sky with a domineering momentum. Yin Ting's earth martial arts will pressed down. Qin Wentian's body was extremely heavy, but it could not stop his determination to kill Yin Ting. Stop him! Jian Jingshan's figure flashed and rushed over quickly. Yin Ting's eyes were like lightning, and the monstrous power of thunder and lightning rushed out from his body, gathering into a huge thunder sword, integrating multiple martial arts will powers, and killing towards the sky below. Qin Wentian's blood was rolling in his body, and the martial arts will of strength and the martial arts will of demons burst out on his right arm at the same time. The long spear was unstoppable and killed. Qin Wentian rushed into the sky against the tide, his spear pointed directly at the sky. He was an unrivaled overlord. This spear, he killed all who stood in his way. Bang! The thunder sword was shattered. No force could stop the determination to kill contained in this spear. A burst of blood suddenly appeared in Yin Ting's mind. The whole world seemed to disappear. The third one. Qin Wentian's voice came into his ears, and then the domineering spear pierced his body, making the people around him feel that their whole bodies were trembling violently. Yin Ting fell. This is the third fallen Xianjiao. Kill. Jian Jingshan saw Yin Ting's demise, and he actually felt a sense of sadness, as if Yin Ting's demise was also his end. A sword shocked the sky, and the void was annihilated under the sword's will. The moment Qin Wentian killed Yin Ting, he swung his spear and swept it out like a stick, smashing on the golden palm print of Feng Yun. His body followed the momentum and soared into the sky like a gust of wind, and directly escaped from the attack of the sword. So fast. Qin Wentian had practiced a pension magical power, like a big rock, and also had demon blood, so of course he was fast. He stood in the void, overlooking the two people below, put away his spear, then stretched out his hand to take off the big axe on his back, and his body flashed, and he went straight to Jian Jingshan. I don't believe it. Jian Jingshan said coldly, and the sword of Wu Ming Xiangang directly cut through the sky, bursting out. Qin Wentian did not dodge, and chopped it down with an axe. The axe cut the sky apart, and the sky and the earth seemed to tremble. When it fell on Wu Ming Xiangang, Jian Jingshan groaned, and Wu Ming Xiangang seemed to be shattered. He only saw a beam of axe-like coming down, and his body trembled involuntarily, and he retreated quickly. The pressure contained in the axe made him feel horrified. Cut! Qin Wentian shouted, and the axe fell through the air. With a soft sound of puff, Jian Jingshan's eyebrows seemed to be directly broken. From his eyebrows to the bottom, there was a straight line, and blood seeped out. This is swordsmanship. Jian Jingshan uttered a voice, and his body fell towards the air below. Chapter 507, Golden-Eyed Youth. In the direction where the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty was, powerful men stood up and roared with anger, trying to press towards the martial arts arena. The 9 major sects descended, and the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty followed, accompanied by the royal palace. Representatives from all the major forces in Zhuanwang City came, including people from the Jinayan family, the Fengpeng family, and the Yin family. However, at this moment, they witnessed with their own eyes that the geniuses of their respective forces fell in the hands of Qin Wentian and were violently killed. Ziyu died, Jin Yan was destroyed, just now, Yin Ting was killed, and Jian Jingshan was beheaded. These 4 people were all the geniuses of Zhuanwang City. They died one by one, and died at the hands of the same person. The people of Zhuanwang City suffocated. This time, the 9 major sects airborne came, and the demons and geniuses came with expectations, wanting to break into the 9 major sects and become disciples, but because of the appearance of the young man in black, they died one by one. Jian Jingshan's body fell towards the sky below, and before he died, a voice rang in his ears, the 4th one. The axe that killed him was indeed a sword technique. The sword technique slashed out by Jian Yin's martial arts was just a sword technique that killed Jian Jingshan with an axe. Feng Yun's body wanted to continue to charge forward, but when he saw Jian Jingshan fall, his body stopped in an instant. Then he let out a wild roar and grabbed with his palm, as if a big pengbird was tearing towards Qin Wentian, covering the sky and the sun. His body suddenly turned around and fled into the distance, leaving the martial arts arena. Feng Yun, the pride of the Fengpeng family, did not dare to fight anymore. He wanted to leave the martial arts arena, even if it was humiliating, even if he could not join the 9 major sects, he had to leave. Qin Wentian spun his body, and the axe slashed out angrily. A ray of light cut through the void, and the shadow of the Big Peng bird was directly torn apart. Looking at Feng Yun running away, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the killing intent was revealed crazily. Buzz! As the wind swept by, Qin Wentian's speed was like a flash of lightning. He threw the axe forward and then slapped his palm forward. This palm slapped out, as if the heaven and earth moved with it. The pulse of the entire space was enveloped by this palm. The palm power turned into a raging wave, and it actually made a roaring sound. The power rolled up the void, gathering stronger and stronger, turning into a monstrous shock wave, and smashed into Feng Yun's body. Feng Yun roared angrily and waved his palm. He was covered with a layer of gorgeous armor. The terrifying waves shook on his body, causing him to spit out blood. The power actually rushed directly into his body through the air, breaking his pulse and killing him, trying to destroy and shatter his internal organs. This was a shock wave of nothingness. Buzz! Feng Yun did not dare to stop at all, and continued to run forward. When he was about to rush down the martial arts field, Qin Wentian grabbed the axe he had thrown again halfway, and descended behind Feng Yun like lightning, and chopped down with an axe. Be careful! The people of the Fengpeng family shouted. They saw Qin Wentian in black holding a big axe and slashing down wildly. Just the might made them feel their hearts beating. Feng Yun naturally sensed the might behind him. He roared wildly, and the star energy in his body burst out wildly to protect his body. His wings suddenly rolled up and actually wrapped the whole person in it. The man in black was like a god. The big axe chopped down and fell on Feng Yun's body. With a loud bang, Feng Yun's body was smashed directly from the sky to the ground, just hitting the martial arts stage. The ground cracked, and the people around them dodged. The terrifying shock wave made them feel that they couldn't stand still. Yun. One after another, figures rushed towards Feng Yun, but they saw that Feng Yun, which was wrapped in wings and magic weapons, did not move at all. When those strong men moved Feng Yun's wings away, they found that Feng Yun, who was wearing magic armor, had his body torn apart, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his internal organs were shattered. He had already died and could not die again. The second level of the martial arts will of power controlled by Qin Wentian was the shock wave of nothingness. Coupled with his powerful perception, once it was struck, the power directly penetrated into the body and turned into a terrible pulsating force, destroying everything. Although the magic weapon protected his body and weakened the amplitude, he was still doomed to die. Everyone looked up at the black-clothed young man standing in the void and was deeply shocked. Although he was only holding a common weapon axe, he was like a god of war, with supreme power. The strong men of the Fengpeng family looked up and glanced at Qin Wentian. They saw a man with terrible murderous intent in his eyes. He said coldly, "You are looking for death." As soon as the words fell, the terrifying demonic energy swept up. Qin Wentian stared at the other party and shouted, "Do you regard the promises of the dynasty and the 9 major sects as farts?" As soon as the words fell, the violent aura on the man's body suddenly froze, lingering in the air, stagnating, staring at the black-clothed figure in the void. "You are vulnerable, but you call yourself a genius. What's a pity to die? I will eliminate these people with empty names for Zhuangwang City." Qin Wentian said coldly, and his figure flashed and returned to the martial arts field. Many eyes stared at his body, and the eyes were extremely hateful, as if they wanted to kill others and dig out his heart. Those who died were the geniuses of their family and sect. They had the hope of impacting and stepping into the 9 major sects. They all died just like that. Now the 9 major sects and the royal family of the great Shang dynasty are here. The royal family has said that others are not allowed to interfere. What can they do? They can only wait for Qin Wentian to come down, and then let him die without a burial place. However, this boy is so powerful. If he joins the 9 major sects, then won't they have any chance of revenge? Thinking of this, they are even more nervous and stare at Qin Wentian. This young man in black is so strong, he will definitely challenge the assessment of the 9 major sects. The people of the 9 major sects also noticed Qin Wentian. A strong man from Qinghu Mountain looked at Qin Wentian and asked, "Are you interested in joining my Qinghu Mountain?" When this voice fell, many people gasped. The 9 major sects came here to recruit disciples and let them perform in the martial arts arena to show themselves. The young man in black killed 5 great geniuses with great force, and he killed them across borders, and even fought 3 people at the same time. This kind of fighting talent is beyond the reach of others. His understanding of the will of martial arts surpassed the geniuses of Xuanwang City. I am afraid that there are few peers in Xuanwang City. Now, King Ho Mountain has invited him. This young man in black is the first person who was invited without actively participating in the assessment of the 9 major sects. This made the big forces in Xuanwang City who were killed by the geniuses a little nervous. If this young man in black agreed to King Ho Mountain's invitation, then, can they still kill this boy? From the direction of the royal family of the Great Shang Dynasty, the leader was an old man in gorgeous clothes. He looked extremely majestic, and a glance at him could make others feel a strong oppressive force. At this time, the old man leaned forward, leaned towards a young man sitting in front of him, and asked in a low voice, "How about this boy?" This young man was wearing a golden robe. He was not handsome, but he exuded a compelling heroic spirit. At first glance, it felt that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. Sitting there, people felt like looking up at him. His eyes were particularly peculiar, as if there was a golden glow, and within his pupils, there was a group of extremely dazzling red gold flames, which were extremely sharp and could penetrate everything and see through the void. This man disguised his face with a secret method. The young man's eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian, able to see through all secrets. He deliberately provoked the geniuses of Xuanwang City. I'm afraid he did not come for the 9 major sects. His purpose is to kill people. As soon as these words came out, the old man's eyes flashed with a sharpness. He had no doubt about the words of the young man in gorgeous clothes. His eyes were so sharp that nothing could be hidden from his eyes. Since he said that Qin Wentian disguised his face with a secret method, then it must be true. At this time, in the martial arts arena, Qin Wentian looked at the strong man of King Ho Mountain and said, "I killed the 5 great prides of Xuanwang City, and all forces will definitely retaliate." After this voice fell, the strong man of King Ho Mountain smiled and said, "It's okay. If you enter my King Ho Mountain, you will be a disciple of King Ho Mountain. King Ho Mountain will naturally protect your safety." "Thank you, I will consider King Ho Mountain first." Qin Wentian looked in that direction and nodded in agreement, which made many people secretly shocked. This person is arrogant. When King Ho Mountain invited him, he only said that he would give priority to it, instead of directly agreeing to it. Okay. The strong man of King Ho Mountain nodded with a smile. Naturally, it is impossible to force it. Qin Wentian naturally has his own right to choose. If that's true, then who is the next person he's going to kill? The majestic and powerful man from the Great Shang Dynasty showed an interesting look when he heard Qin Wentian's answer, wanting to see who Qin Wentian was targeting. If he doesn't take action now, he won't have many chances. People from all the major forces in Xuanwang City have gathered in front of the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation. Obviously, they want to kill him. The young man in gorgeous clothes had a glittering look in his eyes. Many people noticed that many powerful people gathered under the slope of the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation. Their strength was very terrifying. Most of them were at the 6th level of the Xiangang realm, which was the highest realm allowed to participate in the assessment. Qin Wentian killed the geniuses of the 5 major forces, Ziyu from the Luohao sect, Yin Ting from the Yin family, Feng Yun from the Fengpeng family, Jin Yan from the Jinayan family, and Jian Jingshan from the Jingxiao sword sect. All of them died at his hands. How could these 5 major forces let Qin Wentian go? They had to find ways to get the powerful people from their sects and families to go to the martial arts arena and kill Qin Wentian. The eyes of the young man in gorgeous clothes were shining with golden light, and there was a golden halo between his eyebrows, which was extremely bright. He showed an interesting look, wanting to see if the person who concealed his identity had anyone else he wanted to kill. Qin Wentian put away the axe and took out the spear again. His eyes were as sharp as his spear and swept across the crowd. Then, his eyes were fixed on Shangqi. I heard that Shangqi of the palace is the leader of the major geniuses. His bloodline is powerful. I believe he will not disappoint people like those people. Qin Wentian walked out slowly, and the corners of his mouth were slightly outlined as sharp as a knife. Shangqi frowned. The man in black was powerful. He felt that he could not kill the geniuses of the 5 major forces. Seeing the man in black approaching, Shangqi had the idea of retreating in his heart. At this moment, The young man in gorgeous clothes with golden eyes showed a strange color. It turned out that the final target of the man in black was Shangqi. Shangqi was a member of the royal family after all, and the prince of the palace respected him very much, so he warned, "Shangqi, this person has hidden his true face, and he came here to kill you." When this voice fell, everyone in the room was shocked. The strong men from the forces where the 5 great geniuses belonged released a terrible cold light in their expressions. This person hid his identity and came to kill the geniuses. When Shangqi heard this, his mind worked wildly, and suddenly he remembered the connection between the 6 of them. They had once joined forces to kill a person, and that person was dressed in white. Bang! With a step, Shangqi turned around and ran towards the direction of the dynasty, shouting, "This person is the one who took the celestial fruit." Chapter 508 Who Can Kill Me? As soon as Shangqi finished speaking, the masters of the various forces in Xuanwang City were all shocked and furious. It seemed as if a terrifying light rose from their bodies, as if they wanted to go to the martial arts arena to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. It turned out to be him. At this moment, they understood that Qin Wentian's killing of 5 great geniuses was not for provocation or assessment, but for revenge. The masters of Xuanwang Mansion stood up, their faces shining brightly. Seeing Qin Wentian chasing Shangqi, they shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Qin Wentian would not pay attention to them. He came up to kill the 6 great geniuses one by one when they were in the martial arts arena together, in order to kill all 6 of them, leaving no one alive. Since they were exposed, then they had to be killed. The stars shone, and it was the time of the stars. His body directly descended behind the fleeing Shangqi, and the long spear burst out like lightning. Wherever the long spear passed, the void was silent, but there seemed to be a terrible shock, as if the space was about to be shaken and shattered. Shangqi could certainly feel this pressure. With a rumble, a dreamlike illusion appeared in his mind, as if endless blood-colored magic halberds were crushing towards him. Each magic halberd was filled with blood and was ferocious and terrifying, trying to take his life. "Ah!" Shangqi shouted, and the regenerative blood power in his body burst out crazily, like the roar of mountains and rivers, making a terrible rumbling sound in his body. In his body, a terrifying golden and blood-colored light burst out, like a huge cocoon, directly wrapping his body inside. Bang! The extremely powerful shock force fell directly on the cocoon, and endless pulsating shock waves rushed into it, breaking the cocoon, and the spear pierced into it, but Qin Wentian felt that there was still a layer of blood-colored power inside that wrapped the other party's body. Shangqi spurted blood, and his body was shaken forward. The strong men of Xuanwang Mansion stepped out one after another to meet him. Although they had not yet stepped into the martial arts field, they were already on the edge. "Hurry!" they shouted loudly, and one of the strong men even stretched out a bloody hand and grabbed Shangqi's body. Shangqi bit his lip, blood rushed to the sky, and his speed increased dramatically, and he continued to move forward. "Where are you going?" Qin Wentian's eyebrows shone brightly, his body turned into a phantom, demonic energy rushed to the sky, blood was rolling, and there was a terrible blood-colored light spot on the tip of the gun, which was about to break out of the gun. "Die!" Qin Wentian shouted loudly, and the blood-colored palm print of the strong man of Xuanwang Mansion descended and smashed Shangqi's body, but at the same time, Qin Wentian's spear also descended. Bang! At this moment, Shangqi's whole body trembled suddenly, and his body stopped in the void. The blood-colored palm print directly grabbed his body to the side of the strong man of Xuanwang Mansion. They looked at Shangqi, bleeding from all 7 orifices, his meridians and bones all burst, his heart was broken, and he died directly. This blow, the terrifying pulsating shock wave, completely destroyed Shangqi. "You!" The strong man of Xuanwang Mansion raised his head, his bloodshot eyes were terrifying, as if a blood-colored light directly enveloped Qin Wentian, causing the blood in Qin Wentian's body to riot. The people around him were all shocked, staring at Qin Wentian in the martial arts arena. This man was too violent. After exposing his identity, he still killed Shangqi and even the 6 great geniuses of Xuanwang Mansion. He was simply lawless and regarded the major forces of Xuanwang Mansion as nothing. Sulan and Jizu stood in the martial arts arena, their hearts beating non-stop. It was Qin Wentian, he came to take revenge, and he was so powerful. Jizu finally understood why the young man in black called himself Qin. It turned out that he was the violent young man in white who robbed the Xiangxiang fruit. Yunro and others who came with Qin Wentian were even more shocked. He was too powerful. In the direction of the imperial family of the Great Shang dynasty, the golden-eyed young man raised his lips and stared at the martial arts arena. He didn't care much about Shangqi's death, but this boy really surprised him. As for Shang Yu of Zhuan Wangfu, he witnessed Qin Wentian killing the 6 great geniuses to seek revenge, and he didn't know what it felt like. He has a space scroll on him, don't let him escape. This man must be torn into pieces and exposed in the wilderness. The 5 major sects and the masters of Zhuan Wangfu were completely furious. They even walked to the edge of the martial arts arena, as if they wanted to step in and kill Qin Wentian in person. Leng Tu of the Blood Cloud sect was also shocked when he saw this situation. He and Qin Wentian had entered the place where the red-eyed monster was. Fortunately, he did not repay kindness with enmity like Ziyu and encircle and suppress Qin Wentian, otherwise he would probably be dead now. The 9 major sects are recruiting disciples. The strong men of various forces are stepping into the martial arts arena. Life and death are determined by fate. The 9 major sects are witnessing together. The royal family of the Great Shang dynasty has promised first. They died in Qin's hands because of their lack of strength. You are so angry that you all want to step into the martial arts arena to kill Qin. Do you think the majesty of the 9 major sects is not enough, or do you despise the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty? Qin Wentian shouted with thunder, shaking the void and spreading to the area dozens of miles. Everyone knew that the 9 major sects and the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty had arrived. Life and death are determined by fate in the martial arts arena. Who dares to kill Qin Wentian for this? This loud shout made the strong men of the major forces in Zhuanwang City suddenly quiet down, but their eyes were full of murderous auras, and they hated Qin Wentian. We must obey the promise of the 9 sects and the royal family, but if you want to leave with this space scroll, we have to stop you. A senior figure in the Zhuanwang palace said coldly. Shangqi was his descendant and died at the hands of Qin Wentian. Shangqi's talent was very outstanding and he had always been valued by him. When he finished speaking, a powerful existence of the 6th level of Xiangang realm had passed the purple thunder sword drum formation. Obviously, he was going to kill Qin Wentian. This person was a strong man from the Jiutian family, a major force in Zhuanwang City. He had a terrible scorching heat on his body. He was able to pass the test of the purple thunder sword drum formation. His combat power was obviously very strong among people of the same realm. It was just because he was a little older and knew that he would not be valued by the 9 sects, so he did not come up before. After all, when the 9 sects recruited disciples, talent would be the main consideration. If they were too old, even if they had the 6th level of Xiangang, it was obvious that their cultivation talent was limited and would not be valued. But now that they wanted to kill Qin Wentian, how could they not come up? I want him to die, burn to death. A strong man from the Jiutian family said in a cold voice, revealing a gloomy meaning. He hated Qin Wentian to the bone. Jin Yan was his son, and Qin Wentian had to pay the price of his life for this. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Who said I'm leaving? Qin Wentian looked at the strong man who spoke and said coldly. The lines on his face changed and then returned to his original face. Those who were slightly suspicious no longer questioned him. It turned out that he was the young man in white who was rumored to have caused the 6 major forces to suffer some time ago. He was so powerful, like a killing god, taking revenge strongly and killing the 6 great geniuses at all costs. Those geniuses in front of him were like chickens and pottery dogs. They were simply vulnerable and could not even take a shot. It made people doubt whether they were really geniuses. When Lin Shui of the Sword Sect saw Qin Wentian's face, his expression flashed, and then a faint smile appeared in his eyes. It turned out to be the young man in white in the image. No wonder he was valued by the master. For now, Qin Wentian's violent performance was indeed eye-catching. Those Zhuanwang City's Xianjiao were nothing in front of him. Qin is just one person. In the past, in the Xianshan Mountains, the 6 major sects came together, and there were many strong men in the 3rd level of the Xiangang realm. They really looked up to Qin. Since Qin came here today, he didn't plan to leave easily. How could he not ask the strong men of the major sects for advice? Otherwise, wouldn't it be sorry for the favor of the 6 major forces that day? Qin Wentian spoke slowly, and his blood suddenly became violent. The demon-like temperament suddenly descended, and his black hair flew, pouring down like a waterfall. His long hair seemed to be extremely sharp. His pupils were extremely dark, deep and bottomless, and as bright as stars. The light between his eyebrows shone, as if a third eye had been opened up. His aura rose wildly, like a descendant of the ancient demon king, wanting to dominate this world and sweep away everything. The strong man from the Jiutian family came over, and the scorching sunlight burst out from his body. The star soul and the martial destiny burst out, as if several suns rose at the same time, stinging people's eyes. The blood in his body roared, as if a golden lotus was bred in his body, and the whole person was invincible and powerful. He walked towards Qin Wentian, his body trembled, and he soared into the air. The palm print of the scorching sun grabbed forward, and the sunlight stung people's eyes. A huge golden lotus seemed to burst out suddenly, turning into pieces of terrible golden petals, sweeping towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky, and the temperament of the king came out violently. His footsteps stepped into the void, and the sword energy lingered. He stepped continuously, and the sword energy rushed into the sky, destroying everything. The sword of the martial destiny was suspended above his head. It was the sword of the king, and no one could match it. Kill! With a loud shout, the sword came out, as if it led to endless sword energy. The lotus petal seemed to be blocked, and collided with the sword energy, and the sound of gold and iron intersected was harsh. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped again, the void trembled, the stars shifted, and the long spear suddenly broke through the air and pierced the opponent's body. The strong man of the Jiutian family condensed the ancient seal with both hands, and 9 scorching suns burst down at the same time, destroying everything. The long spear rushed into the scorching sun, shattering the sun, and the terrifying dream demon illusion appeared. The strong man's mind trembled violently, and his will was not strong enough, so he was pulled into the dream demon realm. Although Qin Wentian killed many people in succession, even at this moment, no one knew where his spearmanship was strong. The dream demon realm, if you don't experience it yourself, outsiders don't know it at all. Puff. It was still that amazing shot. Although the opponent's cultivation was the 6th level of Xiangang, what did it matter? Qin Wentian's bloodline was so powerful, and his martial arts will was in the realm of transformation. The dream demon will was terrible. In one shot, there were 2 kinds of power, the dream demon power, and the destructive power that shattered everything. Who could stop it? Die? Qin Wentian uttered a voice, and under the shocked gaze of everyone, the strong man's head exploded and he was directly destroyed by a single shot. The light dissipated, Qin Wentian looked around and shouted coldly, "Who can kill me?" Chapter 509, Spear Invincibility. Qin Wentian was dressed in black, holding a spear, standing proudly in the air, with long black hair flying, demonic aura soaring into the sky, like a demon god descending to the mortal world. "Who can kill me?" This loud shout was like the roar of a demon king, with an indomitable spirit and incomparable arrogance. In the martial arts arena, the highest cultivation limit is the 6th level of Xiangang, but his bloodline has fully exploded, and his cultivation is comparable to the 5th level of Xiangang. Coupled with the advantage of the star soul, the star force and the martial life Xiangang in his body have an absolute advantage. The same star force contains more violent and terrifying power. Every time a martial life cultivator bursts out his magical power, it is forged by endless star force. The star force is strong, and the magical power is naturally more violent and terrifying, especially Qin Wentian has also condensed the power of the divine element. Just this power has the power of crossing borders, not to mention that his 4 martial arts wills are all in the 2nd realm. Especially his spear skills are derived from the halberd skills. His halberd skills are the result of several months of enlightenment, countless times of tempering, and the halberds are stabbed out with insights. Each of his spears contains the halberd skills, which have dual magical attacks, terrifying nightmare attacks and extremely powerful pulse attacks. The former is the crushing of spiritual will, and the latter is the most violent and direct destructive force. Under one shot, the same realm will definitely die, and the cross-border will still kill the opponent. After this shot fell, the strong men of the 6 major forces were no longer so confident, but they were even more angry. This kid is so powerful that he must be killed on the spot, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Join hands to kill him. A strong man from the Zhuangwang mansion shouted. At this moment, 2 strong men have passed the purple thunder sword drum formation. They are not in a hurry to take action, but guarding beside the formation, waiting for the next person to enter. They burst out with momentum, staring at Qin Wentian in black, ready to fight at any time. The strong man from the Fenpeng family was filled with demonic energy, and a terrifying hurricane seemed to be blowing around him. The sand and gravel flew across the martial arts arena, and the crowd watching below was blown into a mess by the overbearing wind. They kept retreating, and the whistling wind was like a sharp blade scraping against their bodies, causing their skin to ache slightly, and even their clothes to rip. What was even more terrifying was that he had a pair of huge wings. The strong man from the Yin family was like the god of thunder descending to the world, with lightning and thunder dancing violently on his body, covering a space, and the crackling sound made the eardrums of the crowd a little painful. His momentum was about to crush everything, and he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Just the two people who came up were so terrifying, which showed how determined the 6 major sects were to kill Qin Wentian, and they would never let Qin Wentian leave the martial arts arena alive. Qin Wentian was not afraid of them. The crowd only saw him standing proudly in the air, putting away his spear. With a flash of light, another spear appeared in his hand. This spear emitted a terrifying cold light, and a sharp aura permeated the air. The power of the stars flowed on the spear body, causing Yunro to exclaim in surprise. This was the 4th grade upper grade divine spear. The spear Qin Wentian had just used was just an ordinary one. Now, he was going to use the divine spear. You are all strong men from the 6 major sects, at the level of the 6th level of Xiangang, carrying supreme power and divine weapons to attack Qin. It is too polite for Qin to use ordinary weapons to fight you. Even if he uses the divine spear, you still have a great advantage. I think killing you is also a fair strength. Who dares to say that Qin relies on treasures? Qin Wentian's voice rolled, making everyone nod secretly. That's right, Qin Wentian fought against the 6th level Xiangang strongmen of various major forces to attack, so it was normal to use divine weapons. He still suffered a loss. Those 6th level Xiangang strongmen who came up also held divine weapons in their hands. They were definitely not ordinary items, but very powerful. At this time, Qin Wentian took a step forward, and in an instant, the sword intent whistled, and the 7 killing swordsmanship broke out. Now, it is even more terrifying. The King Xiangang sword was suspended above Qin Wentian's head. Every time he took a step, the entire sky and earth seemed to have a killing force running through it, trying to wipe out everything. Qin Wentian in black still held a spear, but he carried the mighty sword with him step by step, like a demon king and a sword monarch. This temperament deeply shocked everyone. This boy, a demon, King Ho Mountain can fight for him. The strong man of King Ho Mountain had a sharp look on his face. Such a genius was indeed rare. With the power of his blood, he could fight across 2 realms and kill instantly. His martial arts will seem to be the transformation of the 2nd realm, which even the strong men of the 6th level of Xiangang could not do. This young man in black can be compared with the genius demons of the 9 major sects, and his fighting power is not inferior. The strong man of Jiutian mansion with a giant axe pattern thought in his heart, and also had the idea of recruiting Qin Wentian. Such a person, when he came to their Jiutian mansion, could definitely be cultivated as the core, and was not weaker than the geniuses in their sect. He has grown to this point without being trained by the 9 major sects. If he enters our 9 major sects, he will be even more terrifying. The strong men of the Earth sect thought to themselves. For Qin Wentian, it seemed that the assessments of the 9 major sects were not so important. Such combat power made them all want to recruit him into their own sects. The 9 major sects all had ideas. Zhanjian sect, Lin Shui looked calm, but there was a faint light flowing in the depths of his eyes. Looking at Qin Wentian stepping forward step by step, this kind of sword power, it is really too suitable for this person to come to Zhanjian sect. Could it be that the master wants to train him to be the prodigy of Zhanjian sect? To become the leader of Zhanjian sect in the future? All of these depend on how great Qin Wentian's potential is in the future. For now, we must first take this little guy into the sect. Lin Shui looked at everyone, and it seemed that people from the 9 major sects had the idea of recruiting him. At this time, Qin Wentian had already taken 5 steps. The 2 strong men were still waiting for the 3rd person. They had already felt a monstrous sword power, as if the entire void was condensed with terrifying sword energy, piercing their bodies again and again, and trying to tear their Wuming Xiangang apart. Kill! The 2 shouted at the same time, and saw the strong man of the Fengpeng family was wrapped in a hurricane and rolled towards Qin Wentian. He saw his wings passing by, and each wing was shining with a dazzling silver light, which could directly cut a person's body into 2 pieces. The strong man of the Yin family held a huge thunder pestle with complicated divine patterns on it. He smashed it down, and a thunder god walked out of it and bombarded Qin Wentian. The sky and the earth were flying wildly, and the purple thunder shattered the void. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and endless sword power swept out between heaven and earth, as if tens of millions of sword energy penetrated the bodies of the two strong men. They only felt that cracks appeared in their Wuming Xiangang. They groaned and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, but their killing actions did not stop at all. Qin Wentian looked up and saw the sword of Wuming Xiangang slashing out. This sword was like the sword of the god of death, breaking the body of the god of thunder. At the same time, his spear burst out and pierced the silver wings thrown by the Fengpeng family strong man with great accuracy. This silver wing is a killing weapon that can cut people off. The divine spear pierced it, and a cracking sound was heard. Cracks appeared, and the silver light shattered. The body of the Fengpeng family strongman was unstable, and one of his wings was actually shattered. What a strong attack! The crowd exclaimed. With one blow, the extremely sharp silver wings were shattered. How terrible is the shock power contained in Qin Wentian's spear! Can you escape? Qin Wentian saw the Fengpeng family strongman flashing away with a wing. Qin Wentian burst out with the magical power of Dao Zhuang Xingai. Although it consumed a lot of star energy, his 4 Yuanfu could afford it. It was useless to kill several Xianjiao before, but now there is no worry. Pucci! A fatal shot was fired, and the strong man from the Fengpeng family suddenly turned around and grabbed and smashed down. In an instant, a group of silver pengs swooped down and pounced on Qin Wentian. Destroy! Qin Wentian spat out a word, and everything was shattered and destroyed wherever the spear passed. With a puffing sound, the spear pierced into the opponent's body, stirring up the opponent's internal organs, and directly killed him, leaving no chance of survival. The killing happened in a flash of lightning. The strong man of the Yin family came with a thunder god's pestle in his hand, and smashed it down on Qin Wentian's head, destroying the world. At the same time, all his Wuming Xiangang rushed down, covering the entire sky. This world was full of super strong lightning, annihilating everything. Bang! Starlight burst out, and the stars moved again. Qin Wentian's body rushed out of the super strong lightning area, but his black clothes were also split. His spear came out without hesitation. The moment the strong man of the Yin family turned around, a terrifying dream and magic rushed into his mind. Puff! There was another light sound. Qin Wentian's spear seemed to kill gods and Buddhas. No one could bear the power of his spear head-on. What kind of secrets this spear contained was unknown to everyone at this moment. They only knew that those who had experienced the power of this spear were dead. At this time, Qin Wentian took a step forward and walked to the front of the purple thunder sword drum formation. He saw another strong man who was about to pass through the purple thunder sword drum formation, and saw Qin Wentian's spear stabbing out without hesitation. The man's face was pale, his heart and courage were broken, and he could not move forward or backward. The spear directly broke into his forehead and killed him with one shot. This is simply a demon god. In the martial arts field, he is invincible and no one can deal with him. The crowd looked at Qin Wentian, who was guarding the end of the purple thunder sword drum formation. Who dared to enter the formation? He was guarding there. He could kill one of you. Although the 6 major sects were powerful, the outstanding strong men of the 6th level of Xiangang were all elites of the sects. It would be painful to kill one of them. How could they bear to send them out to die? The 6 major sects were so angry that they stared at Qin Wentian. Their eyes seemed to be able to tear Qin Wentian into pieces. The big forces in Zhuanwang City are really disappointing and vulnerable. Qin Wentian said in a calm voice, slapping the 6 major forces hard, killing the people and mocking their incompetence. And who could refute it? So many strong men died under Qin Wentian's spear. Who could fight him and not die? Chapter 510, The Holy Emperor's Order appears. The martial arts arena became Qin Wentian's performance place. Endless people were watching him, making those who passed the assessment of the 9 major sects become foils. The faces of the strong men from the 6 major forces in Zhuanwang City were extremely gloomy. The strong man of the Yin family roared, "Kill him! Whoever can kill him, my Yin family will give you a set of powerful celestial level exercises. Whoever can kill him, my Fengpeng family will give you a set of ancient Fengpeng magical powers, which are infinitely powerful. You can transform into a wind rock and soar into the sky and earth at an extremely fast speed." The strong man of the Fengpeng family roared. "My Jiutian family will give you a strange fire. After refining, fire will be born in your blood. It is infinitely powerful and the attack will have the power of fire." The strong man of the Jiutian family roared. The strong men of the 6 major sects spoke one after another, and they were willing to give precious treasures just to kill Qin Wentian, which shows how strong their hatred for him is. The eyes of many strong men in the martial arts arena were shining, staring at Qin Wentian. Now this young man is like a huge treasure house. As long as he is killed, all kinds of treasures will be in hand. There were many strong men in the martial arts arena, including some geniuses who had passed the assessment of the 9 major sects. If they all came together, they would definitely kill Qin Wentian here, but no one took the lead. Especially when Qin Wentian's eyes turned, he gave people a strong sense of oppression, as if whoever made a move, the spear in his hand would be the first to kill him. At this time, there was a young man in the Earth sect, with a look of fire. He moved his body and came to the side of a strong man in the Earth sect. He whispered in his ear. In an instant, the strong man of the Earth sect stared at the martial arts arena and said in a voice transmission, "Are you serious? How dare you deceive the elders?" This person spoke seriously, and immediately the elders of the Earth sect stared at Qin Wentian with a touch of fiery light in their eyes. "My friend, you have fought in all directions. Now is the time to make a choice. If you are willing to join our Earth sect, we will do our best to train you and treat you as a genius of the Earth sect. You will enjoy the same treatment. This is unique among the 9 sects. What do you think?" At this time, the strong man of the Earth sect looked at Qin Wentian and spoke, which shocked the other strong men of the 9 sects. The people of the Earth sect dare to boast so much and treat the geniuses equally. You should know that the so-called geniuses of Xuanwang City do not even have the qualifications to enter the 9 sects. It can be seen what kind of people the 9 sects are. The geniuses among them are as dazzling as the sun in the sky. They are destined to enter the Huangji Shengzong or even the Huangji Shengzong and shine with great brilliance. Although Qin Wentian performed outstandingly today, it is really impossible to ask them to treat Qin Wentian as a genius. The geniuses of the 9 sects can crush people in Xuanwang City. In the direction of the royal family of the Great Shang Dynasty, the young man with the golden eyes flashed with a golden light, revealing an interesting look. The Earth Gate actually made such a decision. I am afraid it is not that simple. This matter is weird. Your Highness. At this time, someone looked at the young man with the golden eyes. He was the leader of the Xuanwang mansion. There was a terrible light in his eyes, noble and majestic. "Uncle." The young man with the golden eyes shouted. This strong man in the Xuanwang mansion was one of his uncles, of course, only in terms of seniority. This boy is arrogant and killed Shangqi in front of my great Shang royal family. Shangqi is of royal blood. How can we forgive him? Please help, Your Highness, to kill this boy. The strong man in the Xuanwang mansion said solemnly. 9 major sects are coming today, and it doesn't seem right for me to interfere. The young man with the golden eye said calmly, I am also sad about Shangqi's death, but in this kind of occasion, it is really not appropriate to interfere with the affairs of the martial arts arena with external forces. Your Highness, there are several very outstanding figures coming from the dynasty this time. If Your Highness is willing, let them go on stage, and it will not be difficult to kill the villain. The strong man of Xuanwang Mansion continued to say. His eyes looked at the figures of several young men sitting on the left of the young man with the golden eyes. These people came with the royal family of the Great Shang Dynasty. He knew that they were all super powerful geniuses. The 9 major sects came to Xuanwang City to recruit people, and naturally brought the younger elites of their own sects, and the royal family was no exception. They have already joined the royal family. The young man with the golden eyes continued to speak, implying that they had no need to perform in the martial arts arena again, and it was inappropriate. The words of the young man with the golden eyes made the strong man of the palace curse in his heart. After all, they were of the same lineage, but this prince was unwilling to help. Xiaoyu has grown up now, and she is so beautiful, worthy of being the princess of the royal palace. The young man with the golden eyes seemed to have said something irrelevant, which made the strong man in the royal palace look sharp. He looked at Xiaoyu and understood what he meant. The royal palaces of the 7 royal cities are all local princes. Although they are of the same lineage as the royal family, they are actually separated by several generations of blood. The power of the princes is very strong. Some of them have entered the Huangji Shengzong, and they have a tendency to check and balance the orthodoxy. For example, the old prince of Xuanwang Palace has become an elder of the Huangji Shengzong. He is extremely powerful, and the current emperor of the Great Shang Dynasty also shows courtesy when he sees him. In order to stabilize the imperial power, the Great Shang royal family should consolidate its orthodox status, and some means are still needed. Yu turned around and looked in this direction, and then he saw the young man with the golden eyes looking at her. His bright eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, making Yu look a little pale. "If your highness can kill this boy, I am willing to send Yu to the palace and become your highness's princess," the strong man in the palace said. He agreed to this not only to kill Qin Wentian, otherwise Yu was already dead, and it would be unwise to send Yu away, but this is an attitude. The young man with the golden eyes is extremely talented, born with heterochromatic eyes, and has been crowned as a king since he was a child, and he has the right to inherit the throne. This is different from the princes of the palaces of their 9 royal cities. He is a true prince of the royal lineage, and is called the Prince of Pupils. His Majesty has 9 sons. Although this Prince of Pupils is not the strongest, his talent is absolutely super terrifying. He can compete for the throne and is likely to inherit the imperial power of the Shuang dynasty in the future. Since he personally raised the matter of Yu, his Zhuan palace must know the deep meaning of the other party's words. In order to make the Prince of Pupils feel at ease about the Zhuan palace, he can only propose to marry Yu into the Prince of Pupils' palace. Yu's face turned pale instantly when she heard this. The golden-eyed prince glanced at her calmly, then nodded and said, "I will not treat Princess Yu unfairly." Yu felt sad in her heart. She did not expect that her fate would be determined by a single word. Although she was the princess of the royal palace, how could she control her own fate? It was a sad thing. In this matter, she actually hoped that the young man in the martial arts field would not be in trouble. If Shuangtong could not kill him, then, with the arrogant character of His Royal Highness the Prince of Pupil, he would never bring up the matter just now. Shuangtong looked at Qin Wentian with the golden eyes, with a bit of coldness in his eyes. Since he had agreed to the Zhuan palace, Qin Wentian was already a dead man in his eyes. Although this boy was extremely talented, he was also bought by the 9 major sects, so it was better to get rid of him. "My friend, King Hu Mountain values you very much. Now, I invite you for the second time. Are you interested in joining my King Hu Mountain?" The strong man of King Hu Mountain invited Qin Wentian again. "We, the Purple Thunder sect, also welcome you to join us." The Purple Thunder sect's strong man expressed his opinion, which made Yin Ting's uncle's face stiffen. He looked at an elder of the Purple Thunder sect next to him, but the other party did not look at him, and his expression was calm. Obviously, in the other party's view, Qin Wentian's value is far beyond the comparison of Yin Ting. Yin Ting's realm is higher than Qin Wentian's, but he is not a one-shot opponent. He can be killed instantly. Why don't you want such a person? All major forces spoke up to compete, but there was only one faction that did not speak up, which was the Sword Sect. Lin Shui looked at Qin Wentian. With such a decisive character, he must have his own decision. It doesn't matter whether they speak up or not. You don't have to accept him. He will die today. At this time, a voice came out, which startled many people. A strong breath filled the air from a distance. Looking up at the void, he saw a man walking on the clouds, and he descended here in an instant. This man had a domineering figure and an incomparable arrogance. He looked down at Qin Wentian in the air. Zhenyu. The strong man of Zhuanwang Mansion was surprised to see Zhenyu appear. He didn't expect Zhenyu to come. It was a pity that Zhenyu didn't arrive earlier, so Qin Wentian couldn't be so rampant. Zhenyu was a strong man of Huangji Shengzong, and he was also a disciple of the old prince of Zhuanwang Mansion. People from the 9 major sects also saw Zhenyu and were shocked. Zhenyu actually appeared here. Was he going to avenge Shuangqi? Zhenyu didn't want to avenge Shuangqi. He passed by Zhuanwang City and heard that the 9 major sects were recruiting disciples here, so he came to see it and saw Qin Wentian. Back then, he came to the Great Xia dynasty with a powerful attitude, and appeared as the disciple of the elders of the Huangji Holy Sect. Who dared to disobey him? He thought that he could make the Dangwang Palace the overlord, and his reputation shook the Great Xia, but he did not expect that his aura would be suppressed by a young man. This person was Qin Wentian. In the battle of the Great Xia dynasty's destiny list, he came with a strong attitude, and everyone was shocked. In that battle, he should have shone brightly, but he was forced by Qin Wentian to be unable to take action before he could fully exert his strength from beginning to end. In the end, he was intimidated and retreated, which was a great shame. Qin Wentian looked up and saw a figure in the void. How could he not remember Zhenyu? When this person came to the Great Xia dynasty, his strong attitude made the Yang family and the Zhang family give up their alliance with him, which led to him having to transform into Depin and use the immortal exterminating sword in that battle, and almost all the strong men who followed him were buried in the Qinshan pavilion. Zhen Yu, according to rumors, is an elder disciple of the Huangji Shengzhuang. This elder is a prince of the Great Shuang dynasty. Unexpectedly, he is the old prince of Zhuanwang city. But so what? Although Zhen Yu is an elder disciple, he is just a disciple of the Huangji Shengzhuang. Kill! Zhen Yu shouted coldly, and pressed down with his palm from the sky. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand, and suddenly an ancient order appeared in his hand. He shouted, "With the Holy Emperor's order, who dares to kill me?" Zhen Yu retracted his hand, his expression condensed, staring at the Holy Emperor's order in Qin Wentian's hand. A powerful aura exhaled from his body, and said coldly, "This Holy Emperor's order was stolen by you." The Holy Emperor's order was taken by Qin from a strong man. It is upright. Moreover, even if it was stolen, it is now in Qin's hands. I now announce in front of the 9 major sects that I will participate in the Huangji Shengzhuang assessment with the Holy Emperor's order. As a disciple of the Huangji Shengzhuang, if you dare to attack me, it will be disobeying the Holy Emperor and not taking the Huangji Shengzhuang seriously. The 9 major sects are witnesses. Qin Wentian shouted, making Zhen Yu's face turn pale. He didn't expect that Qin Wentian actually knew how to use the Holy Emperor's order. Chapter 511, Tit for Tat. The Holy Emperor Order, an ancient order issued by the Huangji Shengzhuang himself, is to recruit heroes from all over the world to join the Huangji Shengzhuang. Holding this order, you will be an outer disciple of the Huangji Shengzhuang, and you can directly obtain priority assessments from major sects, or even skip the major sects and directly participate in the unified assessment of the Huangji Shengzhuang. If you pass, you will officially enter the Huangji Shengzhuang and become a true disciple of the Huangji Shengzhuang. The Huangji Shengzhuang's assessment is extremely strict and fair. Many big figures of the Huangji Shengzhuang personally sit in and observe the assessors. No one dares to cheat for personal gain or violate the rules. This is related to the prosperity and strength of the Huangji Shengzhuang from generation to generation. The Huangji Shengzhuang is the absolute overlord of this region. It relies on generations of painstaking management and the selection of talents. The heroes of the world will eventually gather in the Huangji Shengzhuang. How can it not be prosperous and powerful? No matter how powerful the sect is, without the replenishment of fresh blood from generation to generation, it will sooner or later decline. Therefore, the significance of the Holy Emperor Order is extremely important. Even if Qin Wentian does not come to participate in the assessment today, he can enter the 9 major sects with his Holy Emperor Order and participate in the assessment of the 9 major sects first. This is also the reason why the Great Shuang dynasty ordered Great Xia to come to Great Shuang. Now, some of those who left Great Xia have been recruited by the royal family of the Great Shuang dynasty. The people of Great Xia do not know the significance and value of this ancient order, but how can the people of the Great Shuang dynasty not know it? Moreover, the 9 major sects under the seat of the Huangji Shengzhuang are here today. Qin Wentian offered the Holy Emperor Order, and Zhen Yu took back the palm prince he had blasted, and did not dare to kill him. Regardless of whether this ancient order was taken by Qin Wentian, it is already in his hands. It is his ability. He is qualified to hold this order to participate in the Huangji Shengzhuang assessment. In front of everyone, Zhen Yu did not dare to openly disobey the will of the Holy Emperor Order. After all, this is not Daxia. Daxia has too few Holy Emperor Orders. The 7 strongest clans only have 3 every 100 years. At the beginning, these Holy Emperor Orders were directly issued to the royal family of Daxia dynasty and distributed by the royal family. This was a major reason for the rebellion of the major clans. After the collapse of Daxia, the influence of the Shuang dynasty in the Huangji Shengzhuang gradually became stronger. Daxia could no longer contend with it. For thousands of years, Daxia has been completely left behind. Zhen Yu's eyes swept down to Qin Wentian, his long hair flying, and his body was filled with anger. He wished that he could kill the man who had embarrassed him in Daxia. He was a dignified astronomical figure. After he joined the Huangji Shengzhuang, he became the direct disciple of the elders. What a noble identity he had. However, he suffered several losses at the hands of a junior in the Xiangang realm. It was simply unbearable. Zhuan Wengfu obviously didn't expect that Zhen Yu and Qin Wentian both had a grudge. The strong man in the palace said, "Zhen Yu, this boy is rampant and kills innocent people." "Who is he?" "Qin Wentian, the madman of Daxia, was chased by me and had no way to go to heaven. I didn't expect him to escape to Dashan. He is so lucky." Zhen Yu's eyes were filled with violent flames, and he stabbed down, as if he was going to behead Qin Wentian in anger. Ridiculous. Qin Wentian pointed the spear in his hand at Xiangqiang Junyu and said coldly, "You are a disciple of the Huangji Shengzhuang. You went to Daxia to show off your power with this reputation. You were scared away by me in the battle that year. Who doesn't know about the forces in Daxia? Now you still have the face to brag here, Junyu. You have simply disgraced the Huangji Shengzhuang." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. Junyu was a powerful existence of Xiangxiang, a real disciple of the Huangji Shengzhuang. How could he be scared away by Qin Wentian in Daxia? If what Qin Wentian said was true, it would be too embarrassing. However, some of them didn't quite believe it. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Qin Wentian's talent, but his cultivation was too low after all. How could he compete with Junyu, who was in the Xiangxiang realm? However, Junyu's face became more and more ugly, which made many people believe Qin Wentian. Even if you hold the Holy Emperor Order, you haven't officially entered the realm yet. How dare you be so disrespectful to me? Junyu's body surged with violent power and rushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was not afraid at all, and the spear in his hand was still pointed directly at him. What a joke, you just practiced a few years earlier. If you and I were in the same era, I'm afraid there would be no Junyu in the world. When I enter the Xiangxiang realm one day, you will be like an ant in front of me. I will step on you to death. The Danwang Palace was originally Qin Wentian's mortal enemy. Sooner or later, he would go to the Danwang Palace and pull out the magic sword to raise the Danwang Palace to the ground. Junyu and him were also fighting to the death. The other party would kill him as long as he caught any opportunity. He had nothing to fear. You dare to disrespect your elders. I, Junyu, will not kill you today, but I will teach you a lesson so that you will remember it. Junyu shouted coldly, and his palm suddenly became extremely hot. A terrible flame wheel appeared in his palm, like a terrible little sun, grabbing Qin Wentian in the air below. The light between the two of them was brilliant, and the flames were raging, which made everyone's heart tremble slightly. The disciples of the Huangji holy sect were strong. This attack could not kill Qin Wentian, but it was enough to seriously injure him. It was too domineering and strong. Buzz! At this moment, a long rainbow flashed in the void. At this moment, a monstrous sword power enveloped the entire martial arts field, instantly cutting off the palm print that was bombarding Qin Wentian, tearing the flames apart, and causing the sky to be illuminated by fire in the void. Junyu's expression revealed a sharp look, and his eyes turned and looked in the direction of the sword, which was the side of the sword sect. The people around were also shocked. The sword sect actually cut off Junyu's attack. Junyu is at least a disciple of the elder of the Huangji Shengzhuang. Although the 9 major sects belong to different branches, they should at least give him some face. If this Hanjian sect takes action at this time, it will undoubtedly offend Junyu. If Junyu is just an ordinary disciple of the Huangji Shengzhuang, none of the 9 major sects will care. After all, among the 9 major sects, they have all taken root in the Huangji Shengzhuang. But Junyu himself is a disciple of the elder, which makes him seem a bit important. Anyone who wants to offend him should think carefully. But the Zhanjian sect slashed out the sword without hesitation. The Zhanjian sect came to Zhuanwang City to recruit disciples, not to see you, a disciple of the Huangji Shengzhuang, showing off your power here. Back off. Lin Shuang's voice is as simple and sharp as his personality. Junyu's eyebrows flashed with a murderous aura, and he swept towards Lin Shui. This is my business, what does it have to do with you? Dare you stop me? Lin Shui put his hands behind his back, a crisp sound came out, the sword hummed, and his sword was slowly pulled out, shining with cold light. This scene made Junyu's expression even colder. The 9 major sects all belong to the Huangji Shengzhuang. I will say it again. Who dares to interfere with my Zhanjian sect's assessment? Even if you and I are nominally from the same sect, don't forget that if fellow disciples fight over personal grudges, as long as they don't die, the Huangji Shengzhuang will not interfere. Lin Shuang's voice was still so simple and direct. The threat in his words was not concealed at all, which made Junyu's arrogance monstrous, and he rushed towards Lin Shui. Senior Junyu. At this time, a voice came from the direction of the great Shuang royal family. Junyu turned his eyes and looked at the man. It was the golden-eyed young man Shuang Tong. Junyu certainly recognized Shuang Tong. In the past, he personally visited the royal family of the great Shuang dynasty and met Shuang Tong. This person's talent was too terrible. He was granted the Holy Emperor order by the royal family a long time ago. It is even possible that he will not need to be assessed and will be sent directly to the holy sect by the great Shang dynasty. In the future, he will become an important figure in the Huangji Shengzhuang. What's the matter, King Tong? Zhenyu was polite and nodded slightly to Shuang Tong. Today is the day when the 9 major sects are recruiting people, so let the younger generation settle these grievances. Shuang Tong's golden eyes contained a sharp spirit. Zhenyu glanced at the people around Shuang Tong, and he immediately understood that Shuang Tong was giving him a favor and wanted to help him deal with Qin Wentian within the rules. Since King Tong has spoken, I will not teach this kid a lesson today. Zhenyu nodded slightly, then looked at Qin Wentian again and said, I want to see if you can leave alive today. The people from the major forces in Xuanwang City immediately became excited when they heard this. If King Tong was willing to help, then Qin Wentian might be in danger of death. Qin Wentian also looked at Shuang Tong. Just now, he wanted to kill Shangqi, and it was this person who reminded Shangqi that he had changed his face. The man's golden eyes were very vicious, and seemed to be able to see through everything. At this time, Shuang Tong also looked at him, and their eyes met. In those bright golden eyes, Qin Wentian saw a sense of arrogance, which was incomparable. But Qin Wentian was the same. His expression was like a sharp sword, bursting out from his eyes, and the eyes of the two seemed to collide in the void. You have personality. Shuang Tong's mouth corners outlined a cold arc, which was even sharper. At the same time, Zhenyu also walked to his side, and someone immediately made room for Zhenyu to sit down. Qin Wentian didn't care at all. He looked at the masters of the 9 sects and asked with a smile, are the 9 sects still willing to recruit Qin Wentian? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at the 9 sects. Now, if there were still sects that wanted to recruit Qin Wentian, they would not only offend Zhenyu, but also the pupil King Shuang Tong and the Shang dynasty behind him. They had to re-evaluate whether it was worth it for Qin Wentian. Sure enough, the crowd saw that no one spoke, and only the masters of the Earth sect smiled and said, our Earth sect will not change its original intention. Thank you, Senior. Qin Wentian looked in the direction of the Earth sect. He was a little confused about the Earth sect's thoughts. He had been out of Xianyang City and ventured into the mainland for nearly 10 years. His character became more and more cautious and he would never agree easily. After passing the assessment of the Sword Sect, you are a member of our Sword Sect. No one dares to bully you, and you can do it now. Of course, if you say you want to leave, no one dares to stop you today. Lin Shui spoke lightly. The Sword Sect rarely expressed its position. Even when the other 9 sects tried to recruit the Sword Sect, they did not speak. Unexpectedly, when Qin Wentian was in an awkward situation, the Sword Sect not only helped him, but now said this again. This made many people sigh in their hearts. The Sword Sect is worthy of being the Sword Sect. It has character. Thank you, Senior, but I am not in a hurry. Qin Wentian nodded to the Sword Sect's Lin Shui. At this moment, among the 9 sects, he has the best impression of the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's Lin Shui promised that if he wanted to leave, no one dared to stop him. This kind of demeanor is extraordinary. It is indeed just like the rumors he heard about the Sword Sect. Qin Wentian stood in the martial arts arena holding a spear and closed his eyes. At the same time, several young men stood up in the direction of Shuang Tong, which made the eyes of the Xuanwang mansion strongmen flash with a terrible light. Qin Wentian was dead. These people were the most talented people recruited by the great Shang dynasty. They were from the Royal War King Palace. They would all step into the Huangji Shengzhuang in the future and pave the way for the most outstanding royal descendants of the great Shang dynasty in the Huangji Shengzhuang, generation after generation. Chapter 512, Rage. Seeing the 3 figures in front of the pupil king stand up and walk towards the purple thunder sword drum formation, those who knew their identities secretly sighed that Qin Wentian might be finished this time. The War King Palace is a place where the great Shang dynasty specially trains talented descendants. There are all kinds of skills and magical powers in it. Being able to enter the War King Palace is a great honor for many people. It means entering the core of the great Shang dynasty, becoming a true royal confidant, and being able to receive the best training. The young princes practice in the War King Palace, each leading a group of talented people. These people are the cornerstone of their battle for the world, and will accompany them to rule the world in the future. The princes of the royal family often have frictions because of the competition for talents in the War King Palace. They all want the best talents to follow them, compete for the world, Go to the Huangji Shengzong to compete for hegemony, become a powerful figure in the Huangji Shengzong, and be able to command one side. That is the real power, which is greater than the power of the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty. Although the Great Shang dynasty can command the endless territory of a dynasty, there are still 9 major sects and the Great Zhou dynasty that can compete with them. Even in the Holy Emperor domain, there are many forces under the 9 major sects that are very powerful and will not obey the orders of their Great Shang dynasty. They don't give them face at all. Only the royal extreme holy sect is the absolute overlord, undisputed. At this time, 3 strong men from the War King Palace came out, and their cultivation was very strong. Although Qin Wentian was gifted, he was afraid that he would also be defeated by them. However, Qin Wentian was really arrogant. He was not in a hurry to join the Earth sect or pass the assessment of the Sword sect. Instead, he just stood in the martial arts field, closed his eyes and waited quietly. He had no fear at all and faced the battle calmly. In his eyes, the people of the Great Shang dynasty's Royal War King Palace were no different. They were waiting for you to fight. Everyone didn't know whether Qin Wentian had absolute confidence in himself, or he didn't know the depth of the strong men in the War King Palace at all, so he made such an impulsive move. Although the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation was powerful, it could not stop the 3 warriors from the War King Palace. They took root step by step and stepped through the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation with domineering means. In the face of absolute power, nothing could stop them. Seeing this strength, the crowd was even more worried about Qin Wentian. Can this young man who dared to challenge Zheng Yu, a disciple of the Emperor Jisheng sect, be as strong as before? The 6 major sects of Zhuanwang City all had murderous intent in their eyes. This time, Qin Wentian would definitely die and there would be no chance of survival. Shangtong, the pupil king of the Great Shang dynasty, was such a person. If he wanted Qin Wentian to die, how could Qin Wentian still be alive? There were not many people in the entire Great Shang dynasty who could disobey this young pupil king. After the 3 stepped onto the martial arts arena, one of them walked towards Qin Wentian, staring at him with strong and domineering eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate a person's body, and were extremely sharp. "You must die." This person uttered a voice, and in an instant, the light shone brightly. His star soul and Wuming Xiangang burst out, and a golden edge blew in the void. A terrible vortex appeared there, as if all the swords and weapons were involved in it and were crushed to pieces. In front of the storm, there were extremely terrible golden spears that could penetrate everything and pierce the void. This person burst out with a breath of the 6th level of Xiangang as soon as he came up. The moment the pressure bloomed, ordinary Xiangang 6th level strongmen would probably crawl and tremble in front of him. The terrible pressure rolled madly towards Qin Wentian's body, as if to crush Qin Wentian's body into pieces. Qin Wentian's 4th Wuming Xiangang bloomed, and the king's sword was suspended in the sky. The sword energy raged in the air, tearing everything apart, as if to make all the soldiers surrender. The strangling storm was all torn apart and blocked outside, unable to erode his body. He seemed to be wrapped in a curtain of light. "You don't deserve it." Qin Wentian's voice was cold, and the man snorted coldly. In an instant, the golden spear above his head burst out, cutting through the space, like a golden lightning, and directly killed in front of Qin Wentian. The power could pierce through everything. Buzz! Qin Wentian's Xiangang sword rushed forward, the void trembled, and blocked in front of the golden spear. The buzzing sound continued. The 2 people's Wuming Xiangang were clashing. An extremely sharp storm raged on the battlefield, causing the other party to flash a cold smile and said, "Wuming Xiangang is very strong, and his strength is good, but he can't escape the fate of death." As his voice fell, a terrible devouring force came from him. The black on Qin Wentian's body rustled, and his body seemed to be out of control and was about to be sucked over by the huge force. The Xiangang sword suspended above his head also felt this terrifying devouring storm. The spear in Qin Wentian's hand suddenly disappeared, causing everyone's eyes to flash with a sharp light. Is this guy crazy? He actually put away his magic spear at this time. At this time, they found that Qin Wentian's body was undergoing a transformation. A layer of demon armor was attached to his body. He seemed to be wearing a magic weapon. His arms were like demon arms, revealing endless sharpness. He was full of vitality, his blood was roaring, and he made a terrible sound. He was more like a descendant of the ancient demon king. He stood there like a king of the demon world. "You are still far away." Qin Wentian took a step forward, and there was a loud bang. The earth trembled. It was unknown how terrifying that power was. He ignored the devouring power and walked forward. Between the opening and closing of his eyebrows, the terrifying martial arts will rushed into the other party's mind. However, the opponent's mental will was extremely strong, and he actually fought with his tyrannical willpower, frowning slightly. Finally, the opponent's figure flashed and rushed towards Qin Wentian. He waved his palm towards the void, and then swung forward. In an instant, countless sharp weapons came towards Qin Wentian to strangle him. Qin Wentian slapped his palm out, and the sound of bells rang. The opponent's heart trembled fiercely, as if his heart was about to be broken. Go back. Qin Wentian slapped out again, and the void trembled. An overwhelming force rolled up, roaring and rushing out, and rolled everything back. Humph! The man snorted coldly, and the devouring power became more and more terrifying, as if it was devouring the will of martial arts, which could swallow everything. The endless attack power was rolled into the void and gathered into the storm. The invisible shock wave was actually weakened a lot. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and the stars moved. The whole person was like a flash of lightning, descending in front of the opponent, and a wild punch violently killed, destroying everything. The opponent felt the fierceness of the fist. His expression did not change at all. He put his hands on his chest, and suddenly closed them, directly catching Qin Wentian's terrible palm power. A terrifying devouring force came out, and the blood in Qin Wentian's body seemed to be rushing out, and his attack power seemed to be constantly weakened and devoured. What a strong devouring martial arts will! Qin Wentian was shocked, and a terrible light shot out from his eyebrows. At the same time, the sleeping martial spirit appeared, and a dream magic appeared between heaven and earth. The opponent closed his eyes, as if he wanted to be undisturbed, but this willpower rushed directly into his head, and a sharp red devil halberd pierced his head. This is fake. I saw that his expression was like lightning, just relying on perception, tightly grasping Qin Wentian's fist, devouring the power in it. I let you swallow. A voice trembled in his mind, and then he felt a force of blood rushing into his body and being devoured by him, but at this moment, the bloodlight seemed to corrode his body directly, like a spell of destruction, destroying the vitality in his body. Not good. His expression changed drastically, and he suddenly stopped, but at the same moment, blood rushed in crazily, destroying all life. His body began to corrode, turning into dry bones and blood, and all life breath was cut off and perished. However, at this moment, the people outside showed strange expressions. This strong man had the power to compete with Qin Wentian. Why did he suddenly stop at this time? He obviously still had the ability to fight, but he gave up all resistance and fell down. Be careful. Someone behind him reminded him. The man suddenly opened his eyes and saw Qin Wentian in front of him, imprinting his palms crazily, making his face pale. That was the dream magic world. He was invaded by the power of dreams after all. Those were all illusions. Bang! The palm print fell, as if an ancient bell directly hit his heart, and endless pulsating power waves gathered towards his heart. He spit out blood directly, his heart was destroyed, and he died instantly. The people from the War King Palace of the Great Shuang royal family were still killed. The other two rushed forward at the same time, but saw Qin Wentian covering the sky with one hand, stretching out his palm and directly slapping out a blood-colored curse seal. The two swung their palms at the same time, setting off a violent storm. With a loud bang, the two felt a terrible corrosive force rushing into their bodies, and the Wuming Xiangang violently erupted. Boom! The sound of a bell appeared, as if trembling in their heart area, causing them to groan, but they still rushed forward without hesitation. As time went by, Qin Wentian disappeared again. They felt terrible and turned around suddenly. Swish! The sword hummed, the sword sound of the realm of transformation, and two blood-red lights cut towards the throats of the two people. Their bodies exploded backwards, and endless power gathered in their throats. One of them even shot out a dazzling golden light in his eyes. Bang! Qin Wentian disappeared again, and another sword was slashed, this time behind them. Get out! The two were forced into such a mess, they were all angry, and pointed their fingers, and the void shook, but at this moment, a red devil halberd appeared and killed directly, and the dream demons were rushed into their minds, and the sky and the earth changed color. Puff! With a light sound, one person was directly killed, and his head was pierced by the red devil halberd. The other person wanted to escape, but saw the red devil halberd pass through the head of the strong man just now, and the crescent blade cut it. There was another light sound, and the last strong man's arm was cut off, screaming, and at this time he finally broke free from the dream demon state of mind. Although it was only a moment, it was like a nightmare. It's the power of dreams. The strong man roared, causing the crowd to tremble. They finally understood why Qin Wentian's spear was invincible and invincible. It turned out that every spear contained the power of the dream demon. Now, he even used the red demon halberd. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian's body appeared directly. The red demon halberd had no power to stop it and pierced his body, but it had not yet penetrated. Let him go. A roar was like thunder, shaking the martial arts field. The crowd turned their eyes and saw Tong Wang standing up. His eyes were terrible. 2 of the 3 strong men under whose seat had already fallen, which was simply a slap in his face. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at Shuang Tong. Like a demon king, his eyes were full of arrogance and he stared at Shuang Tong. Puff. With a light sound, the red demon halberd directly pierced the opponent's heart and penetrated the opponent's body. Then it was suddenly thrown out and threw the corpse towards Shuang Tong. Boom. The corpse fell accurately at Shuang Tong's feet. Qin Wentian pointed the red demon halberd in that direction. There was a terrible arrogance in his eyes. He said coldly, "Who do you think you are to order me around? P.S. On Monday, remember to vote for the recommendation ticket, and brothers and sisters, see if there are any monthly tickets left." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Conflict Escalates. Qin Wentian's overbearing voice made the whole space silent. Not only did he speak wildly, but he also pointed the red demon halberd in his hand directly at His Majesty the Pupil King, emitting terrible blood, as if to say that if Shuang Tong came up, I would dare to cut you down on the battlefield with this red demon halberd. The people of the 6 major forces in Xuanwang City were shocked by Qin Wentian's strength, and a monstrous killing intent surged in their hearts. This Qin Wentian openly challenged the majesty of the Pupil King, and there was absolutely no way to survive this time. The Pupil King was so talented that he would not allow a person without status to challenge him. Even if this person had terrible fighting power, so what? He was the Pupil King, one of His Majesty's most beloved princes. In the future, he might be the pride of the Huangji Shengzong, or he might be in charge of the great Shuang dynasty. No one had ever dared to disobey him, let alone provoke him. There was a big sect in the great Shuang dynasty that was very arrogant because of its own strength. The young master of this big sect was also a proud figure, extremely dazzling, and thought that his status was not much less than that of the Pupil King. He once competed with the Pupil King for a treasure, but the young master of that big sect was beheaded by the Pupil King on the street. The big sect wanted to retaliate against the Pupil King and seek justice from the royal family. Later, the big sect disappeared from the great Shuang dynasty and was razed to the ground. From then on, everyone in the imperial city of the great Shuang dynasty and the 9 king cities knew that some people were destined not to be provoked, and they couldn't afford to provoke them. Moreover, the current Pupil King has begun his road to rise. He has cultivated to the peak of the 6th level of Xiangang, and his combat power is unparalleled. He has killed evil figures of the 7th level of Xiangang. He has many trump cards, and he has super talent and strength alone. At this time, his eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian, and the pair of golden pupils seemed to be able to suck Qin Wentian in. The beam of light contained a terrible willpower. Qin Wentian actually felt a golden beast rushing towards him, extremely ferocious, and trying to tear his will apart. However, Qin Wentian was so determined that he was not afraid of anything under the red demon halberd. He looked at Shuang Tong without hiding his eyes, and the same terrifying willpower rushed into the other's pupils, as if they were in a duel of wills. "Do you know who you are talking to?" An old man beside Shuang Tong said coldly, staring at Qin Wentian with murderous intent. Qin Wentian glanced at the old man with contempt. He was sent to kill him, so why did he reveal his identity to shock him? What's the point? Since we are mortal enemies, we will fight to the death, no matter who you are. You killed my men, I should have killed you personally, but this is the battlefield of the 9 sex assessment. If I take action, I will lower my status. Shuang Tong spoke lightly, as if telling Qin Wentian that it would be easy for me to kill you, but he boasted of his noble status and disdained to take action against Qin Wentian. Either come up or shut up. Who doesn't know how to speak arrogantly? What's the point? Qin Wentian spoke coldly and responded to Shuang Tong. You are right. Who wouldn't be arrogant? I once fought my way out of a huge army and went through hell training. The people I killed were all stronger than me. If you can survive today, you may be qualified to be my opponent in the future. I will kill you then. Shuang Tong said calmly. He was Tong Wang, the pride of the Shuang dynasty, and one of the most dazzling young people in the entire Shuang dynasty. Although Qin Wentian provoked him, it would be simple for him to suppress Qin Wentian directly with his status and realm, but it would inevitably be criticized and belittled. But Qin Wentian was rude to him, so of course he would not let this boy go. Therefore, he said that if Qin Wentian could leave alive today, he would be qualified to be his opponent. I'm sorry, I never considered you as an opponent. If you were at the 4th level of Xiangang, I could crush you to death with 1 foot. Qin Wentian responded calmly. Although his voice was wild, everyone had to think about it. This man didn't need to fire a second shot to kill a Xiangang 5th level, and he could kill a Xiangang 6th level strongman in the same way. If he was at the same level as him, the 4th level of Xiangang, it would really be not good enough. If the pupil King Shuang Tong was at the same level as him, who would be stronger and who would be weaker in a fight? I'm afraid it's really hard to make a conclusion, but Shuang Tong, who is at the peak of the 6th level of Xiangang, is obviously stronger than Qin Wentian, and they have no doubt about this. There's no point in talking more. I want to see how you can survive today. Shuang Tong's voice was very calm from beginning to end, with a demeanor that looked down on the world. He looked at everyone and then said calmly, whoever kills him will be given a Jiutian. Shuang Tong's voice immediately caused an uproar. The whole space was boiling, extremely shocked, and many people showed crazy looks. The Jiutian can make up for the disadvantages of the star soul, allowing Wu Mingdian to condense stronger star power, making the power increase and offensiveness of Wu Mingdian more powerful. Of course, this kind of elixir can't really go against the will of heaven. The disadvantage of the star soul is destined to be a disadvantage. Although the Jiutian can make Wu Mingdian stronger, it is only limited to this realm. If you step into the Dianxiang realm, others with strong talents can still throw you away. But in any case, the Jiutian is too tempting for the Wu Ming monks in the Tiangang realm, and this kind of elixir is an extremely rare elixir, a 5th level elixir, which is extremely precious and has no market. Even if you have amazing wealth, you can't buy it at all. The reason why Shuang Tong can take it out is because he is the prince of the Great Shuang dynasty, with a noble status. The Great Shuang dynasty has its own alchemy hall, which has recruited the best alchemy masters of the Great Shuang dynasty. Of course, it can take out the best elixir. The heritage of an ancient dynasty is absolutely amazing. Especially now, many outstanding Xiangang realm martial life cultivators are preparing to participate in the Huangji Shengzong assessment. They will face the situation of a gathering of heroes. The heroes of the world gather together. Of course, they must make the most complete preparations and meet the challenge with the strongest attitude, striving to be able to step into the Huangji Shengzong and ascend to heaven in one step. The Jiutian pill caught their minds. Many strong men were eager to try. One person could not kill Qin Wentian, but a group of strong men came together. Qin Wentian would die no matter how strong he was. Qin Wentian looked at the crowd, and he found that even some disciples of the 9 major sects showed their heartbeats, and had the idea of killing him. At this moment, in his perception, a strong man from the Earth Gate quietly retreated and walked down the stands. The purpose was self-evident. Then, he found that a strong man from the Purple Thunder sect quietly retreated and walked down the stands and walked into the crowd. Strong men from the Sky Poison Valley and the Blood Demon sect took detours, retreated first, and then gathered in the direction of the Purple Thunder sword drum formation. The reason they took action must have been approved by the elders of the sect. Qin Wentian was powerful and gifted, but he had offended many people. Since they couldn't get him, they would destroy this genius so that no one could get him. There were also forces from the 9 major sects that didn't take action, but secretly thought it was a pity. They wanted to recruit him, but Qin Wentian might not be able to escape death. Some people from some forces even took advantage of the situation, thinking that since Qin Wentian couldn't survive, they might as well snatch the heaven-repairing pill. In the direction of the sword sect, Lin Shui watched these scenes and sneered in his heart. These major sects and forces were indeed in the same style as always. If they couldn't get him, they would destroy him. If they could still take the treasure, why not? What you did is really disappointing. If the people from the 9 major sects take action, You can go and see for yourself. Lin Shui said to the people behind him, which shocked many people. The sword sect actually asked to help Qin Wentian without any concealment. Could this fight evolve into a fight between the 9 major sects? Humph. Someone snorted coldly, but the voice was ethereal and no one knew where it came from. Qin Wentian witnessed this scene and secretly thanked himself for not making a choice too early. When he was in the Great Xia dynasty, he had already experienced the major overlord-level forces. The world was bustling and everyone was seeking profit. If he wanted to join a sect, he should choose the most suitable one. The sword sect has always acted as it pleases, but this time, are you going to be involved in this fight between me and him? Don't forget that I will also participate in the assessment of the Royal Holy Sect this time. At that time, if the people from the sword sect participate in the assessment, humph. Shang Tong snorted coldly and actually threatened the sword sect. You are not qualified to talk to me like this. Lin Shui turned his eyes and looked at Shang Tong. In an instant, it seemed as if a number of sharp swords stabbed in front of Shang Tong, causing Shang Tong's body to explode backwards. At the same time, the strong man of the Great Shang dynasty burst out with a burst of attacks. He clapped his hands, and saw the sharp swords whistling and rushing into the void. Lin Shui's eyes slowly turned away, without looking at Shang Tong again, and he just said lightly, next time, be polite when talking to elders. As expected of this Hanjian sect, it is strong and unscrupulous. Everyone did not expect that this Hanjian sect would have a conflict with Shang Tong. This fight is getting more and more exciting. I heard that the power of the Great Shang dynasty has always been at odds with this Hanjian sect. It is the same in the Huangji Shengzhuang. It seems to be true. Shang Tong's face was ugly. This person dared to attack him directly. I saw his golden eyes were cold, and he said coldly, I remember what happened today. I will make you regret it when I take the Huangji Shengzhuang assessment in the future. If this is not the territory of the Great Shang dynasty, I will kill you directly with your threatening words to this Hanjian sect. Lin Shui had no expression on his face, and he was even too lazy to look at Shang Tong again. He always acted as he pleased, so how could he tolerate the threat of a younger generation? When the crowd heard Lin Shui's words, they did not doubt his words at all. If this was not the Zhuanwang city of the Great Shang dynasty, Lin Shui might really dare to do something crazy. Shang Tong snorted again, and without saying anything else, he returned to his original place and sat down. Qin Wentian witnessed all this. He came here today to kill the 6 great geniuses, but he didn't expect to be recognized by others. The storm started again, and he was even involved in the 9 major sects. However, this storm gave him a clearer understanding of the 9 major sects, no longer limited to the previous hearsay. Since you want to join a sect, you should do it in a grand manner and tell this sect that your vision is not wrong. Qin Wentian spoke abruptly, causing everyone to look at him again. Qin Wentian walked out slowly, first walked to the direction of King Hu Mountain, and then he was seen holding the assessment mountain with both hands, and his perception was diffused. Then he suddenly exerted force with both hands, and a rumbling sound was heard. The mountain was directly pulled up, 3 feet off the ground, and the assessment of King Hu Mountain was passed. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian put Gu Shen down. He took out his spear and walked towards the earth gate. Looking at the earth puppet, his figure flashed and his spear shot out like a startled wild goose. The void trembled as the spear landed on the earth puppet. The pulsating power swept through every part of the earth puppet, wrapping it all up and crushing it into pieces. In an instant, the earth puppet exploded. The earth gate's assessment passed. Chapter 514, Invincible. What is he going to do? Qin Wentian broke through the assessments of the 2 major sects, causing the hearts of the people around him to tremble violently again. The assessments of the 9 major sects, whether it was King Hu Mountain or Daddy sect, were extremely difficult to break. Only a few people could successfully pass and join the 9 major sects, but Qin Wentian made continuous moves and easily broke through the assessments of King Hu Mountain and Daddy sect. This strength once again made everyone's hearts boil. The young man in the martial arts field walked towards the direction of the Purple Thunder sect. Looking at the puppet figure bathed in purple thunder, he stepped forward. Crazy, is he going to directly break through all the assessments of the 9 major sects? Qin Wentian's actions shocked everyone. The strong men of the 6 major forces in Zhuanwang City had livid faces. It was difficult for the geniuses among them to pass the assessments of any sect, but these assessments were so easy in Qin Wentian's hands. I'm afraid that at this time, Everyone would think that the geniuses in their sects died unjustly. Boom. Qin Wentian took a step forward, the sword energy roared, and the puppet in the purple thunder blasted a punch at him, but Qin Wentian's expression did not change, and he continued to step forward, and took 5 steps in a row. At the 5th step, Qin Wentian groaned, which made people secretly think that although Qin Wentian was strong, the assessment of the 9 major sects was not that simple. I am afraid that the assessment of the Purple Thunder sect would be difficult. The last 2 attacks will be stronger and more domineering. Boom. Qin Wentian took the 6th step, and the puppet blasted the 6th punch. This time, the thunder and the sword collided, and the roar continued. The light that burst out from the purple thunder submerged Qin Wentian's body, but his expression was normal, and he took the 7th step strongly. When this step fell, the world was shrouded in the killing intent, sweeping everything. The purple thunder puppet blasted the 7th punch, collided with the sword energy, and dissipated in the void. Qin Wentian waved his robe sleeves, turned around and walked away, as if the assessment of the Purple Thunder sect was nothing more than that to him, not worth mentioning. The 3 major sects are so powerful. This guy has such terrible talent. The strong men from the 9 major sects have already stepped over the Purple Thunder sword drum formation to kill him. Does he have to pass the tests of the other 6 major sects? Next, under the shocked gazes of everyone, Qin Wentian raised the axe of Jiutian Mansion and split the sky, and passed the Jiutian Mansion test with great force. In the test of Qianlong Fort, he transformed into a terrible demon dragon, soared up, and fought against the illusory demon dragon, tit for tat, and finally broke out of the dragon formation. In the test of Blood Demon Palace, Qin Wentian's blood boiled, fearless of everything, fighting bloody battles, broke out of a demon cave formation, and passed the Blood Demon Palace test. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, he passed the test of Xiandu Valley with great force. The test of Wongsun Tower was extremely terrifying. It was a group of beautiful women in an illusion array, which was extremely tempting and could make people fall into endless desires and unable to extricate themselves. However, Qin Wentian was mentally tough and unmoved. He was not shaken by the beauty in front of him. No matter how many beauties there were in front of him, they were like red-faced skeletons. He ignored everything and was not tempted by the beauties. He passed the test of Wongsun Tower. He passed the test of the 8 major sects. Everyone had gradually become numb to Qin Wentian's strength. Finally, he walked to the front of the sword sect. The test of the sword sect said that if you don't have a strong will, you will die. This is what Lin Shui said. Qin Wentian did not hesitate at all and stepped into the sword energy. Bathed in the sword power, he was fearless in his heart, sincere and firm. He took one step after another. Millions of sword energies passed through his body without shaking his heart. Finally, he took a step and passed the sword sect test. He passed all the 9 major sects tests. The vast space was silent. Qin Wentian broke through the assessment of the 9 major sects as if no one was around, which shocked everyone. Those who had passed the assessment before were a little proud, but now their pride disappeared without a trace. Compared with Qin Wentian, what they did was not worth mentioning. Madman. Jizu was deeply shocked by what Qin Wentian did. He was crazy when he took the sky elephant fruit, and now he's even crazier. It's really crazy. Su Lan was also shocked, and a huge wave of emotions was set off in his heart. He asked himself if his talent was weak, but at this moment he felt a little ridiculous. It turned out that some people could really be so outstanding. Even Qin Wentian's enemies were shocked by what he did. The faces of the strong men from the 6 major sects were extremely ugly, and the murderous intent in their hearts became stronger. Shang Yu's beautiful eyes froze. Qin Wentian had competed with her for the space pen. At that time, she was still high and mighty, thinking that this person was just an ordinary person, and he dared to compete with her. He was simply courting death. But now, looking at the young man in black, she felt ashamed of herself. This was a man who dared to fight against Zhen Yu, the disciple of the Huangji Shengzong elder. His magic weapon dared to point at Zhen Yu and Shang Tong. All this was something she dared not do. No matter how crazy you are, you will die. Zhen Yu looked ugly. In the Great Xia dynasty, he had experienced Qin Wentian's madness. The sort of exterminating immortals at all costs brought the overlord-level Chen family to its doom. But since he was an enemy, he should be killed as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. The stronger his talent, the more he should be killed. Many of the masters from the 9 major sects had already passed the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation when Qin Wentian passed the assessment. They witnessed Qin Wentian's strength with their own eyes, but it did not hinder their murderous intent in their hearts. They must get the Butian pill, so that when they participate in the Huangji Shengzhuang assessment, they can be more confident and become a disciple of Huangji Shengzhuang. Thinking of this, they surrounded Qin Wentian vaguely, obviously not ready to fight with Qin Wentian one by one. The deaths of 3 people under Shuangtong were vivid in their minds. How could they repeat the same mistake? Even if it was a bit embarrassing to surround and kill, they didn't care so much. The masters of the 9 major sects twitched faintly when they saw this scene. They witnessed Qin Wentian's strong breakthrough in the 9 major sects assessment. They felt as if they had missed something, but now there was no way out. If they couldn't get it, they had to destroy it. Otherwise, other sects would get a monster and it would threaten their sects. With the current situation, Qin Wentian would most likely join this Hanjian sect. The Hanjian sect took action for him at the most critical moment. Qin Wentian did not look at the figures who surrounded him. After passing the assessment of the Sword sect, he looked towards the Sword sect, smiled, and said, "Can the junior use the assessment of the 9 major sects to knock on the gate of the Sword sect?" As soon as these words came out, the void was silent again. Sure enough, Qin Wentian decided to join the Sword sect. Many strong men of the Sword sect stood up, and Lin Shui also stood up himself with a smile on his face. He was originally speaking for Qin Wentian. Even if Qin Wentian did not speak, he would formally invite Qin Wentian to join the Sword sect. After all, he had just passed the assessment of the Sword sect. Lin Shui understood that Qin Wentian, with such talent and glory, took the initiative to ask to join the Sword sect. Naturally, it was a return of favor. The Sword sect helped him, so he joined the Sword sect with a most dazzling attitude. There is no doubt that the Sword sect immediately became the focus of attention. Sure enough, the other 8 major sects' strong men felt cold in their hearts. Qin Wentian really joined the Sword sect. In this case, they could not be blamed. Of course. Commander Lin smiled and said to Qin Wentian, "Come up now. I want to see who dares to touch you. You have committed murders indiscriminately, and now you want to leave peacefully like this. It's ridiculous. I'm afraid that this person can't be saved by your words." Zhen Yu said coldly. How could Qin Wentian leave with a Sword sect like this? Although this boy is extraordinary and has passed the assessment of the Sword sect, the matter in the martial arts field is not over yet, so let's wait a while. A strong man from the Purple Thunder sect said, wanting to keep Qin Wentian killing innocent people indiscriminately. Commander Lin sneered, how shameless can he be to say such a thing? Do you want him to stand there and let your people kill him? Many people of the 6th level of Xiangang died in his hands, and they joined forces. Now he has dispatched more than 10 strong men of this level. Do you still have any shame? Beside Commander Lin, an old man from the Sword sect couldn't stand it and snorted coldly. Haha, no matter what, with so many strong men stepping onto the martial arts field, we can't just disperse like that. A strong man from Qinghe Mountain spoke, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash. It seemed that the people from Qinghe Mountain were holding a grudge after failing to invite him twice. At this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he looked in the direction of the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation, only to see a figure walking over and passing through the Purple Thunder Sword Drum formation. Qin Wentian looked at the figure, cold as ice, like an iceberg snow lotus, with a peerless appearance, but seemed out of reach. Qin walked out, and after a moment, she stood in front of Qin Wentian, causing many people to notice her presence. What a beautiful woman. She is cold, like a beauty in ice and snow. Where is she from? The Princess Shuangyu of Zhuanwang City is very famous and beautiful, but compared to this woman, she pales in comparison. Many people stared at Qin with dull eyes, as if they couldn't move their eyes away. Even many powerful people from the 9 major sects were amazed. Shuangtong's golden eyes flashed with a brilliant color. He asked himself that he had seen countless women, and his years of cultivation were boring and long, but he never forgot to enjoy the taste of beauty. Therefore, he proposed to Zhuanwang City to send Shuangyu to the palace as his princess, but after seeing Qin, his interest in Shuangyu actually faded a lot. Who are you, and are you willing to join my great Shuang dynasty? Shuangtuang looked at Qin and said, but Qin didn't even look at him and ignored his words. Qin Wentian glanced at Shuangtuang lightly, with a cold light in his eyes, and then he looked at Qin and asked in a low voice, why are you here? I'm here to help you. Qin said crisply, staring at the figure that was encircled in front of her, and her amazing eyes flashed with a cold chill. Kinger took a step forward, and in an instant, a terrible space storm swept across the entire martial arts field. All the strong men on it felt as if their bodies were bound by space. The endless storm blew, and their faces were as pale as paper. So strong, how could she be so strong? Many strong men from the 9 sects stood up, their pupils showing an extremely sharp edge, the peak of the 6th level of Xiangang, the will of space martial arts, the 2nd level of great perfection. Qin Wentian was also shocked by Kinger's martial arts will. The peak of the 6th level of Xiangang, the will of great perfection, and the will of space. In this martial arts arena, it is simply invincible. Qin Wentian was shocked. Kinger, so strong. Chapter 515, The Strength of the Sword Sect. The cultivation of martial arts will depends purely on comprehension. Many people cannot break through their realm because they are stuck in martial arts will, which affects their realm. Generally speaking, only people at the peak of Xiangang realm can correspond to the 2nd realm of martial arts will, which is perfect. Even ordinary people cannot do it. Kinger is only at the 6th level of Xiangang realm, but her space martial arts will is perfect, which instantly caused an uproar. For people whose martial arts will is far ahead of their realm, their achievements will definitely be terrible. There is no need to worry about not being able to break through the realm. This is an iron rule. Therefore, no one will doubt that Kinger will step into the celestial realm. Although this realm can hold back countless martial life cultivators, it definitely cannot hold back an existence like her. Space martial arts will is perfect. Shangtong's bright golden eyes also condensed there. Just now he wanted to recruit Kinger into the palace and make her his woman, but at this moment he immediately understood that he might not be able to control such a person. The perfect space martial arts will, coupled with the 6th level of Xiangang realm, even he has no chance of winning against this woman. But what Shangtong could not accept was that such an outstanding woman came to help Qin Wentian. It's her. Jun Yu recognized Kinger immediately when he saw her. He had seen this woman in Daksha. Although Kinger was not very strong to him, he was still impressed. Her temperament was too extraordinary. Kinger, I haven't encountered any danger of life yet. Qin Wentian said to Kinger with a smile on his face. More than a dozen powerful figures of the 6th level of Xiangang joined forces to strangle him. He would indeed be in danger, but after all, they had not started yet. If it were in the past, Kinger would not come out, but now, Kinger actually appeared in advance, which surprised him a little. It seems that as they spend more and more time together, Kinger is also slowly changing. After all, for nearly 10 years, Kinger has been accompanying him in secret. Before, she obeyed the orders of Fairy King Mani. At that time, it was a mission for Kinger, but now, protecting Qin Wentian in her heart is probably no longer as simple as the mission given to her by Fairy King Mani. Oh. Kinger blinked her eyes, and just when Qin Wentian thought that Kinger would not continue to pay attention to him, he heard a response. But, they bullied you. The crisp voice reached Qin Wentian's ears, causing Qin Wentian to be stunned for a moment, and a warm current flowed through his heart. Although it sounded strange, this was Kinger's character. With a gentle smile on his face, Qin Wentian looked at the pretty figure blocking him, took a step forward, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Kinger. Kinger, let me do it. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Kinger glanced at him, then nodded and whispered, I'll help you from behind. Yes. Qin Wentian did not refuse. The violent aura on his body burst out and walked forward. Kinger released the great perfection of the space martial arts will, which was able to separate the space. Those people bombarded the front frantically, but found it difficult to break the space-like curtain. Buzz! The wind swept past, and Qin Wentian's red demon halberd rushed towards the person. The space-like curtain between Qin Wentian and the person suddenly broke, causing the strong man's expression to condense. Then, the red demon halberd descended directly in front of him. The terrible power of the dream demon instantly occupied his mind. A series of terrible scenes appeared, a bloody space, endless magic halberds, and the sky and the earth were dark. Qin Wentian came with a red demon halberd in his hand, like a demon god. He had no power to resist. Qin Wentian's dream martial arts will was originally the 2nd realm of transformation. Now with the addition of the divine weapon red demon halberd, how terrible it was, the dream demon's thoughts could not be stopped at all. Bang! The red demon halberd directly pierced into the head of the strong man, instantly obliterating him. Qin Wentian's movements did not stop at all, and he walked towards another person. Kinger stood behind Qin Wentian, protecting him. When he walked towards a person, that person would be in the same space with Qin Wentian, while the others were blocked outside by the will of space martial arts. This magical power, which was transformed by the will of space martial arts, made people feel terrified. Puff. There was another light sound, and soon, another strong man fell under Qin Wentian's red devil halberd. Qin Wentian and the other party fought in the same space and killed each other. Go. Someone from the 9 major sects said, making the people in that space want to escape. If this continued, they would be killed by Qin Wentian one by one. No one is allowed to leave. Kinger's voice was cold, and she clenched her palms forward, and the space power suddenly became more violent. Everyone looked at the golden lines, and they were shocked to find that the terrible space power had turned into a real space prison, imprisoning everyone in different spaces. Space prison, what a terrifying magical power. The masters of the 9 sects were all shocked by Kinger's strength. Their people had already walked onto the martial arts field, and now they were bound by the space prison. With Qin Wentian's strength, he could kill as many people as he wanted. Not long after, 8 masters fell under Qin Wentian's red devil halberd. At this time, Qin Wentian came to another space prison, facing a master in a blue robe with terrifying lightning in his eyes. He stepped forward, the red devil halberd rushed out, and a terrifying cold light rushed out from his eyebrows. The blue-robed man looked at Qin Wentian and showed a vigilant look. At the moment when the terrifying dream demon fantasy rushed into his mind, he suddenly slapped his palm forward, and an umbrella appeared in front of him. The umbrella contained terrifying lightning. The moment it was opened, a ray of destructive thunder directly killed Qin Wentian. The destructive pressure seemed to shatter Qin Wentian's body in an instant. Be careful! Kinger shouted, and the purple lightning directly annihilated the space. Kinger's figure flashed, and she rushed into the space prison in an instant. Her palm directly chopped towards the man. The blue-robed man hastily raised his hand to attack, and the terrifying thunder tore everything apart. Boom! The attacks of the two collided with each other, and the thunder seemed to be decomposed. Kinger's palm chopped down angrily and imprinted on the opponent's body. The terrifying golden light directly tore the opponent's body apart and turned it into nothingness. Only the thunder umbrella fell to the ground. Qin Wentian sensed the crisis when the opponent used the thunder umbrella just now, and immediately used Dao's Huan Xingyi to retreat rapidly. The red demon halberd did not stop and blasted forward, but even so, there was still a terrifying thunder force hitting his body, causing his skin to crack and blood to ooze out. A 5th-level magic weapon, an offensive magic weapon with terrifying thunder attributes. Qin Wentian's mouth was bleeding, and his face was a little pale. He didn't expect that the other party actually had such a trump card. With a 5th-level offensive magic weapon, the other party could have directly broken through the space prison and left, but the other party didn't, but waited for him there, obviously to kill him and seize a sky-repairing pill. Idiot. In the direction of the Purple Thunder sect, Yin Ting's uncle cursed angrily. The umbrella was a treasure he got. It was a single offensive magic weapon that could only be used 5 times. The pure attack power was extremely terrifying. He lent it to the other party just to kill Qin Wentian, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't do it, and even threw away his magic weapon. My son. A strong man from the Purple Thunder sect roared, his eyes were red, and he turned around and glared at Yin Ting's uncle, angrily, who are you calling an idiot? Yin Ting's uncle's face trembled, lowered his head and dared not say more, but he was extremely angry in his heart. He lost such a powerful magic weapon and still couldn't kill Qin Wentian. Kinger's hair flew in anger as she headed towards the other space prisons. When she saw someone trying to escape, she seemed to be covered in a terrifying golden light. She quickly appeared behind the person and grabbed him with her palm, sealing the void. Kill! Kinger shouted angrily, and the person's body was torn apart. In front of Kinger, who had reached the great perfection of space martial arts, he had no power to resist. Kinger, I'm fine. Qin Wentian saw Kinger's anger, stood up, and smiled. Kinger turned around and looked at him without saying anything. This magic weapon is really powerful. It must be someone from the 9 major sects. Qin Wentian thought to himself, picked up the umbrella, and swept his sharp eyes to other people, and continued to kill. Those people showed desperate looks. Qin Wentian was strong enough, and with a perverted Kinger, the two of them were simply unstoppable. The killing continued. Not long after, in the martial arts arena, except for those who were watching the battle, all the strong men who wanted to surround and kill Qin Wentian died, leaving no one alive. This scene deeply hurt the many forces of the 9 major sects. They were all destroyed. Not only did they not get the Jiutian, but they also lost their lives. Bullying the minority with the majority? How ironic. From the direction of the sword sect, the old man next to Lin Shui looked at the crowd and said, "Is there anyone who wants to continue? Anyone who is at the 6th level of Xiangang can come up at will." No one responded. This situation made people know that if they wanted to continue, it would undoubtedly be an act of seeking death. King Er's special magical power could isolate people, and in terms of individual combat ability, no one within the 6th level of Xiangang seemed to be able to defeat either King Er or Qin Wentian. "Can I join the sword sect too?" King Er asked softly. The strong man of the sword sect looked at her. Lin Shui's eyes flashed with a smile and said, "Based on your martial arts will of space perfection, this assessment is meaningless to you. You can pass it easily, of course." The other 8 forces of the 9 sects felt a little uncomfortable, because they missed Qin Wentian, and now they missed the second demon-level woman. This made them think in their hearts, losing 2 such demons and avoiding offending Jun Yu and Shang Tong, is it really worth it? These 2 are too rampant, stained with blood, the cultivation limit should be lifted and they should be killed. In the quiet space, in the direction of the Purple Thunder sect, Yin Ting's uncle roared. He was unwilling to end like this. Yes, there should be no cultivation limit. A strong man of the Yin family echoed. But at this moment, an old man stood up in the direction of the sword sect. The old man looked very calm, but the crowd saw his figure flash, like a sword light, and disappeared directly. Ah! A scream startled everyone. The crowd was horrified to find that a bright sword light was left in the void, and in the direction of the Purple Thunder sect, Yin Ting's uncle had blood seeping out from his eyebrows. His eyes were wide open, and he seemed to die with his eyes wide open. There was actually someone who dared to kill him directly. No restrictions on cultivation? Whoever wants to kill my disciples of the sword sect without restrictions on cultivation, please speak up. An old voice was heard, and the sword light just now appeared in the martial arts field. The figure of an old man stood there, still so ordinary, as if there was no aura on his body, but that sword light made everyone tremble. Chapter 516, It Tastes Terrible. The old man from the sword sect stood above the martial arts arena. Although he did not emit any aura, he made the 9 sects feel oppressed. This person was definitely a super powerful existence. The sword sect actually had such a person in person. All the strong men from the Purple Thunder sect stood up, their hair flying in anger. The lightning on their bodies roared madly. A group of strong men stood together, and the light of thunder seemed to annihilate the world and destroy everything. "You dare to humiliate my Purple Thunder sect like this?" A strong man from the Purple Thunder sect shouted angrily, his hair and beard flying. Just because of a sentence, a strong man from his Purple Thunder sect was killed on the spot, and in front of all of them. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face of their Purple Thunder sect in public. "You have repeatedly tried to kill my disciples of the sword sect, but now you have the audacity to propose lifting the cultivation limit. Do you really think that the sword sect is easy to bully? If you are not convinced, you can come up and let me teach you. There is no limit on your cultivation." The old man shouted coldly, and the violent voice spit out, like the sound of thousands of swords, which made the void buzz and make people's eardrums tremble wildly, as if there was endless sword energy whistling in their ears, which was extremely uncomfortable. Too powerful, definitely a super powerful existence in the celestial realm. He said arrogantly that if the people of the Purple Thunder sect wanted to come up, they could fight at will. The old man's words were equivalent to declaring war on the people of the Purple Thunder sect. But although the strong men of the Purple Thunder sect were angry, no one dared to stand up. They were the first to come out, and the old man killed one of their strong men on the spot. At this time, how could people from other sects come out to help? Good, very good. The strong man headed by the Purple Thunder sect was extremely angry, but he knew that the other party had great means. If he started a war, he would definitely lose. With the style of the sword sect, it is really possible to kill them here and leave them here. For them, this is unbearable. Even if they are insulted, they can only swallow it. If you don't dare to fight, shut up. The old man shouted coldly, and then his eyes swept to the others. His eyes were extremely domineering, containing terrible majesty, and he said coldly, "Who else wants to challenge? You can go up at any time within the 6th level of Xiangang. If someone says that there is no limit on cultivation, then go up together and fight with me." Such arrogant words can be said to be not taking the 9 major sects and the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty seriously, But after thinking about it, he found that the other party did have the qualifications to be arrogant. The strength of this old man made the Purple Thunder sect so afraid that even the dead dared not fight him. I am afraid that no one here dares to say that they can deal with him. As for the realm within the 6th level of the Xiangang realm, Qinger and Qin Wentian are invincible when they stand there. They can kill as many as they can and sweep everything away. No one can stop them. This is talent. Turning their eyes, they looked at the two expressions standing side by side. Qin Wentian was handsome and domineering, like the descendant of the ancient demon king. Qinger was beautiful, but cold as ice, a peerless beauty. In today's battle, Qin Wentian fought wildly against the heroes and passed the assessment of the 9 major sects. Although Qinger only appeared for a moment, her strong attitude left an indelible impression on everyone. They stood together, their elegance and beauty overshadowed all the geniuses today and amazed Zhuanwang City. After entering the Zhanjian sect, the future of the two will probably be even more terrifying. Many people thought secretly in their hearts that no one could stop them today. Is it inappropriate for you to be so strong in the territory of my great Shuang dynasty? At this time, an indifferent voice came out, and the person who spoke was Shuangtong, the king of the great Shuang dynasty. Zhuanwang City, after all, is one of the 7 king cities of the great Shuang dynasty. The people of the Zhanjian sect are too disrespectful. Are the people of the great Shuang dynasty so uneducated? They speak so rudely to their elders. The old man of the Zhanjian sect glanced at him, and a terrible sharp aura rushed straight to him, saying, "You ordered many people to bully my disciples. Are you really using your majesty on my Zhanjian sect? If you dare to say anything about touching my Zhanjian sect disciples again, I will dare to kill you on the spot. Do you believe it?" After these words fell, a terrifying force enveloped Shuangtong, and the strong men beside him walked out and blocked Shuangtong one after another, but the sword energy was too terrible, as if Shuangtong could be killed with a sword at any time. The gap between the two was too big and could not be made up at all. Shuangtong was guarded by the strong men behind him, his golden eyes glowing with coldness. He did not expect that someone in the great Shuang would dare to bully him like this. The surrounding space was once again silent and extremely quiet. It seems that this Zhanjian sect came prepared, and there is such a strong man hiding among them. The 9 major sects came to Zhuanwang City because it was the Zhanjian sect that proposed it. It was by chance that they met 2 geniuses like Qin Wentian, but what was the original purpose of the Zhanjian sect? Many people were puzzled. The strength of this old man was extremely terrifying. He had been sitting quietly among the Zhanjian sect before, not showing off his strength, but his strength was too strong, stronger than the people from the 9 major sects. Does anyone dare to come forward? Are there no people from other sects and the great Shuang dynasty? You can't even bring out a decent person, but you are still arrogant here. Do you only shout when you are outnumbered? Seeing that the void was quiet, the old man shouted again and said coldly, "You have disgraced the 9 major sects and the great Shuang dynasty. This trip is really disappointing." The people from the other sects of the 9 major sects turned pale and blue. They were not as strong as the old man, and no one could deal with Qin Wentian and the others. How could they shout? They had completely lost their confidence. If you are weak, you can only be suppressed by others. If you are humiliated, you can only endure it and swallow it. Since there is no one here, General Lin, let's go back, the old man said, and the people of the sword sect stood up one after another, and the sword energy rushed into the sky. They stepped on the sword light and were ready to fly the sword at any time. The old man clapped his hands, and the sword light suddenly fell beside Qin Wentian and Qinger. He said to them, "You ride on my sword." Zhuanwang City is far away from the Zhanjian sect, which spans 200,000 miles. If Qin Wentian were to use his speed, it would probably take several days to reach there. However, with the old man's tyrannical strength, it would not take long. The speed of a Xiangxiang realm expert is so fast that he can travel hundreds of thousands of miles a day without any pressure. "Senior, please wait a moment." Qin Wentian did not leave immediately. He stepped out and looked in the direction of the people of the great Shuang dynasty. Then his eyes looked at the 6 major forces of Zhuanwang City. In the past, the 6 major forces were surrounded and suppressed by the Xiangxiang fruit, so Qin came here today to take revenge. If any of you want to seek revenge from Qin, feel free to come to the Zhanjian sect to find me. But now, there is still one person who must die. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes instantly locked on Yin Chang, one of the Yin family's experts. Seeing Qin Wentian's eyes, Yin Chang's face turned pale and he shouted, "Grandpa, save me." However, a terrible light burst out from Qin Wentian's brows, and the will of martial arts directly blasted into Yin Chang's mind. In an instant, Yin Chang felt a purgatory scene in his mind, with corpses like mountains, blood staining the world, and many demons rushing towards him. The leading demon was Qi, who was forced to death by him. "This is an illusion, not real," Yin Chang roared, trying to break free, but he saw the demons grabbing him directly, with a force of more than 10 million pounds. With a muffled sound, the crowd saw Yin Chang spitting blood 3 times in a row. His face was as pale as paper, and there was no blood left. He fell down directly and was killed by Qin Wentian from a distance. There was no solution. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Qin Wentian's killing of people with low realms was simply unsolvable. The ability to kill from a distance was probably the power of pupil skills, just like Shuangtong's magical power. The strong men of the Yin family pointed at Qin Wentian angrily, with murderous intent and roaring, but Qin Wentian looked at them calmly, without any joy or sadness. In the past, the 6 major forces of Xuanwang City besieged him, no doubt because they relied on the fact that he had no power background and dared to launch such a siege and killing. Now, he used the power of the sword sect to forcefully destroy Yin City, but the Yin family could only be angry and dare not take revenge. The situation faced by both sides seemed to have been reversed. It must be said that the situation is ever-changing. It has only been a short month, and it has turned upside down. Because of a chase in the Jiutian mountains, the bloody battle in Xuanwang City today was triggered, and the 9 major sects were implicated, which was recorded in the history of Xuanwang City. "I'll wait for you to take revenge." Qin Wentian looked directly at the Yin family crowd, and then stepped onto the sword light with Qinger. The little bastard in the crowd turned into a white shadow and threw himself into Qin Wentian's arms, causing many people to flash a look of surprise. "Let's go!" the old man of the sword sect shouted, and the sword whistled in the sky. A group of strong men whistled away and soon turned into wisps of white light. "Let's go!" The crowd only felt lost. Today's battle was indeed exciting, but it felt a little short. The young man and woman were really amazing, with outstanding talents, like a dazzling genius, and they will surely shine in the sword sect in the future. The sword sect came to pick up these 2 people and left. What's going on? Some people were puzzled. They couldn't figure it out. Shang Yu saw Qin Wentian killing Yin Chang and leaving. She didn't know what it felt like. This person was far beyond her reach. The 2 were not from the same world, even though she was the princess of Xuanwang City. Jizu and Sulan also watched Qin Wentian leave. Jizu's beautiful eyes flashed with a smile, and she whispered, "I hope to hear his legend in the great Shang dynasty in the future." Qin Wentian's trip to the sword sect must have stirred up a storm in the royal Saint domain. The imperial city of the great Shang dynasty is also on the border of the royal Saint domain. In that area, there are real strong people like clouds and endless geniuses, just like the proud figures of Xuanwang City, which can be seen everywhere. The real elites of the 9 major sects did not come out during this trip. In the distance, in the void, Qin Wentian and Qinger were on the same sword beam. Qin Wentian looked at Qinger and asked with a smile, "Qinger, when did you become so powerful? Your martial arts will has reached the state of perfection." Qinger looked at Qin Wentian and whispered, "I ate all the fruits you gave me." Oh! Qin Wentian flashed. The 2 celestial fruits that contain the power of space, this girl actually ate them all. No wonder her space martial arts will has reached the state of perfection. She is really greedy. Is it delicious? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. Qinger looked at Qin Wentian with bright eyes and a thoughtful look. Her lips moved and she said crisply, "It tastes terrible." Oh! Qin Wentian saw Qinger's serious look, and he tried his best to resist the urge to laugh. "Qinger girl, she is really cute." Chapter 517, Fellows. The royal sacred domain spans across endless territory, with countless sects and ancient families. The royal sacred sect, the overlord that rules the endless territory, is located in this domain, and the world is united. In this domain, in addition to the overlord, there are 9 sects, 7 families, and 2 dynasties. The 9 sects are naturally the 9 sects governed by the royal sacred domain. The 7 families are 7 transcendent ancient families, whose strength is unknown, but they do not directly belong to the royal sacred sect, but the children of these 7 families are also proud to join the royal sacred sect. The 2 dynasties refer to the Great Shang dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty. If we extend it outward, The three great dynasties, the Great Zhou, the Great Shang, and the Great Xia, all belong to the Huangji Holy Domain, and are all governed by the Huangji Holy Sect. It's just that because the radiation area is too vast, the Huangji Holy Sect is unwilling to pay attention to places that are too far away. Moreover, half of the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty is within the Huangji Holy Domain. The most important imperial city of the Great Shang dynasty is also within the Huangji Holy Domain. As for the extinct Great Xia, the Huangji Holy Domain has long been less concerned. So you can imagine how vast this domain is. There are really endless creatures, and there are countless strong people. Moreover, in addition to the 9 sects, 7 families, and 2 dynasties, there are many sects and families of a little bit less, and even ancient countries. They belong to the second-level forces, but they are absolutely ridiculously powerful. If a few peak figures emerge one day, they may be able to replace the 9 sects, 7 families, and 2 dynasties. You must know that in the history of the Huangji Holy Domain, these forces have all been replaced. 5,000 years ago, there was no Jiutian sect among the 9 sects. It was just that this Jiutian sect emerged 5,000 years ago and gained an important position in the Huangji Shengzong, gradually becoming an important branch of the Huangji Shengzong. This is also the reason why all sects and schools are competing to send disciples to the Huangji Shengzong. Some second-level forces have accumulated a foundation that is not even weaker than the 9 sects. It is only because the Huangji Shengzong is weak that they cannot replace it. Today, Qin Wentian has come to such an area. He is flying on the sword on the way and witnessing the prosperous scene of the endless area below, and he is quite shocked. The flying altitude of the Jiutian sect is not too high, so they can clearly see everything below. Every place they pass by is much more prosperous than the Jiuzhou city of the Great Xia dynasty. Sometimes they pass by some powerful families. The strong men of those families rush out of the sky with amazing momentum and can easily sweep across the Great Xia Jiuzhou, but when they see that it is the people of the Jiutian sect, they immediately send them off politely. Qin Wentian also passed by an ancient country. The territory ruled by this ancient country was also extremely vast. When they passed by the ancient palace, countless strong men in armor rushed into the sky. The atmosphere of iron armor seemed to be suffocating. When they saw that they were people from the sword sect, the princes and nobles came out to see them off. Only when you have a broad vision can you truly understand how narrow your vision is. Qin Wentian understood that these were the routes deliberately chosen by the strong men of the sword sect to let him see it, otherwise he could easily avoid these routes. After the strong men of the sword sect knew that he came from the desolate Great Xia, they did so deliberately. Obviously, they had good intentions to let him increase his knowledge and know the vastness of the world. From the conversation with Lin Shui and others, he also knew that the Great Xia dynasty was actually an abandoned desolate land in the mouths of the strong men of the royal holy domain, which made Qin Wentian feel deeply. Qin Wentian finally understood why Zhen Yu was so arrogant when he came to Daxia. He was a disciple of the Huangji holy sect, so how could he look down on the barbarity of Daxia? On the contrary, few people in Daxia had ever been to the Huangji holy land, so they probably didn't know enough about Zhen Yu's status. However, all this only made Qin Wentian more excited. His eyes were shining with sharpness and he was in high spirits. King Er beside him was still calm, cold, and didn't speak, as if she had always been like this. Even if the strong men of this Jiutian sect talked to her, she was indifferent, which made the strong men of this Jiutian sect smile bitterly. However, knowing her character, they would not argue with her. Finally, they arrived at the destination of this trip, the Jiutian sect located in the south of the Huangji Holy Land. In Qin Wentian's imagination, the Jiutian sect should be located in the plain wilderness, with a mountain gate standing tall, and many outstanding people came to worship at the mountain gate, but after arriving, he smiled bitterly. The surrounding area is prosperous. Outside the Jiutian sect, there is an ancient sword standing there. This is the boundary of the Jiutian sect. In front, a huge sword reaches the sky, as if it will go straight into the clouds. In front, ancient peaks are connected, and palaces stand in them, like fairy palaces in the sky. The Jiutian sect spans hundreds of miles, but it is located in the prosperous area, not standing in the mountains. Outside the Jiutian sect boundary, people are constantly coming and going. They look at the Jiutian sect mountain gate with a hint of reverence. Why, are you disappointed? Lin Shui stood beside Qin Wentian and asked with a smile. How could it be? I'm just a little surprised. I thought the Jiutian sect was located among the mountains. Qin Wentian said with a smile. We martial artists of our generation travel the world with swords, and we are free in the mortal world. The sword sect is not as extraordinary as you think. We are all mortals. We practice swords, travel the world, and take revenge. We are free and unrestrained, and we are true to our hearts. Lin Shui said with a smile, it is impossible for people who cannot face their hearts to reach a high level in the way of swordsmanship. The sword sect is very lenient in disciplining its disciples, so as not to restrict them. Remember, once you join a sword sect, you don't need to follow the rules and everything. You just need to face your inner persistence. If one day you find that the sword sect is not suitable for you, you can just ask and leave on your sword. The sect will not make things difficult for you. What a cool and unrestrained Jiutian sect. Qin Wentian was quite shocked when he heard Lin Shui's words. He had heard many rumors about Jiutian sect in Zhuanwang City. It seemed to be true. This sect was very different from other sects. It was truly free and open-minded. They practiced swords in the mortal world, walked around the world, and were happy to repay their enemies. They were free and unrestrained. They only wanted to live up to their conscience. When the two were talking, the group had already entered the Jiutian sect on their swords. When they got closer, they found that Jiutian sect was like a fairy palace. Mountain springs and waterfalls flowed down, people talked and laughed in the palaces and pavilions, and people practiced swords and exchanged ideas in the ancient mountain martial arts field. It was a peaceful scene. Seeing this group of people returning, many people in Jiutian sect looked up and saw many disciples gathered in the distance. They were all young men and women. The cultivation of the people in Jiutian sect was almost all above the Xiangang realm. Even if they were in their 30s or 40s, they looked young. Therefore, it was not surprising. Moreover, this group of disciples was quite young. Seventh senior brother is back, and he brought two young men with him. Are they new disciples? Under a waterfall cave, young men and women looked in the direction of Lin Shui and others. The young man in white showed a curious look. This woman is so beautiful. Is she going to join my sword sect? If so, she will be the most beautiful woman in my sword sect. The young man beside him looked at Kinger with shining eyes. Humph! A beautiful woman next to him snorted coldly. The woman was tall, curvy, with skin like snow, bright eyes, and a melon-shaped face. She was very beautiful and had a bit of heroic spirit. She looked very comfortable. She glared at the young man next to her and cursed in a low voice, "Lecher. Food, sex, and nature." The young man said casually, but smiled nonchalantly, "It's a pity that you are so distant to me, junior sister. If junior sister is willing to marry me, I will never look at other women again. Get lost." The woman looked down on the other party fiercely. A thin young man with an ancient sword on his back said, "Seventh senior brother went to the sword sect with the elders, and I don't know what they were doing. Now he is back with two young men. Could it be that this trip was made for these two people? Our sword sect has never set such a precedent. It's really strange, senior brother is here." The woman next to him said, and then saw Lin Shui and others coming here. The old man in the lead said, "Lin Shui, you will arrange the next thing." "Okay." Lin Shui nodded, and the old man immediately left with a group of people. "Seventh senior brother, you are back." The woman stepped forward and smiled at Lin Shui, which was completely different from her attitude towards the young man next to her. "Junior sister is so happy to see senior brother 7 come back. It's really sad." The young man who was just called a lecher sighed, then looked at Kinger and asked, "What's your name, young lady?" Kinger looked at him coldly and ignored him, treating him as air, which made many people around smile and the young man look embarrassed. "Be quiet." Lin Shui glared at him and then introduced them to everyone. "This is junior brother Qin Wentian and junior sister Kinger. From now on, they will also be disciples of the sword sect. Junior sister Kinger doesn't like to talk, so you must not disturb her at will. If you have anything to say, tell junior brother Qin and he will tell junior sister." Kinger showed up at the Zhuanwang City martial arts arena to protect Qin Wentian. Along the way, he also knew that the relationship between the two was unusual, so he gave this order. "Yes, senior brother." Everyone obviously respected Lin Shui very much, and nodded one after another. Qin Wentian had been observing silently, but he was slightly shocked in his heart. Lin Shui, he was just his senior brother. He thought that Lin Shui's generation would be higher than his. He was the leader of the Jiutian sect in this trip except for the old man. He didn't know that because Lin Shui was the disciple of the leader of this Hanjian sect, his status was extraordinary, and his talent and strength were all terrible. My name is Yi Ling Shuang. Junior brothers and sisters can call me senior sister Yi or senior sister Ling Shuang. The woman smiled at Qin Wentian and King Er and introduced herself. Jiang Wei. The thin man nodded slightly at the two. Liu Ian. The lustful young man also smiled. Everyone introduced one by one, and Qin Wentian nodded in return. Junior brother, this pet is so cute, can I take a look? Yi Ling Shuang looked at the little bastard in Qin Wentian's arms, her eyes flashed with a strange light. She had killed many monsters, but she had rarely seen such a cute pet little monster. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, loosened his hand slightly, and the little guy jumped and threw himself into Yi Ling Shuang's arms, making Yi Ling Shuang smile. The little guy arched towards her chest and curled up there, seeming to enjoy it very much, and said in a baby voice, "So soft, ah." Yi Ling Shuang was instantly petrified, staring at the little guy in her arms without blinking with her beautiful eyes. Qin Wentian's face was even more black, looking at the guy in Yi Ling Shuang's arms. He wanted to strangle it to death. This bastard, he really knows how to talk. Ahem. Liu Ian coughed, looked at the little guy with jealousy, then looked at Qin Wentian with a meaningful smile, whispering, "It turns out that junior brother is a fellow traveler." Chapter 518 Thatched Cottage. Qin Wentian wanted to find a hole to crawl into after hearing Liu Ian's words. He secretly glanced at Yi Ling Shuang, only to see that this senior sister was also looking at him with a half-smile. That look of contempt made Qin Wentian want to sigh to this guy. He had just joined the sword sect, and it seemed that his reputation was completely ruined by the little bastard. Little bastard, get back here. Qin Wentian looked at the little bastard fiercely, but saw that the other party turned over and lay lazily on the plump and soft peaks, squinting his eyes, and looked very intoxicated. Junior brother, you taught me very well. Yi Ling Shuang chuckled, and Qin Wentian cried out in his heart that he couldn't wash it off even if he jumped into the Cheyenne River. Junior brother and sister, I'll take you to the sword sect. Lin Shui spoke at this time, which was considered to be a relief for Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded, and then several people took off into the air together, and Yi Ling Shuang and the others followed behind, heading forward. The sword sect spans hundreds of miles and has 3,000 disciples. The ancient peaks are connected. The disciples live in wooden houses among the peaks. You can choose a wooden house as your residence. Lin Shui took a step in front of Qin Wentian and pointed to the houses between the mountain walls. The scenery was beautiful and extremely quiet. Moreover, the wooden houses were separated by a distance, so the practice would not disturb each other. In the morning, the mist was floating, just like the place where immortals lived. The residence is completely separated from the sword sect's practice place. Look over there, it is my sword sect's martial arts arena, where many disciples can practice. If there are fierce conflicts between disciples, the elders can mediate. If they cannot be reconciled, both sides can apply for a decisive battle. Lin Shui pointed to one of the locations. There was a magnificent place with martial arts arenas and many disciples below. Qin Wentian made a note in his heart that the sword sect was the sect with the least number of people among the 9 major sects. It was very strict in recruiting disciples, but he didn't expect that there were actually 3,000 disciples. It can be seen how terrible a major sect is. The other 8 sects of the 9 major sects must have tens of thousands of disciples, and they are all elites. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this is not surprising at all. The Royal Holy Land is so vast, with countless sects and families, as well as the 3 great dynasties and many ancient countries. The population base is so huge. The 9 major sects are the highest level forces except the Royal Holy Sect. Every year, there are countless talented disciples who want to join the sect, which are all in the hundreds of thousands. Even if the sword sect only selects 1 in 1,000, there are still hundreds of people. After years of accumulation, 3,000 disciples are definitely not few. That's the sword platform. When something big happens in the sect, the sword platform drums will shake the sky, and the disciples of the sword sect must gather here immediately. Lin Shui pointed to a vast place again. Qin Wentian took note and continued to follow Lin Shui forward. 9 ancient mountains appeared in front of them, each occupying a huge area. This is a mountain for cultivation. There are so many disciples in this Hanjian sect that it is impossible to teach them uniformly. According to the different strengths of the disciples, there are 9 mountain sword masters to teach. Each of the 9 mountain sword masters is in charge of a mountain. Under the seat of the 9 mountain sword masters, there are elders and deacons. They do their own things and help teach the 3,000 disciples. Lin Shui said. Which mountain is your disciple? Qin Wentian asked curiously. Senior brother is the sword master of Shaoshan, the direct disciple of the Lingshan sword master, and the Lingshan sword master is also the leader of Mai's Hanjian sect. Yi Lingshuang said to Qin Wentian, as for the few of us, we are also the disciples of the Lingshan sword master, but we are not direct disciples. We are disciples of the elders of Shaoshan. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. It is impossible for all the 3,000 disciples of this Hanjian sect to be taught by the 9 mountain sword masters personally. As the direct disciple of the sect master, it is no wonder that Lin Shui has a transcendent status. There are library pavilions in all 9 mountains, with skills and magical powers, ancient books and notes, and disciples from each mountain can read them by themselves. Going further ahead is the place where the great elder of our Hanjian sect practices. You can't go there easily. Lin Shui instructed Qin Wentian. In addition, there are ancient relics between the ancient peaks of Hanjian sect. They are all the relics of practice left by the ancestors of our Hanjian sect. You can observe them at will. Lin Shui continued, in addition, I want to take you to an important place. As he said that, Lin Shui turned around, and Qin Wentian and others followed him. He looked at Yi Lingshuang beside him in confusion, and saw that she and Liu Yan and others all looked quite solemn, as if the place mentioned by Lin Shui was of extraordinary significance. Not long after, Lin Shui brought him to a mountain peak, where many disciples gathered. When they saw Lin Shui coming, they all nodded slightly to him and called him senior brother. Lin Shui is the direct disciple of the sect master. His cultivation has reached the realm of celestial phenomena. He is not weaker than some of the sect's deacons, so he is naturally respected. Lin Shui nodded slightly and stood on the ancient peak. The crowd looked at Qin Wentian and King Er behind Lin Shui, wondering if these two were the disciples of the sword sect. They were brought by senior brother Lin Shui himself. Qin Wentian is introverted, but handsome. King Er is cold, but beautiful. Yi Lingshuang is a rare beauty. She seems a little pale in front of her, which makes everyone marvel. These two new disciples seem extraordinary. Qin Wentian didn't want to think too much. At this moment, he looked forward and saw a thatched cottage opposite the ancient mountain. The cottage seemed ordinary and simple, but it seemed to be filled with a magical power that turned decay into magic, as if it was the only one in this world. When this cottage was there, all the scenery was eclipsed. The thatched cottage attracted Qin Wentian's attention at first sight. The seemingly ordinary cottage exuded such an extraordinary temperament, which was really shocking. He went to peek with his senses, but found that his senses were blocked by an invisible force and he could not get close to the cottage at all. Brother, what is in the cottage? Qin Wentian asked curiously. Lin Shui shook his head slightly. No one knows, not to mention me, even the master has never been in it, or he can't go in. Qin Wentian was shocked. He didn't expect that the sword sect had such a magical place. This is the place where the founder of the sword sect practiced. It is said that the founder is a sword immortal. Some people speculate that there is his sword in the thatched cottage, some say that there is his sword skills in the thatched cottage, and of course some say that there is nothing in it, but the road leading to the thatched cottage contains the essence of the founder's lifelong practice. Lin Shui looked solemn, and Qin Wentian noticed that the thatched cottage was as high as the mountain, and there was a mountain road below that led to the thatched cottage. At this moment, many people were trying, but they had only walked to the foot of the mountain, and it was too far away from the thatched cottage to climb up. At this moment, Qin Wentian saw a terrible sword whistling sound on the mountain road stairs, and then he saw a terrible sword rainbow cutting through the void, with super terrible power, and the world seemed to emit a thunderous explosion. Junior sister Han Yu is so strong that she has reached the 9th step. She is worthy of being the dragon and phoenix of my sword sect. Many people exclaimed. Yes, junior sister Han Yu has become the disciple of Maishan sword master and is the most talented of the new disciples this year. Being able to become a disciple of the sword master meant that she was already a person of outstanding talent. These people were full of praise for junior sister Han Yu. Qin Wentian had of course seen that the sword rainbow just now was emitted by a woman wearing a fiery phoenix feather dress on the mountain road. This woman was naturally the junior sister Han Yu they were talking about. This woman had a frosty face and a fiery figure. The fiery color of her clothes seemed to be woven from phoenix feathers. Just a glance at her would fascinate you with her heroic appearance. She was extremely extraordinary. This is junior sister Li Haniao. Not long after she entered the sect, she became a disciple of Maishan's swordmaster and was accepted as his personal disciple. She was born into an extraordinary family. She is a descendant of the Li family, a prominent family in the southern region. She has the blood of the blood phoenix and is extremely powerful. Although her cultivation is at the peak of the 5th level of Xiangang, it is easy for her to defeat an ordinary person at the peak of the 6th level of Xiangang. She is a rare girl blessed by heaven, Shuilin whispered to Qin Wentian with admiration in his eyes, and it was obvious that he thought highly of Li Haniao. There are so many geniuses in the sword sect that it is already very difficult to join the sword sect, let alone become a disciple of the sword master of 9 mountains. Brother, who should I become a disciple of? Qin Wentian asked with some confusion. The sword master of 9 mountains is one of the 9 branches of the sword sect. At this moment, he didn't know which mountain he should become a disciple of. Of course, I will become a disciple of my master, the sword master Lingshan. Lin Shui said with a smile. The road to Kaolu Mountain is rugged and difficult for ordinary people to walk. Do you want to give it a try, Brother Qin? What is on the road to Kaolu Mountain that is so difficult? Qin Wentian asked. You'll know if you go and see it. This Kaolu Mountain Road is the most precious treasure of our Jiutian sect. Its value is no less than that of the Jiutian library, and it is unconditionally open to you as long as you can walk up. I heard that once a senior figure in our Jiutian sect almost climbed up the Kaolu and reached the top of the mountain road. Later, he became the #1 person in our Jiutian sect. Lin Shui smiled, which made Qin Wentian even more curious. Then he nodded slightly. Then I'll go and try. Kinger, do you want to go? I'm not going. Kinger didn't seem to be very interested and shook her head slightly. The last time a strong man from her clan came, he gave her many methods suitable for her to practice. She had no shortage of either skills or magical powers, and even possessed many secret abilities. The reason she joined the Jiutian sect was only because of Qin Wentian. Otherwise, with the strength of the Jiutian sect, it would be impossible for her to follow Qin Wentian in secretly, so she had to go with Qin Wentian. Well, then you wait for me here. Qin Wentian nodded to Kinger, and then his figure flashed and went to the sky below. After a moment, he came to the bottom of the thatched cottage and looked at the mountain road in front of him. Now he looked up and looked at the thatched cottage, which felt extremely far away, as if it was insurmountable. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and in an instant, everything seemed to change. There was no longer a mountain road in front of him, but an ancient road. The thatched cottage appeared at the end of the ancient road in front of him, and in front of Qin Wentian, a mountain wall appeared. On this mountain wall, there was a pattern carved, which was extremely exquisite. Seeing the pattern on the mountain wall, Qin Wentian seemed to fall into it in an instant, and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. No wonder Lin Shui said that the value of this place is not inferior to the library. This ancient road is a treasure in itself. Chapter 519, Unleashing the Sword. The pattern on the mountain wall was right in front of Qin Wentian, vivid and ever-changing. It seemed that there was a rock flying in the sky, like lightning, shuttling through the clouds, with an astonishing speed. At this moment, a sword light fell from the sky, stunning the world. The rock rode the wind, but it was still not as fast as the sword. The sword fell and the rock fell. This pattern, the rock-slashing pattern. Qin Wentian was shocked. He had never thought that there would be such an amazing mountain wall pattern in just the first step. The divine sword, although only one sword, seemed to contain thousands of changes. It was a great way of swordsmanship with endless power. If it could be cultivated, it could slash the rock. Qin Wentian's sword energy shone, and he kept swinging the sword, but his speed was too slow. Although he thought it was very fast before, now in front of the mountain wall, Qin Wentian felt that his speed was like an ant. Slow, extremely slow. Qin Wentian had an illusion that he would never be able to slash such a gorgeous sword. No, the ancient road leads to the thatched cottage. The first step will lead to a mountain wall. I'm afraid there is a sword here. Otherwise, how could Li Haniao move forward after slashing the sword? She must have unleashed the sword to move forward. She can do 9 steps, how can I not be able to do 1 step? Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. Although Lin Shui did not tell him directly, he already understood that the road leading to the thatched cottage is the road to unleashing the sword. Moreover, this road was left by the first master of the sword sect. How could it be easy to unleash the sword of the first master? How could he not be patient? This map is extraordinary and majestic. My strength is not enough in front of this map. I need to dream. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, then closed his eyes and calmed down. Inducing the practice method, after a while, Qin Wentian stepped into the dream. In the void, the map of mountains and rivers remained the same. It was obtained by him in the dark forest of Chu a long time ago. As he became stronger, he found this map more extraordinary. At this moment, this pattern constructed a dreamlike mountain and river. Qin Wentian stood proudly in the clouds. In front of him, a rock soared into the sky and flew by his side, like lightning and thunder, so fast that the naked eye could not catch it. But he was not an ordinary person in the dream. He stood above the clouds and watched the rock soar into the sky. A sword light fell from the sky and directly slashed the rock. In an instant, the rock fell. I can't see through it. Qin Wentian calmed down and let this scene repeat over and over again, constantly comprehending this shocking sword. Gradually, Qin Wentian saw different changes. This sword seemed to be the wind. No matter how fast the rock was, it could not escape the wind. The wind was everywhere. No matter how the rock soared, it had to control the wind. This sword was hidden in the wind. I have never comprehended the will of the wind. Can I unlock the sword? Qin Wentian murmured. He also swung the sword, but understanding was one thing, but really wanting to do it was impossible. What's more, he didn't understand the wind. It is impossible for all disciples of the sword sect to be good at the will of the wind. The only way to unlock the sword is to understand it. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and exited the dream. Looking at the mountain wall in front of him, he stretched out his hand and seemed to touch the mountain wall. The thoughts in his mind communicated with a pattern on the mountain wall. In an instant, an amazing sword light shot up into the sky, like a cold wind howling, tearing the world apart. The mountain wall dissipated, and Qin Wentian smiled. He walked forward and saw the second mountain wall and the second pattern. He saw a giant. This giant had his head on the sky and trampled on the ground. He crushed the mountain with one foot, broke the river with one step, and slapped the sky with one palm. This scene was shocking. Just as the giant was running, a sword fell from the sky. This sword was a giant sword, which directly hit the giant's huge head. The speed of the sword was not fast, but in an instant, the giant's huge body disintegrated, turned into huge rocks, and became a mountain range. The power contained in this sword is more than tens of millions of pounds. Qin Wentian was shocked. He closed his eyes and felt a vast scene in his dream again, and felt the power of the giant sword again and again. If it is a gun, it is the same. It is the power of the earth. Qin Wentian whispered, and then put his palm on the mountain wall again. Another sword light appeared, and he took another step. On the mountain peak behind, everyone watched Qin Wentian take 2 steps, and many people showed surprise. Junior brother is really powerful. He has already solved 2 swords. Lin Shui looked in the direction of Qin Wentian and exclaimed. It's just 2 swords. Didn't senior brother easily solve the first 7 swords back then? These 7 swords are not difficult. Yiling Shuang said lightly. Lin Shui smiled and said, but my sword solving speed is not as good as junior brother Qin. What do you think junior brother Qin can solve today? Looking at this speed, his comprehension should not be weak. Perhaps he can solve 7 swords at a time like those disciples with strong comprehension. But after the 7th sword, any sword is not so easy. Yiling Shuang said, and Liu Yan beside him nodded slightly. That day, Li Hanao solved 7 swords at a time, and then the 8th sword took 3 days. Although she solved the 9th sword, I heard that she took 7 days to solve it. Being able to solve the 9th sword, Li Hanao's comprehension is very strong. Maybe she will have a chance to solve the 14th sword within a year. Lin Shui glanced at Li Hanao's figure. This woman is extremely talented. She should be able to solve the 14th sword within a year. The 3rd sword has been solved. It's so fast. At this moment, a ray of sharpness flashed in Lin Shui's eyes. Qin Wentian solved the 3rd sword effortlessly. Maybe, today junior brother Qin can solve more than 7 swords. Jiang Wei, how many swords do you think he can solve? Yiling Shuang asked the thin Jiang Wei, who is also very good at solving swords. I don't know, but he can break the record of 7 swords. Jiang Wei said lightly. While they were talking, Qin Wentian solved the 4th sword, and many people's eyes were immediately attracted by Qin Wentian. So fast, it's the 4th sword. The record of 7 swords is 1 hour. If it continues like this, he will soon be able to solve 7 swords. Someone showed a look of surprise. The young man brought by senior brother Lin Shui seemed to be a little extraordinary. 5 swords, how come it's so fast? The crowd was surprised. Qin Wentian had taken 5 steps and 5 sword lights appeared, which meant that he had solved 5 swords. Awesome. Lin Shui showed a sharp look, a little surprised. The last 2 swords are more difficult. I'm afraid he won't solve them so easily. Someone said, but when that person's voice fell, Qin Wentian took the 6th step, which meant that he had solved 6 swords. How is it possible? Is this luck? The man who spoke just now looked depressed. He was beaten in the face as soon as he made a prediction, which made many people look at him with contempt. The record is about to be broken. Someone said, I don't believe that he can unlock this sword so quickly. The man just said again. Sure enough, this time Qin Wentian stayed for a while and stood there to comprehend. Haha, it really doesn't work. The man laughed and looked at the people around him, but he saw that the people around him looked at him with a strange look. Then he turned his head and saw a bright light shining, and Qin Wentian took the 7th step. The moment he took the 7th step, Qin Wentian was shrouded in amazing brilliance, dazzling, as if he was covered with a halo, which made people admire him. Above his head, there was a sound of sword whistling. The record is broken. The crowd looked at the sky above Qin Wentian, and they were shocked. They didn't expect that a new disciple would break the record of the first 7 swords before unlocking the sword. Lin Shui smiled. No wonder the master asked them to bring Qin Wentian here. It seemed that the master had seen that this boy was extraordinary. It was worth their efforts to go to Zhuanwang City. What if he broke the record? He might not be able to solve the 8th sword. Someone said unconvincedly. He didn't expect that a disciple he met for the first time would break the record. It's hard to say. Maybe there will be more good shows to watch. Someone else said with admiration. Many figures flashed in the distance, obviously startled by the sound of the sword whistle, knowing that someone in Jianlu had broken the record of sword solving. The 8th sword, this lustful guy is not so easy to solve. Yiling Shuang said lightly, looking at the little guy in his arms, who was looking at Qin Wentian with wide eyes, cursing in his heart. If that lustful guy like Liu Yan had such a talent, then it would be a pity that God didn't have eyes. But senior brother Lin Shui still valued him. If Qin Wentian knew that he had been framed by the little bastard and had been labeled as a lecher, he would probably be so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Senior sister Yi, how can he be lecherous? Did he take advantage of you? Someone next to him joked, and Yiling Shuang's face suddenly showed frost, and she glanced at the man. Do you want to fight? I dare not. The man laughed tremblingly, but soon there were many gossips. Qin Wentian, a new disciple of the sword sect, broke the record of the first 7 swords, and he was a lecher. It seemed that he dared to flirt with Yiling Shuang just after joining the sword sect. He was so bold. Poor Qin Wentian didn't know that his reputation had been ruined. At this moment, he came to a mountain wall pattern again. This time, it was still a dappen soaring in the sky, and it was still a sword, but this sword was different from the first sword. When this sword light fell, Qin Wentian seemed to see several wind sword lights that tore everything apart, slashing down, and in an instant, the dappen was torn to pieces. How is this possible? Qin Wentian was shocked. How could the will of the wind martial arts reach such a level? Qin Wentian was shocked. He entered the dream again to comprehend. The majestic momentum kept evolving in front of him, but he found that he could not evolve the scene in the outside world. He didn't know how the sword was born, so he couldn't evolve it. I must find the reason. Qin Wentian carefully observed the sword in the pattern. The sword that fell with the wind seemed to have evolved several wind powers, covering dappen. As the sword fell, dappen was immediately torn into pieces. It was difficult to detect what kind of power did it. Qin Wentian's face kept changing and he fell into deep thought. In a blink of an eye, an hour had passed, which made many people laugh. It seemed that Qin Wentian could not solve this sword. The 8th sword, how can it be solved so easily? Yiling Shuang said lightly. The 8th sword is very difficult. I understand. At this moment, a flash of lightning seemed to flash through Qin Wentian's mind, and he had a glimmer of enlightenment. Of course, it was impossible to merge the will of martial arts with a sword, but what if there was another kind of will of martial arts? This is the power born from the fusion of wind and rain. Qin Wentian's eyes were bright. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the mountain wall. A pattern intertwined in his mind. In an instant, the wind and rain roared, and the world changed. Qin Wentian took the 8th step. At this moment, everyone on the mountain peak changed color and their eyes were sharp. Unleash the Sword, the Eighth Sword. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, Breaking the Record Again. The Eighth Sword, Unlock. On the mountain peak, countless eyes looked at the slightly unfamiliar young man. The brilliance on this man seemed to take away Li Hanao's brilliance for a moment. Li Hanao unlocked the ninth sword, which was already quite good. However, this young man unlocked the sword for the first time and broke the record of the first 7 swords. Now, he unlocked the eighth sword in a short time. It was incredible. Yiling Shuang's beautiful eyes flashed. She just said that the eighth sword was not so easy to unlock. Then Qin Wentian unlocked the sword, which made her stunned. She curled her lips and cursed in a low voice. Unlocking the sword has nothing to do with the realm of cultivation. I didn't expect that this lustful guy actually had some skills and could unlock the eighth sword in a short time. Brother, didn't you secretly tell me the secret of unlocking the sword? The way to unlock the sword needs to be understood by oneself. Even if I tell him, it's useless if he doesn't understand it himself. Lin Shui explained. Junior sister, don't have any opinions about junior brother Qin. As he said that, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. No matter how he looked at Qin Wentian, he didn't seem to be a lustful person. Instead, he was tricked by his pet. The others also discussed it. Qin Wentian solved the eighth sword, so could he solve the ninth sword today? After the seventh sword, each sword has its own path. The 8th to 14th swords are all very difficult to solve. This sword may be a matter of luck. If he can solve another sword, then I believe he really has extraordinary comprehension. Someone said, and many people agreed, if he can solve the ninth sword, he will catch up with junior sister Li. Qin Wentian was only one step behind Li Hanao. A mountain wall pattern appeared in front of him. This pattern was very similar to the previous sword. A big rock sword in the sky. One sword gave birth, and the big rock fell. The very similar sword made Qin Wentian frown. It's almost the same as the previous sword. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, but he knew that this could not be exactly the same sword. It took a different sword path, but achieved the same effect. Looking up, Qin Wentian looked at the thatched cottage in front of him. The thatched cottage was still ethereal, as if it was far away. What kind of person is the founder of the sword sect? This is only the ninth sword, but it is so mysterious. The martial arts will blend together and creates a unique path, just like a path of cultivation. Each sword seems to represent a path. This ancient path is like an ancient path of cultivation leading to the avenue of heaven. Qin Wentian was full of reverence at this moment. He guessed that the founder of the sword sect must have achieved an unimaginable level of achievement. No one in the sword sect could complete this ancient path, not even the sword master of 9 mountains. Once, a senior of the sword sect almost completed the ancient path. Later, the sword sect became invincible. It can be seen that the master is so powerful. I am afraid he is really like a sword immortal, and his sword swept the world. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian carefully studied this sword. After an hour, he finally found that this sword and that sword were slightly different. Just now, with a sword, the sword fell, the wind was like a silk thread, carrying the supreme power to cut down. Dapan was directly cut into pieces and dissipated into the air. At that moment, Qin Wentian thought of the scene of wind and rain, the cold wind mixed with sudden rain, hitting people. If infinitely magnified, plus the power of the sword, it can create a scene of beheading Dapan, so he realized the sword just now. But this sword is slightly different. Although it is almost the same sword power, the moment this sword falls, there is indeed a destructive force, which directly makes Dapan's body explode and completely destroyed. Can any martial arts will in the world be integrated with each other? Qin Wentian was thinking, is the master leaving behind the Jiutian thatched cottage to tell the younger generation an ancient road to heaven and tell him the future path of cultivation? All martial arts wills can be integrated into everything, and after the integration, although a more terrible power is born, it seems difficult to find the shadow of the previous martial arts will. What are the stars and celestial phenomena? Are they the result of the fusion of martial arts will? Qin Wentian thought to himself. If a strong person in the celestial realm were to come and untie the sword, it would be easier because they have a deeper understanding of martial arts. Qin Wentian placed his hand on the mountain wall. In an instant, The sword light shot up into the sky and the mountain wall disappeared. Qin Wentian murmured, "This sword is the wind and thunder contained in the sword." After the voice fell, Qin Wentian walked forward. The ninth sword, untie. He was thinking that in fact, wind and thunder, when they blended, would become a terrible force. It was just that the sword became a carrier to exert their power. It was only because the ancestor at that time was a sword immortal, so he used the sword as a carrier. My current halberd method, when it strikes a person, is not the pulse of power, and there is a hint of the earth's martial arts will in it, which has a more terrible destructive power. This path of sword unlocking is the path I will take in the future. Qin Wentian sighed. The sword unlocking hut left by the ancestor has no skills or magical powers, but it is a path to the avenue. If you practice sword, using the sword as a carrier, you will be on the path of a sword immortal. The ancestor of the sword sect had good intentions. This sword unlocking hut is a supreme treasure. Let the disciples unlock it themselves, rather than others teach, so that the disciples' perception will be more profound. Qin Wentian, he took the ninth step, and beside him, there was another figure, a beautiful woman wearing a phoenix feather dress, with a heroic appearance that made people want to look up and bow down at her skirt. It was Li Haniao. Li Haniao turned her eyes and glanced at Qin Wentian beside her. A glimpse of strangeness flashed in her beautiful eyes. There was actually someone who unlocked the ninth sword like her, and seemed very young. She had just joined the sect and did not recognize many of the disciples of the sword sect, nor was she interested in getting to know them. Therefore, she did not know that Qin Wentian had just joined the sect, and she only asked calmly, "Have you ever learned this sword before?" Her voice was soft but sharp, giving people a sense of strength. Qin Wentian also glanced at Li Haniao beside him. He had met several people on the road before, but they had not communicated. Li Haniao had a compelling temperament and outstanding appearance. Even he could not help but secretly praise her. If King Chang and King Er were not around, he would probably be amazed at the beauty of this woman. Humph! Seeing Qin Wentian looking at her, Li Haniao snorted coldly, with a bit of contempt. These young people were all like this, and they always looked like this when they saw her. Never. Qin Wentian responded casually, and then turned his eyes away, without any disturbance, which made Li Haniao's eyes reveal a sneer. This person is really powerful. When he found out that he was dissatisfied, he immediately acted as usual, and concealed it very well. However, those men had used all kinds of tricks around her, so how could such a trick be hidden from her? This sword is difficult, and you can't solve it. Li Haniao said lightly, revealing a sense of arrogance. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, and then relaxed again. He ignored the other party and just looked at the pattern on the mountain wall in front of him. The big rock soared into the sky, and it was cut off with one sword. This pattern was almost the same as the pattern of the first sword. There was no flaw. Compared with the eighth sword, this sword was more like the first sword, which made him almost think that he had returned to the situation of the first sword. Cutting it with one sword, it was like the wind, but how could it be exactly the same? This time, Qin Wentian stayed for 2 hours, but still couldn't solve the sword, which made the people on the mountain secretly sigh. Sure enough, it was more difficult when it came to the 10th sword. Qin Wentian's ability to decipher 9 swords had already impressed many people. His comprehension must be very strong. However, Li Haniao could not decipher the 10th sword, so it was probably difficult for him to decipher it either. Qin Wentian tried several times but failed. Without comprehension, the communication of thoughts would fail, and he would not be able to decipher the sword. In the blink of an eye, it was dark and bright again. A day had passed, but Qin Wentian and Li Haniao were still standing there. Qin Wentian carefully recalled the first 9 swords he had solved, and then peeked at the 10th sword in his dream, watching it clearly, over and over again. Finally, at this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes showed a smile, and he whispered, "I understand." Li Haniao next to him had a flash of eyes, looked at Qin Wentian, and sneered, "You are so arrogant." She had a deep understanding of the difficulty of this sword. It was too difficult to solve. Qin Wentian glanced at her and smiled slightly, which made people feel like spring breeze. Then he put his hand on the mountain wall, communicated with his mind, and in an instant, a bright light appeared, and a sword reached the sky. The 10th sword, solved. Qin Wentian took a step forward and disappeared in front of Li Haniao. How is it possible? Li Haniao showed a look of surprise. She had not solved the 10th sword, but someone solved it before her. Thinking of the smile on Qin Wentian's face as he left, Li Hanao thought to herself, could it be that this guy is scheming? He has already solved this sword before, but he is doing this deliberately to attract my attention and make me look at him with new eyes. Without thinking too much, Li Hanao continued to look at the mountain wall. In any case, it was a fact that Qin Wentian had successfully solved the sword. How could she be trapped by this sword forever? The people on the mountain peak couldn't help but marvel when they saw Qin Wentian solve the 10th sword. Now, no one doubted Qin Wentian's comprehension. He arrived after Li Hanao, but he solved the 10th sword first. Qin Wentian also secretly felt lucky. The 10th sword was indeed difficult to solve. It was exactly the same as the 8th sword. It was also the martial arts will of Feng Heiyu. It was simply unimaginable. Any martial arts will has different changes. For wind, the first will is the speed of wind, and the second martial arts will can be the tearing of wind. After a martial arts will is fully perfected, it can have many changes. When it is blended with other martial arts wills, it can also produce different changes. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. If two people practice the same martial arts will and merge them, they may also go on different paths after the fusion, just like the 8th sword and the 10th sword. The road ahead is still very long. Qin Wentian sighed deeply. He has not even fully perfected the second level of a martial arts will, let alone the fusion of martial arts wills. Moreover, the road ahead may be the fusion of multiple martial arts wills. He himself cannot predict where he will go. The 10th sword gave Qin Wentian a kind of enlightenment. Next, within 3 days, he solved 4 swords in a row. A terrible sword storm blew on the Kaolu Mountain Road. Qin Wentian broke the record again, causing the entire canyon to be filled with overwhelming sword power. The crowd looked at the young man, bathed in the brilliance of the sword, so bright that even above the sky, it seemed as if there were pairs of eyes watching everything that happened below. Qin Wentian, within 5 days, unleashed 14 swords. Chapter 521 Courage. 14 swords. Many people on the mountain were shocked. Who on earth was this kid? He could only unleash 14 swords in just 5 days, and his cultivation was not strong. Yiling Shuang was now completely speechless. Looking at Qin Wentian's figure, she curled her lips and glared at the little bastard in her arms, but the little bastard opened his eyes and looked ahead, babbling, "So powerful. Powerful, you little pervert." Yiling Shuang slapped the little bastard on the head, making the little bastard glare at her, seeming very dissatisfied. "What are you looking at? Can you still rebel?" Yiling Shuang said contemptuously. "Bully, me." The little guy looked at Yiling Shuang fiercely, making Yiling Shuang reveal a smug look. "Little guy, can you still turn the world upside down?" But the next moment her smug look completely disappeared, her face instantly flushed, her eyes stared at the little bastard in her arms. She saw the other party looking at her angrily, and his little claws actually grabbed forward. "You!" Yiling Shuang screamed, and everyone around her looked at her. Yiling Shuang reacted very quickly and immediately hugged the little bastard tightly to prevent others from seeing the embarrassing scene. "Junior sister, what's wrong?" Liu Ayan looked at Yiling Shuang curiously and asked. "Nothing." Yiling Shuang's face was slightly red, which made her look even more charming. She kept shaking her head, but she hated Qin Wentian in her heart. She actually trained such a pervert, and he looked so cute, which was simply confusing. Liu Ayan was a little suspicious and looked at Yiling Shuang's chest. She saw the little bastard trying to squeeze out, and his smart and cute eyes showed an innocent look. "What are you looking at?" Yiling Shuang shouted angrily. Liu Ayan shuddered and quickly looked away, pretending that nothing had happened, and whispered, "Junior brother Qin is really amazing. He can even unlock the 14 swords." Listening to Liu Ayan's nonsense, Yiling Shuang gritted her teeth. It seems that these two people of the same path have the same taste. Brother Qin is indeed very powerful, but I'm afraid that the 15th sword cannot be solved. This sword is from my disciples of the sword sect. Before I entered the celestial phenomenon, no one had ever been able to solve it. Lin Shui also spoke at this time. Yiling Shuang stopped talking and looked at Qin Wentian. At this time, before Qin Wentian stepped into another mountain wall, there was still a pattern on it. The violent ancient monsters roared madly, sweeping across the world, devouring everything and destroying all living beings. These ancient monsters had evil dragons and evil phoenixes, causing all living beings to suffer. However, at this moment, a sword swept past and landed in the middle. In an instant, with the sword as the center, everything was annihilated. The evil dragon roared unwillingly, but gradually disintegrated under the sword and turned into dust. The huge one-eyed violent bear roared in the world, But under the sword light, its huge body was also shattered and annihilated bit by bit. Qin Wentian's heart was beating. The power of this sword was too terrifying. The sword fell, and everything was destroyed. This time, he could not see any power of the martial arts will hidden in it, only the terrible destructive power. Is this the sublimation of the fusion of the martial arts will? Qin Wentian murmured, sighing in his heart. This sword has no clue and is completely unfathomable. In the previous 14 swords, any sword could capture the existence of the martial arts will, but this sword could not be captured. Perhaps, this is the perfect fusion of the martial arts will, which gave birth to new power, a truly terrible power. Qin Wentian murmured. Despite this, there was still a hint of persistence in his eyes. He wanted to unlock this sword and see through the mystery. Closing his eyes, he forgot everything. In his dream, there was only this sword. In order to comprehend this sword, Qin Wentian did not rest for 7 days. However, after 7 days, he finally smiled bitterly and shook his head, knowing that he was powerless. Qin Wentian was a man of perseverance, and he was like that in everything he did. He had once dared to enter the Dangwang Palace alone with a sword, and that showed his character. However, he was not without self-knowledge. He could not see through the 15th sword at all, and it was impossible for him to understand it. His realm was not enough, at least for now. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to give up. Turning around, Qin Wentian walked back calmly. He did not know that he had broken 2 records. His expression was very calm. Although his realm had not improved, he seemed to have seen the way forward. Li Hanao was still solving the 9th sword. At this moment, a glimmer of understanding finally flashed in her eyes, and she smiled. This sword was indeed amazing, but she finally solved it. However, at this moment, a figure appeared beside him. Li Hanao saw Qin Wentian who had returned, and sneered, "Can't you continue to solve the sword?" Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and said nothing. The woman had an innate arrogance on her face, and she must have an extraordinary status, but this had nothing to do with him. Li Hanao placed her palm on the illusory mountain wall in front of her. With a touch of pride, she stepped forward and unleashed the 10th sword. Qin Wentian shook his head slightly, left the steps of the thatched cottage, and then looked up into the void, where he saw many figures, all staring at this place, which made Qin Wentian a little confused, as if there were many more people than when he entered the unleashing sword-thatched cottage, and their eyes were all on him. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian walked in the void and came to Lin Shui, saying, "Brother, what's wrong? You broke the record one after another, but you asked me what's wrong." Lin Shui said with a smile. Qin Wentian was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. It seemed that the waves were caused by his unleashing the sword too fast. "I'll return this little pervert to you." Yi Ling Shuang threw the little guy to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at her in confusion, but saw Yi Ling Shuang glaring at him fiercely and said, "Your eyes are quite innocent. The person who can raise such a little pervert is not a good person." Qin Wentian looked at the little bastard with a dark face. What did this guy do to rouse such strong resentment from Yi Ling Shuang? Haha, junior brother Qin, junior sister Ling Shuang speaks directly, don't mind, we can communicate more in the future. I heard that you are new to the southern region, and I'm afraid you don't know much about it. I'll take you around if there's a chance. Liu Yan gave Qin Wentian a look that said you understand, and said with a smile, the fairies in Niayu Tower and Huguan Cottage are all very charming and talented. Junior brother must go and see them if he has a chance. Yi Ling Shui glared at Liu Yan fiercely, and Qin Wentian also smiled awkwardly, but a shout came from the void, "You bastard, you come to lead your junior brother astray again." As soon as the words fell, an old man appeared in the void. This man had a smile on his face and was very kind. He looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "Little guy, I am Master Liu Yan. Are you interested in being my disciple? What kind of future can the disciples you teach have? Little guy, follow me." A black figure appeared and stood in the void. This man was intimidating without anger, and a sense of power emanated from his body. "There are so many strong men in your mountain, why do you still want to snatch people? Just follow me." Another strong man appeared, which surprised many people. Then, 5 or 6 people appeared one after another. They were all elders of the sword sect. They wanted to become Qin Wentian's master, which made many people envious. Such treatment was rare. "Han Yu is my disciple. Now he has solved 10 swords. You can solve 14 swords within 5 days. It can be seen that you must have amazing talent and comprehension. Even if there are some shortcomings in other areas, I will let you catch up with others. If you perform well, I will often personally guide you. A faint voice came from the distance, which surprised everyone. Those elders smiled bitterly. Meishan's swordmaster actually spoke. I think Meishan's swordmaster paid attention to Li Han Yu and discovered that Qin Wentian was solving the sword. Meishan's swordmaster was a woman, but her voice was amazingly arrogant. Although Qin Wentian had not seen the other party's real body, he must have known that Meishan's swordmaster was an extraordinary person. Just one voice made the whole mountain silent, and Her Majesty was extremely strong. Li Haniao flashed and stepped out of the steps under the thatched cottage. Her face changed slightly. This was the voice of the master. The master actually invited others to join. Turning her eyes, she saw Qin Wentian. A strange light flashed in her eyes. On that day, she took the initiative to worship under the Meishan swordmaster. Because of her outstanding performance, she was accepted as a personal disciple. Junior brother, it's the Meishan swordmaster. Liu Yan was also a little serious at this moment, and reminded. Hearing his solemn voice, you can know that the Meishan swordmaster is majestic and powerful. Qin Wentian looked in the direction of the Meishan swordmaster, and then said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior, I haven't thought about it yet." When he finished speaking, the crowd was silent. They definitely didn't expect Qin Wentian to refuse directly. They all looked at him in great surprise. This person, worthy of being a member of the sword sect, has a personality and actually refused the invitation of the Meishan swordmaster. Li Haniao's eyes were cold and she was indignant. She had gone through so much trouble to become the disciple of Meishan's swordmaster. Now, Meishan's swordmaster personally invited her, but she was rejected. Rejected. A monstrous power enveloped the world. It was obvious that Meishan's swordmaster had never thought that Qin Wentian would reject her. Her breath was slightly fluctuating. Very good. A voice fell, shaking the void. It's good to have personality, but you must also weigh your own weight and do it yourself. After this voice fell, Meishan's swordmaster's power disappeared. Meishan's swordmaster was such a person that it was extremely rare for him to take the initiative to invite her. Being rejected in public, Meishan's swordmaster's arrogance naturally made her unhappy, which was revealed in her voice, but with her status, of course, she would not embarrass Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's expression was extremely calm, and you could tell who he was by his voice. When Meishan's swordmaster invited him, his power was terrible, arrogant and conceited. Of course, she had the capital to do so. She was a master of the generation, Meishan's swordmaster. But Qin Wentian didn't like the overbearing tone in his voice. If he didn't like it, he would refuse. There was nothing strange about it. This was just him. Just as Lin Shui said, he should follow his heart when doing things. Why force it? Yiling Shuang was somewhat impressed by Qin Wentian, but not everyone had the courage and guts to refuse the invitation of the Meishan swordmaster. Lin Shui smiled with admiration, thinking with some evil taste in his heart that the master didn't take action himself, but borrowed the help of the sword sect. Could it be that Qin Wentian had also refused him? But this thought was only fleeting, and he didn't dare to think too much. Chapter 522 Gravity Mountain. After Qin Wentian rejected the Meishan swordmaster, he saw the expressions of the people. He naturally understood how powerful the Meishan swordmaster's prestige was. He shook his head slightly and looked at Lin Shui. "Brother, I'll go find a place to stay first," Qin Wentian said. "Well, that's fine. You and Sister Kinger will choose a place to practice first, and then follow me to Shaoshan." Lin Shui smiled. The person who had been brought here, and he should say hello to the master. After all, Qin Wentian was the person that the master wanted, and the master should meet him. Okay. Qin Wentian had no objection, and the few of them immediately broke through the air and left. Li Haniao stepped on the mountain peak, and in an instant, several extraordinary young figures descended beside her. For a moment, Li Haniao was like a moon surrounded by stars. How many swords did this person unlock? Li Haniao asked. "Junior sister, this person has just entered the sect. Within 5 days, he can unleash 14 swords." Someone said, and Li Haniao's expression froze. Her pride was hit hard. Now, she has only unleashed 10 swords. "Junior sister, don't worry. Unleashing swords is related to personal opportunities and certain aspects of understanding. It does not absolutely represent aptitude." The person comforted her, and Li Haniao nodded gently. "Don't worry, Li Haniao, am not a person who underestimates myself. But this person can unleash 14 swords, which is also extraordinary. I don't know how high his combat power and talent are. Qin Wentian and King Er first found a cultivation cave on the mountain wall of the first mountain under the seat of Lingshan's swordmaster. The two cultivation caves were not far apart, quiet and beautiful, which was quite good. Then there came to an ancient peak with a winding ancient road leading to the top of the ancient peak, like a ladder to heaven. There was a waterfall and rapids next to it, splashing water, like a real fairyland on earth. King Er and the little bastard did not come and stayed at their residence. Qin Wentian followed Lin Shui and the others to this place and looked up at the palace on the ancient peak ladder. Qin Wentian went up step by step, and Lin Shui and the others also showed respect. There were many people carrying ancient swords guarding the edge of the waterfall. They nodded slightly when they saw Lin Shui and the others coming. After a while, only Lin Shui could continue to go up. Yi Lingshuang and the others stayed halfway up the ladder. This was where the swordmaster taught his disciples. They could not go up without orders. However, Lin Shui took Qin Wentian up, which made Yi Lingshuang and the others look surprised. Senior brother Lin Shui actually brought Qin Wentian to meet the master. What is the origin of this Qin Wentian? Junior brother is back. When Qin Wentian followed Lin Shui to the outside of the palace, he saw a woman in white clothes walking out. The woman looked neat and tidy. Although she was not very beautiful, her facial features were delicate and dignified, giving people a faint sense of majesty. This is the sixth sister Kangyu. Lin Shui said. Senior sister. Qin Wentian called out, thinking that this person must be the disciple of the swordmaster. Such a young celestial being would be a top figure in Daxia. The outside world is indeed powerful. Junior brother Wentian, master is already waiting. The woman in white smiled at Qin Wentian. Her smile made people feel particularly comfortable and natural. Qin Wentian was quite puzzled. The leader of the sword sect was waiting in person? With doubts, he followed the woman in white into the hall. There were many disciples of the sword sect. As for the front, a person stood there casually, like a peerless sword. Although there was no breath, it gave Qin Wentian a terrible pressure, making it difficult for him to take a step forward, and his steps became extremely slow. Junior greets the sect master. Qin Wentian guessed that this person was the sect master of the sword sect, Ling Xianjian, and could not help but respectfully said, "Well, I've heard them talk about you. Release your martial soul and martial arts will power for me to see." Ling Xian's swordmaster smiled at Qin Wentian. Although he had no aura, it was rare for Qin Wentian to face the natural pressure calmly. The moment he finished speaking, Qin Wentian felt that all the pressure on him disappeared, as if the person standing in front of him was just an ordinary person. Receiving and sending freely, letting go as you wish. Qin Wentian knew that the other party's practice had reached another level. Now that he had reached a place like the sword sect, he was no longer comparable to Daxia. He did not have too many concerns and released his star soul and martial arts will at the same time. The brilliant star souls lit up the hall, and the flickering star soul brilliance seemed to be able to sting people's eyes. Ling Xianjian's eyes suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Even with his state of mind, he couldn't hold back his breath at this moment, making the whole hall filled with a suffocating pressure, although it was only for a moment. Enough. Ling Xianjian's eyes gradually converged, but his heart was quite shocked. As the leader of the sword sect, he had seen so many geniuses, and some geniuses who deliberately practiced later to improve their star perception, so that the second star soul could communicate with a martial star on the fifth heaven. However, it was the first time he saw someone whose first star soul could communicate with a star soul on the fifth heaven. And it was said that he came from the desolate and abandoned land of Daxia, which was simply unimaginable. Lin Shui, Kangyu and others were also shocked, and their hearts were throbbing. How strong is this junior brother's star perception? Strength, dream, demon, sword, your martial arts should have strong attack power. If you use this combination well, your attack power will be top-notch. Ling Xian's swordmaster had sensed Qin Wentian's martial arts at that moment. Strength, demon, sword, all have attack attributes, and dream has psychedelic attributes. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, but did not answer. Strength, demon, sword, can make your attack power double continuously. You can go to the limit. This limit requires you to make your martial arts perfect, and you can continue to improve your physical strength. Physical strength is the foundation. When this foundation is improved, when you use martial arts to double your attack, the effect will be more obvious. Ling Xian's swordmaster said, And Qin Wentian certainly understood this truth. If his own strength is stronger, the martial arts will have strength, and the martial arts will have demons can double the power attack continuously, and the effect will be super terrible. However, in the past, when his cultivation level improved, his physical body was constantly strengthened, and the demon god transformation also strengthened his physical body. The foundation was already difficult to improve. In addition, you have been to the thatched cottage, and you should know that even a simple fusion of martial arts wills will have incredible effects. Lingshan Swordmaster said to Qin Wentian. I have tried this before. The power of integrating different martial arts wills into the halberd method is indeed much stronger, although this fusion is the simplest level. Qin Wentian responded that starting from the 15th sword, it is really a deep fusion, and now he is only at the level of the 1st to the 7th sword. The sword is just a carrier. No wonder you can unlock the 14 swords, but don't make a misunderstanding. The reason why everything in the thatched cottage is based on the sword is just because the ancestor is a sword fairy. Moreover, the sword can easily integrate the martial arts wills such as wind, rain, thunder and lightning into it, but different martial arts wills can choose different carriers. For example, your Star Soul Sky Hammer, Force, and Earth martial arts wills are easier to integrate into it to exert their power. Lingshan Swordmaster spoke casually, making Qin Wentian unconsciously feel friendly and talk to him casually. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Qin Wentian understood that Lingshan Swordmaster was worried that he would fall into the misunderstanding of swords, and only had swords in his heart. You have to walk your own way. The predecessors can only give you a little guidance. How far you can go depends on your own talent, hard work and opportunities. You don't need to worship me as your master, but you can come to me if you have any questions. You can go to the Gravity Mountain to practice with Lin Shui first. As for your girlfriend, I will introduce a good teacher to her. If she doesn't want to, I won't force her. Okay. Qin Wentian was happy in his heart. He didn't expect that Lingshan Swordmaster would treat him so well. He was very grateful in his heart. As for the fact that Lingshan Swordmaster misunderstood Kinger as his girlfriend, he didn't deliberately explain it. Junior brother, let's go. Lin Shui smiled. Qin Wentian bowed slightly to Lingshan Swordmaster, and then left with Lin Shui. Lingshan Swordmaster watched Qin Wentian leave with a smile on his face, thinking that his master's vision was indeed sharp. He would naturally do his best to send this boy to the sword sect, and he had to enter with honor, otherwise it would be difficult to be taken seriously. This was also the reason why he did not allow Qin Wentian to become his disciple. Junior brother Qin, you are really amazing. After walking out of the temple, Lin Shui spoke up. The combination of the star souls was really shocking. Qin Wentian smiled and said nothing, but Lin Shui asked, brother, what's wrong? Nothing. Lin Shui smiled and shook his head, saying casually, Master asked me to take junior brother Qin to Gravity Mountain. Ah! Lin Shui screamed, and Liuyan rolled his eyes. They were very tactful and didn't say anything, which made Qin Wentian quite curious about this place. Gravity Mountain is a mountain valley. There are some black boulders beside the valley, which give people a heavy feeling. There are ancient trees in the mountain range, all of which are extremely thick and strong. I'm afraid it will be difficult for 10 people to hug them together. Is this Gravity Mountain? Qin Wentian looked at the valley in front and asked. Well, junior brother, the stones below weigh more than 10,000 pounds. You have to move them all to the opposite side of the valley and then move them back. As for those ancient trees, you need to use an axe to chop down 100 trees before you can get out. Lin Shui said. How difficult is that? Qin Wentian said with a smile, and Lin Shui behind him showed a strange look. Then you go down. Lin Shui said with a smile. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, stepped forward, and walked towards the canyon. However, when he landed above the canyon, Qin Wentian's face suddenly changed. A terrifying pressure fell on his body, causing his body to fall directly into the air. It's so heavy. Qin Wentian's face changed drastically. With a loud bang, his body fell directly to the ground. Even his legs could hardly stand firmly. He felt as if his whole body was falling apart. He felt extremely uncomfortable. His internal organs seemed to be falling down. Brother Qin, practice well. Lin Shui smiled and turned away. Ling Shuang gave him a smug look, and Ling Yun looked at Qin Wentian sympathetically and said, enjoy it. Don't forget to move stones and chop trees. How can it be so scary? Qin Wentian stood up straight, and felt a super strong force acting on his whole body. Even the star energy in his body was not running smoothly. He suddenly thought that when a force reaches its limit, it can produce a qualitative change. This gravity field has reached a limit. Boom. After taking a step, the ground made a muffled sound. Qin Wentian looked at the huge rocks, then at the ancient trees, and felt like crying. Chapter 523 Yagao Medicine Royal Valley. 1 month later, on the top of the canyon on Gravity Mountain, Liu Yan was sitting there with a wine pot, drinking. Occasionally, he would look down and see a young man in thin clothes running hard in the canyon. This guy has a strong ability to adapt. Junior sister Ling Shuang, do you want to have a sip? Liu Yan extended the wine gourd to Yi Ling Shuang next to him, but saw Yi Ling Shuang glaring at him. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Why are you so fierce? You are a princess after all. Liu Yan took back the wine gourd, but saw Yi Ling Shuang's expression sank, and sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Liu Yan. Jiang Wei, who was standing behind him, said coldly, but Liu Yan drank by himself and said lightly, Junior sister, be frank, I didn't say anything wrong. I know. Yi Ling Shuang said softly, which made Liu Yan's expression stagnate, and then he joked, why don't you marry me, junior sister, I will definitely take good care of you. Get lost. Yi Ling Shuang cursed, this bastard is really thick-skinned. Hey, it seems that I still have to go to Huguangziaozu to find the fairy. I will come to see him next month. Liu Yan turned around and walked away, feeling free and easy. Yi Ling Shuang and Jiang Wei did not leave. Yi Ling Shuang looked at Qin Wentian running and thought to herself, he has a strong ability to adapt. He can run at such a speed. When Qin Wentian first stepped into the Gravity Mountain Canyon, it was difficult for him to walk. The gravity of the canyon was too terrible. It took him a whole month to slowly adapt and be able to run with his own will and strength, constantly surpassing his own limits. Qin Wentian walked to a black boulder and whispered, I don't know how heavy this boulder is. Qin Wentian mobilized the star power in his body, and then the terrifying willpower attached to his arms. He suddenly exerted force, and a rumbling sound came out. Qin Wentian suddenly picked up a boulder, but then a terrible shock sound came out, and the earth seemed to crack. The boulder fell to the ground, and Qin Wentian lay on it and gasped. This boulder weighs only 10,000 jin, but that's in other places, and the gravity here is 1,000 times stronger. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. He couldn't even hold up a stone. Helplessly, he walked to the direction of the woods, picked up the axe next to him, and chopped at the ancient tree, but found that the ancient tree only broke a layer of skin. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although his strength was now very limited, this ancient tree was too solid. Looking back at the row of boulders, there seemed to be a slightly smaller stone. Qin Wentian walked over, picked it up, and began to walk with difficulty. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground, branded there, as if sinking into the ground. It's so heavy. Qin Wentian was depressed, but he could only grit his teeth and persist. After walking more than 10 steps, he was covered in sweat, but he still held on tightly. In this Gravity Mountain trial, he found the feeling of the first time he set foot on the road of martial arts, the most primitive feeling, constantly breaking through his own limits, thereby squeezing his body and making his body power stronger. Over the past month, he gradually adapted to the terrifying gravity, which in itself was a great improvement. Qin Wentian silently practiced in the Gravity Mountain, and occasionally saw other people coming in and practicing in the other direction of the canyon. After 3 months, he was finally able to pick up boulders and chop down ancient trees with a large axe. Every month, Liu Yan and Yi Ling Shuang would come to see him. On this day, Qin Wentian was chopping trees again. Now, every time he chopped down with an axe, it was very easy, as if it was inertia. He tried to integrate the will of martial arts into the axe. Every axe had a small improvement. With the accumulation of time, this improvement was gradually magnified, and he could chop deeper with each axe. This guy, he's making great progress. Liu Yan and the others came again, sitting on the canyon, watching Qin Wentian swing his axe and chop down the ancient tree. The ancient tree actually had a deep crack. After dozens of axe strikes, an ancient tree fell down. This time, Liu Yan did not leave, watching Qin Wentian chopping trees. It took less than a day for Qin Wentian to chop down 100 trees, but he did not give up and continued chopping. He is not going to chop down that forest. The elders who planted the trees will be heartbroken. Liu Yan muttered. Every tree here is a seed, which can quickly make the ancient tree grow up, and then be chopped by the disciples of the sword sect. Why is it getting weaker and weaker? It takes so long to chop down a tree. Liuan frowned, a little surprised. He is not using the will of martial arts, but using pure strength to chop. Yiling Shuang said, making Liuan blink. Yiling Shuang. At this time, a voice came from a distance. Yiling Shuang turned around and saw a figure walking over, which made Yiling Shuang look strange. This is the disciple of the sword sect who is responsible for communication. What happened? Your letter. The other party handed a letter to Yiling Shuang. Yiling Shuang opened it and looked at it. His whole body was instantly cold, his face was bloodless, and his face was ashen. Junior sister, what's wrong? Liu Ayan saw Yiling Shuang's expression and asked seriously. My father is seriously injured and in critical condition. Yiling Shuang said, which made Liu Ayan's heart tremble slightly. He knew who Yiling Shuang was, a princess of an ancient country, and her father was a generation of human emperor. This ancient country has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and its strength is extremely strong. The internal struggles and contradictions are extremely complicated. Liu Ayan knew something about it. Did the Purple Thunder sect intervene? Liu Ayan asked. I don't know. Yiling Shuang's face was still pale. Liu Ayan said again, let's go and report to the master and see if there is any way. There are also medical masters in this Hanjian sect. Yiling Shuang put down the letter and whispered, the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley has been invited. A sharp light flashed in Liu Ayan's expression, and he whispered, the newly promoted female Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley has been promoted to the 5th level Dan King some time ago, and she has also received the true teachings of the Medicine Emperor. Among the young generation of the Huangji Holy Land today, she is also considered a legendary figure. Since she has been invited, there must be no problem. The Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley is also a legendary figure. It is said that when she was sent to Medicine Emperor Valley, she was dying and almost in a dying state. But no one knows the identity of the person who sent her to Medicine Emperor Valley, but the Medicine Emperor personally rescued her, and exhausted all his energy to cleanse her essence and marrow, reshape her life, and then taught her all his life's learning. In a very short period of time, this saint rose like a comet, very legendary. No one knows the real name of the Saintess of Medicine Emperor Valley. They won't let go easily. Yiling Shuang was confused, but she didn't have the heart to think so much. She was a little at a loss at this moment. Let's go find our senior brother and ask him to think of a solution. Let's go. Liu Ayan knew that Yiling Shuang was confused at the moment, so he immediately made a decision and walked away with Yiling Shuang. Yiling Shuang was still sad. An amazing genius appeared in the ancient country. Since then, the internal division of the ancient country's royal family has intensified. Her brother, who was slightly older than her, was extremely talented and became a disciple of the Purple Thunder sect. He could be sent directly to the Royal Saint sect without any assessment. This was the promise of the Purple Thunder sect. Now, how far has Li grown? Qin Wentian didn't know all this. He was still chopping trees, resting when he was tired, and then continuing to move boulders. Now he was willing to do these things, very optimistic, and occasionally he would have some insights, so he would practice with an axe on the boulder, or swing the sky hammer. This kind of life was very comfortable. Although his realm had not improved, he was not in a hurry. The improvement of realm was a natural thing. Only when the foundation was solid, the combat effectiveness would be strong. When the realm was improved, it would naturally be stronger. 2 days later, Qin Wentian lay comfortably on the boulder. The sun shone in the canyon and on his body. The lines on his body were more beautiful. That was the beauty of strength. Now he gradually felt nothing about the terrifying gravity in the canyon. He knew that he was experiencing a baptism, and his pure flesh body became much stronger than before. Junior brother Qin. A voice disturbed Qin Wentian's dream. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Shui on the canyon. Senior brother. Qin Wentian sat up and looked at Lin Shui. Why, you've cut down all the trees, but you're still reluctant to come out. Lin Shui glanced at the forest, and his heart was chilled. This guy is really amazing. He adapted so quickly and cut down the entire forest. Qin Wentian smiled, then stepped hard, and his body soared into the sky against a trend, and then landed on the edge of the canyon. At this moment, without the strong gravity, Qin Wentian felt light and weightless. This feeling was so wonderful. Brother, how did you have time to come here? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. Let me tell you something. Your sister Yiling Shuang is the princess of the ancient country Yi, but she has several powerful princes. In addition, Yiling Shuang has a cousin of the same age, who is the descendant of a prince. He's extremely talented and joined the Purple Thunder sect. He is very dazzling, which led to a fierce struggle for the royal power of the Yi family. Lin Shui said slowly, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to focus, and he immediately understood that the prince of the ancient country is powerful, and with the help of the Purple Thunder sect, he might want to seize the royal power. The Yi kingdom is very powerful. Our Sword sect and Purple Thunder sect should not have participated in its internal disputes. However, due to some special reasons, Purple Thunder sect may have participated behind the scenes. Ling Shuang's father is the Emperor of Man. Now he is seriously injured and in critical condition. Yi kingdom has asked the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley to take action. Lin Shui continued to speak, then turned around and walked away. Qin Wentian followed behind Lin Shui without saying a word. Since the other party came to talk to him, he must have a meaning. Ling Shuang wanted to go back immediately, but I was worried that she would get into trouble, so I stopped her. After all, it would be useless for her to go back with her strength, and she might even be plotted against. At the same time, I also ordered people to investigate the affairs of Yi kingdom. Now the situation is indeed urgent. My Sword sect is going to let some disciples go to the capital of Yi kingdom today. You can go with them. Lin Shui said, and Qin Wentian nodded slightly. Although he could not change anything at all with his current realm, since Lin Shui said so, he must also hope that he would go out more and experience more. After a moment, Qin Wentian saw a group of people in front of him preparing to set off. They were Yi Ling Shuang and others. If you are together, no one will dare to plot against Ling Shuang. In addition, Junior Brother Qin, remember an unwritten rule. In the Royal Holy Land, many major forces often compete with each other and there are constant frictions. The strong men of the Xianggang realm cannot interfere with the affairs of the strong men of the Xiangxiang realm. However, if the friction between disciples leads to the demise of the strong men of the Xianggang realm, the people of the Xiangxiang realm generally cannot retaliate, otherwise, it is easy to cause a war. Lin Shui said, which made Qin Wentian's expression condensed. He had experienced the struggle between the overlord-level forces of the Great Xia dynasty. Once friction broke out in the upper echelons, it was basically a battle between sects. It would not stop until one side was wiped out. Perhaps the major forces in the Royal Holy Land also tabooed the war between sects, so there was such an unspoken rule. Chapter 524 Tension. In the Sword sect, more than 10 young men flew on their swords, heading for the sky and turning into streaks of white light. This group of figures were the disciples of the Sword sect who were heading to the Yi kingdom. Qin Wentian was naturally among the crowd. The cultivation of these Sword sect disciples was all at the Xianggang realm. After all, the Yi kingdom was an extremely ancient country with a strong power. The Sword sect could not directly and forcibly intervene in the internal affairs of the ancient country. It was only because of the friendship between the brothers and sisters that the disciples of Shaoxun were willing to accompany Yi Ling Shuang on this trip, at least to protect Yi Ling Shuang's safety. The leader of this group of people was a young man in black. This person was at the 8th level of the Xianggang realm, and he was Duan Han, the disciple of the Lingshan sword master. Everyone called him the 9th senior brother. The status of the sword master's disciples was generally higher. For example, Duan Han was ranked 9th under the Lingshan sword master, but if he was placed among the disciples of Shaoxun, he obviously did not have such a high ranking, but everyone still called him the 9th senior brother, which was the treatment of the sword master's disciples. Duan Han has a rather cold temperament, which is completely different from Lin Shui's temperament. He is cold and sharp, and he doesn't hide his sharpness. He doesn't like to talk much. This silence adds a bit of majesty to him. Junior sister, don't worry too much. Since the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley has arrived, she is rumored to be very powerful. At least she can temporarily suppress Yi Wang's injuries. A female disciple advised beside Yi Ling Shuang. This person is called Qiao Yu. She has always had a good relationship with Yi Ling Shuang in the sword sect. Yes. Yi Ling Shuang nodded lightly, but the worry between her eyebrows could not be concealed. I heard that the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley has a stunning face. We will see her soon. It's really exciting. Liu Yan's eyes were shining, making everyone look at him with contempt. However, this guy has always been lustful, but he always makes people feel at ease when he speaks. You have no hope. Qiao Yu said contemptuously. The Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley, the 5th rank alchemist, and those who want to propose marriage from all the major sects, Ancient countries and clans are probably able to pass through the gate of Medicine Emperor Valley, including the Pride of the Heavens, but Medicine Emperor Valley probably won't let them in. The key is to see if the saint likes me. A person as handsome as me may be valued by the saint. Liu Yan was dreaming. Qin Wentian felt a pain in his heart when he heard their words, and couldn't help but think of Mo Qingchen. The former Danwang Palace and the current Medicine Emperor Valley are somewhat similar. This kind of transcendent alchemy force is the object that all forces want to win over. But now he doesn't know whether Mo Qingchen is alive or dead. Thinking of Qingchen being sent by Danwang Palace to sacrifice the dry bones, Qin Wentian's heart was filled with anger. Danwang Palace, he will definitely go back. But, Qingchen, is she still alive in the world? He had investigated in Daxia and found no news about Mo Qingchen. After he fainted in the battle, Qingchen also disappeared completely, as if she had never appeared in Daxia. The Danwang Palace also never mentioned her. Only Kinger said that Qingchen might be alive, which gave Qin Wentian a glimmer of hope. What are you thinking about so intently? Are you also planning to take advantage of the Saint Maiden of Yaohuang Valley? Liu Yan looked at Qin Wentian beside him and smiled. Qin Wentian shook his head slightly and asked, the Saintess of Medicine Emperor Valley is a 5th-level alchemist. Is this force very strong? Of course it is very strong. I don't know how strong it is, because Medicine Emperor Valley almost never has friction with others, and no one will go to trouble Medicine Emperor Valley. Therefore, Medicine Emperor Valley has a transcendent status in the Royal Saint Domain, and Medicine Emperor is the top 5th-level alchemist. Even the top forces including the 9 major sects, who can guarantee that they will not ask him for help one day? Medicine Emperor Valley is stronger than Royal Saint sect in the field of pills and medicines, and is at the peak of Royal Saint Domain. Liu Yan said slowly, making Qin Wentian nod secretly. It is indeed a transcendent force. On the way, Qin Wentian and Liu Yan talked a lot, mainly Liu Yan talking and Qin Wentian listening. In addition to introducing him to some of the Royal Saint Domain, of course, there are those so-called good places with beautiful women everywhere, and they want to take Qin Wentian to see them, which made Qin Wentian speechless. After half a day, after crossing many regions, Qin Wentian and his friends finally arrived at the capital of Yi country. In the inner city of the ancient royal family, soldiers were wearing gorgeous armor, and the towering city gates seemed to be cast in gold, revealing a sense of simplicity. This was the core area of the Yi kingdom, with the imperial palace and many royal palaces, and the guards were extremely strict, and there were many strong men. Stop! With a loud shout, a golden light shot straight into the sky, and a general holding a golden spear pointed directly at the approaching people of the sword sect. Let's go down, Yi Lingshuang said, and a group of people went down. Many armored soldiers jumped into the air and blocked the way. The leading general said coldly, this is the important place of the Yi kingdom's royal family, under house arrest. How dare you? Yi Lingshuang shouted coldly. At this moment, she restrained her weak temperament and had a strong majesty on her body. She said coldly, how dare you stop me when you see me? The guard seemed to have just noticed Yi Lingshuang, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. Now that the king of Qi is in power, it may not be long before this woman will become a prisoner. She still wants to show off her power as a princess here. However, this woman is beautiful and has joined the Zhanjian sect, so she cannot be offended too much. It turned out to be Princess Lingshuang. I failed to recognize her for a moment. Please forgive me. He said this, but his face did not show any expression of confession. He looked at other people and said, but this is an important place for the royal family. It is not appropriate for the princess to bring a group of strangers here. How dare you? I brought my friends to visit me. How can you say anything? Yi Lingshuang shouted coldly, it's a crime of insubordination. Take him down for me. She is the princess of Yi state. Now a guard dares to be so presumptuous. It is simply daring. This is already a clear provocation to her authority. I think her father is in a very bad situation now. Thinking of this, Yi Lingshuang is even more anxious. But when she gave the order, the soldiers did not move, and no one obeyed. Duanhan's palm trembled, his black clothes were like the wind, and the sword was cold. In an instant, the look of the descending changed drastically, and the long spear blasted out, with dazzling golden light. Puff! A black sword pierced his forehead, and the guards' expressions suddenly changed, and they all burst into a tyrannical aura. This line of guards were all Xiangang masters. However, Duanhan swept his eyes, and his deep eyes seemed to shoot out swords. Seeing Duan Han's methods, Yiling Shuang naturally understood what he meant, and shouted coldly, "This person is guilty of treason, and he will be executed. If anyone dares to stop him, he will be killed without mercy." As soon as the voice fell, a group of people walked out. This time no one dared to stop them. The guards looked at the body of the general with a sullen look. This was a Xiangang 7th level master who was killed with a sword. Are the people of the sword sect really so rampant? The guards were shocked, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. They didn't expect the other party to be so iron-blooded and cruel, and to kill without saying a word. The people of the Sword Clan continued to move forward. This piece of royal land was extremely majestic and magnificent, with many royal palaces, each of which covered hundreds of miles. From time to time, powerful figures would look at the people in the void. This gave Qin Wentian a clearer understanding of the strength of the Yi kingdom. I'm afraid that the strong men in a royal palace were enough to sweep across the great Xia dynasty, not to mention the entire Yi kingdom. Finally, the most magnificent ancient palace appeared in front of them, and there were towering walls that were as golden as if cast in gold. A line of figures walked out of it with smiles on their faces. "Why didn't you inform us in advance when Princess Ling Shuang came back?" the leading strong man said with a smile, but your Ling Shuang looked particularly strange. This was someone from the Han Palace, one of his uncles. They actually appeared in the palace. It was conceivable how serious the situation in the palace was now. I'm afraid they had already controlled it. The Han King was very close to the Qi King. "I'm going to see my father," Yiling Shuang said lightly. The strong man glanced at the people of the sword sect beside Yiling Shuang and said with a smile, "The heroes of the sword sect have come to my Yi kingdom. It is a great honor. Please come to the palace to rest." Everyone ignored them. They came in a mighty manner without any concealment. With the strength of the Yi kingdom, they must have received the news long ago. Now they are just dealing with it. The people of the sword sect stepped directly across and stepped into the palace from the void. Now this majestic and vast palace is full of armored soldiers, ready to fight. It can be seen how tense the situation is. Yiling Shuang was concerned about her father and went straight to the direction of the Human Emperor Ancient Palace, like a gust of wind. Outside the Human Emperor Ancient Palace, many strong men gathered at this moment, as if all the powerful men from all sides were here. Yiling Shuang swept her eyes and looked at one of the directions. There was a young man with a look like lightning. He was wearing a royal robe and was majestic. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people. Moreover, there were many people of the same generation around this young man. Each of them was extraordinary and exuded a sense of dominance. Each of them was a young outstanding figure, extremely dazzling. The moment the eyes of the young men of the sword sect met theirs, it seemed as if a terrible sharpness filled the air. A strong man from the Purple Thunder sect. Qin Wentian thought to himself. There was no doubt that the young man in the royal robe must be the prince mentioned by Liu Yan, the son of the king of Qi, the pride of the Purple Thunder sect, a generation of evildoers. The people around him must be of the same generation as the Purple Thunder sect, and came to the Yi Kingdom Palace with him. If it was said that the Purple Thunder sect did not participate in the attempt to let the king of Qi control the Yi Kingdom, I am afraid no one would believe it. Yiling Shuang's figure flashed, and she stepped towards the ancient palace of the human emperor. However, she saw a group of figures blocking her way and said, "Princess, the human emperor is seriously ill. The saint of medicine Emperor Valley is treating the human emperor. Princess, please wait outside for a while. My father is seriously ill, how can I not be by his side?" "It doesn't matter," Yiling Shuang said. The people in front saw the determination in her eyes and made way for her, but they stopped Duan Han and others. "Wait for me here." Yiling Shuang turned around and said to Duan Han and others. Since they had already arrived at the palace, no one would dare to murder Yiling Shuang in public, so Duan Han and others would wait here. Chapter 525 Tears. Qin Wentian stood in the crowd of the Sword Clan. He quietly felt the majesty of the ancient country. The ancient country of 10,000 years was indeed terrifying. Liu Yan told him on the way that the elimination rate of the various forces in the royal sacred domain was extremely high, and the disputes were too intense. Occasionally, a certain force would have several peerless evildoers. Once they grew up, they could overthrow a large force. Therefore, many forces in the royal sacred domain would be annihilated in history, and at the same time, many forces would rise. After the great waves washed away the sand, those who could finally stand firm would gather stronger and stronger foundations. Forces that could stand firm for 10,000 years were very terrifying, and the ancient country of Yi was naturally the same. He looked at the group of young people from the Purple Thunder clan, and saw that the other party was also looking over here. The person in the lead should be the son of the king of Qin mentioned by Liu Yan, the evildoer of the Purple Thunder clan, Yi Kongfen. This person was gifted with terrible talent, possessed the blood of robbery thunder, and was born with a thunder body, which was very suitable for the unique learning of the Purple Thunder clan. Now he has reached the 7th level of Xiangang cultivation, and his attack power is even more terrifying. Yi Kongfen was wearing a golden robe and had a kingly temperament. His bright eyes seemed to contain a terrifying and dangerous aura. At this moment, Yi Kongfen's eyes were on Duanhan. Looking at his temperament, he said indifferently, "The 9th disciple of Lingshan's sword master, Duanhan." Yi Kongfen. Duanhan also looked at him, with a dazzling and sharp light in his dark eyes. Yi Kongfen had a sharp smile in his eyes. He glanced at the people of the sword sect and said, "I didn't expect that you would be free to visit my Yi country. I must treat you well. However, you must have no interest in worldly things and only pursue martial arts. I have invited the saint to go to my Yi country's fighting battlefield to see the martial arts trend of my Yi country. Now that you have come, how about going together after the saint comes out? The competition in the royal Holy Land is cruel, and the martial arts trend is extremely strong. The same is true for your country. The fighting battlefield is the battlefield for your country's martial arts competition. If you perform outstandingly, you will be rewarded by your country and even recruited into its ranks. How dare I refuse the invitation of the prince? Yi Kongfen is the son of the king of Qi. Although he is also a genius of the Purple Thunder sect, his identity as the son of the king of Qi is naturally more prominent in the palace of Yi country. I heard that the disciples of Master Ling Xianjian are very powerful. If they can show off their skills on the battlefield, I'm sure people from Yi country will be very excited. A young man from the Purple Thunder sect next to Yi Kongfen said indifferently, which made the people from the sword sect look sharp. This person was very blunt. The disciples of the sword sect were of extraordinary status. How could they possibly fight with people from Yi country in the battlefield of Yi country? Would that be a loss of self-worth? If the Purple Thunder sect is willing to go up, we can go up and ask for advice. Jiang Wei said indifferently, which made the young man from the Purple Thunder sect sneer. Both sides were faintly releasing the will to fight, and the swords were drawn, as if they would fight if they disagreed. The 9 sects compete fiercely, and this competition is from the inside to the outside of the Huangji Holy Sect. Whenever they meet, they will have the intention to compete. Especially the people of the sword sect are even more dissatisfied with the major sects, because there are many voices in the Huangji Holy Land that although the sword sect has the least number of people, the sect is full of elites and has the strongest single soldier combat ability. The disciples of the other 8 sects are naturally dissatisfied, so once they meet, they will provoke. Qin Wentian felt the disputes between the 9 sects when he was in Zhuanwang City, so it is not surprising now. At this time, an old man in a long robe walked towards the people of the sword sect and said politely, "Thank you very much for protecting the princess back to the country." The old man was a minister of the Yi Kingdom Emperor. When he saw the strong men of the sword sect coming with Yi Lingshuang, how could he not understand the intentions of the sword sect people, and he was grateful in his heart. "Lingshuang is my junior sister, this is what she should do, why should you worry about it, old man?" Duanhan said in return. The old man showed gratitude and said, "The situation in Yi country is unclear now. I dare to say that if your country encounters a disaster, I hope that all the heroes can protect the princess and tell her not to do anything reckless." "Okay." Duanhan nodded, "Please don't worry, old sir. Since the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley treats the human emperor, she will naturally be able to heal the human emperor." The old man shook his head slightly, with worry in his eyes, and was obviously not very optimistic. The human emperor's illness has been going on for quite some time. The old man sighed. Duanhan and others frowned. It seems that the human emperor's condition is very serious. The old man is not so confident in the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley. Moreover, your country is an ancient country. Although the royal family is in constant dispute, the human emperor lineage is still powerful. I am afraid that they have already invited powerful alchemists to treat them before. Now they have to ask the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley to come. I am afraid it is also a last resort. The status of Medicine Emperor Valley is transcendent. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter it, not to mention asking the saint to come in person. I think the royal lineage of your country must have paid a huge price. After waiting outside for a while, everyone saw Yi Lingshuang coming out. She had a slightly moist look in the corners of her eyes, and had obviously cried. There were many people around her, including several beautiful ladies in palace dresses, all of whom were imperial concubines, and 2 young men who looked similar to her, who were legitimate princes of the Yi kingdom. Jiutian thanks everyone from the sword sect. Seeing this group of people coming to the sword sect, the eldest prince Jiutian bowed and said, appearing very polite. The people from the sword sect were all young people, and the courtesy could be light or heavy, depending on whether the other party respected it. You're welcome. Duan Han said softly, but his eyes were looking at Yi Lingshuang, and he asked, Lingshuang, how is the situation? My father has been poisoned by a chronic and severe poison, and the poisoning has lasted for a long time. This poison is very hidden, but when it breaks out, it can take the life of a super strong person. In addition, my father has experienced a great battle, and the poison spread throughout his body in an instant. Now, he is in danger. Yi Lingshuang's voice was hoarse, and his eyes turned red again. Is there nothing the people in Yaohuang Valley can do? Qiao Yu asked. The saint said that she could only suppress the poison temporarily, and wanted to cure it. Yi Lingshuang did not continue, but everyone understood what she meant, and they were secretly shocked. This poison could kill the human emperor, which showed how terrible its toxicity was. At this moment, the crowd saw another line of figures walking out of the human emperor ancient palace. These figures were all dressed in white and were very beautiful, like fairies. Everyone looked over there, and Yi Kongfan and others walked over first, smiling and saying, thank you for your hard work. Qin Wentian also looked up in that direction, and saw a group of beautiful figures, all of whom were women. They must be the strong men who protected the saint in Yaohuang Valley. They were all women, and this was naturally to take better care of the saint. Following the gaze of those women in white, 3 more figures appeared. The women on the left and right were all extremely beautiful, but at this moment, their brilliance was all covered up. It was because the figure of the woman in the middle was too dazzling. When she appeared, it seemed that everything had to make way for her and lost its brilliance. She is so beautiful that she can overwhelm a country. Liu Yan stared at the figure with bright eyes. Not only him, but all the people of his Hanjian sect looked at the saint. It seemed that there was a word to describe the radiance on her. These Hanjian sect masters were all mentally strong, but at this moment, they were a little absent-minded. However, Qin Wentian's heart was shocked, and the whole person seemed to forget to breathe. Then, the most brilliant smile bloomed on his face, and the huge stone in his heart was finally put down. She is so beautiful. Qin Wentian seemed to want to sigh to the sky, and then his figure flashed, like a flash of lightning, and rushed directly in the direction of the saint. The saint of Yaohuang Valley was actually Mo Qingcheng. Huh? Seeing Qin Wentian rushing out, the people of his Hanjian sect were all stunned. The masters of Zili sect suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Wentian, with the cold light in their expressions. How insolent! Yi Kongfan shouted coldly, and his palm was sent out. A terrifying thunder appeared in the void and rolled towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his hand in response. With a loud bang, his body was shaken back a few steps. His palm was in great pain. The power of the thunder actually paralyzed his arm. The women in Yaohuang Valley all looked at Qin Wentian indifferently. The cold air shone outward, covering Qin Wentian. A repressive aura fell directly on Qin Wentian, as if they would kill him on the spot if he moved a little. Junior brother. The people of the sword sect felt this solemn and murderous intention and flashed their bodies. They stepped forward one after another to protect Qin Wentian. But Qin Wentian's eyes were only fixed on Mo Qingcheng, as if he had forgotten everything else. Mo Qingcheng was still alive. What else in the world could be better than this? His smile was still so brilliant, looking at the saint who was surrounded by stars. The saint of Medicine Emperor Valley looked at Qin Wentian. The moment this figure came into her eyes, her heart actually ached. She stared at Qin Wentian, but her temperament was still so distant, as if no one could get close to her. She was so dazzling, yet so strange. How presumptuous. Considering that you are from the sword sect, I will not bother with you for now. If there is a next time, I will kill you without mercy. Yi Kongfan shouted coldly, and then said, Saint, let's go to the battlefield. Mo Qingcheng's body stagnated there for a moment, and then she raised her feet and was surrounded by a group of people and left. The people of Purple Thunder sect stared at Qin Wentian with a sneer. Restrain yourself, this is the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley. A young man from Purple Thunder sect shouted coldly. Even the people of the Sword sect were dissatisfied. Qin Wentian was too impulsive and disregarded his image. Qin Wentian stood there in a daze, and the smile seemed to still hang on his face, but he encountered a bolt from the blue. Mo Qingcheng, don't recognize him? What happened? Mo Qingcheng was held in the center of the crowd, strolling in the palace, but the two people beside Mo Qingcheng saw that Mo Qingcheng covered her chest with her hands, with a lost expression on her face, as if she was in pain. Saint, what's wrong? A woman beside her asked in a low voice. His face is so familiar, my heart hurts so much. Mo Qingcheng whispered, causing the two people beside her to look at her. Mo Qingcheng was dying that year and was saved by the medicine emperor, but her memory was vague. Except for the instinctive practice, everything else was forgotten. They didn't say much, but they had never seen Mo Qingcheng with such an expression, as if she had lost her soul, and her face was pale. Mo Qingcheng felt that her heart was getting more and more painful, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. It was so familiar, really so familiar, she wanted to remember something. My head hurts so much? Mo Qingcheng closed her eyes, and unknowingly, tears slid down from the corners of her eyes, as if a thunderbolt from the blue sky directly hid her mind. In winter, snowflakes were everywhere. The boy sat under a tree, handsome but not knowing what the girl next to him was thinking. The snowflakes were beautiful. The two of them had been under the tree, looking at the old tree covered with snow. Both the boy and the girl had innocent smiles on their faces. The girl stretched out her hand and caught the snowflakes falling from the sky. She said idiot and left with a smile. This scene was so beautiful that it broke one's heart. Saint. At this moment, the two people next to him were shocked. When they saw Mo Qingcheng open her eyes, her face was covered with tears. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.